Previously, as Jinwoo saved Hyun's life by transforming Byung-gu into a shadow soldier. As the Korean hunters departed, Jinwoo stayed behind to clear the remaining ants. Afterward, he reached level 100 and resurrected the Ant King as a shadow soldier, naming him Beru. New characters were introduced, including a Chinese 5-star hunter and 2 potential future enemies, while Jinwoo's father observed them from the shadows. After the Jeju Island raid, Jinwoo honored those who had lost their lives. He then secured permission to open his own guild before stepping into another Red Gate alone. Inside the Red Gate, Jinwoo's shadow soldiers fought against the gate's monsters. He managed to find the boss, and the creature asked him if he was the one who had been killing his people. It remarks with twisted amusement how impressed it is that Jinwoo managed to make it this far, despite having such a small, seemingly fragile body. But that amusement quickly turns to menace. The creature raises its hand and signals to its forces. He had already stationed his minions throughout the area, ready to spring a deadly ambush. But something's wrong. Nothing happens. The creature glances around in confusion. The air stays silent. No allies appear from the shadows. No attack is launched. Just an unsettling quiet. A frown begins to form on the creature's face. Meanwhile, Jinwoo remains still, calm, his gaze fixed firmly on his opponent. Not a trace of panic shows on his face. Then Jinwoo finally speaks. "Call me small again. That's funny." He raises his hand and gives a subtle signal. Suddenly, from the dark edges of the forest, movement stirs. One by one, figures emerge. Shadow soldiers, loyal and fierce, marching out with unwavering purpose. Some drag behind them the severed heads of the enemies fallen. The forest grows darker as the ground begins to fill with Jinwoo's summoned army. Jinwoo, standing tall among his shadows, taunts once more. "Looks like no one from your side made it out." Confusion turns into dread. Then, thud, something hits the creature square in the face. Startled, it reaches up and grabs the object. It's another corpse, one of its own. Eyes wide, the creature lifts its head and sees Jinwoo again, this time surrounded by a vast army, a sea of darkness prepared to devour anything in its path. Panic fully takes over. The creature shouts in desperation, ordering any remaining forces to attack and destroy Jinwoo's army. But Jinwoo remains composed. He calmly gives his order. "Wipe them out." Both sides surge forward, and the battlefield erupts. But from the very first clash, it's clear. The outcome is already decided. Jinwoo's shadow soldiers are faster, stronger, and better organized. They strike with deadly precision, overwhelming the enemy with little resistance. As the intense battle unfolds, Sung Jinwoo begins advancing toward the dungeon's boss. Leading the way ahead of him is Tank, the enormous shadow bear who crashes through enemy lines with ease, clearing a path for his master. Sensing the threat, the boss monster erupts with rage. It roars and charges directly at Jinwoo, attempting to stop him before he can get closer. But before it can land a single blow, 2 powerful shadows intervene. Beru swoops in with incredible speed, slicing off one of the boss's arms with razor-sharp claws. Igris follows right behind, his sword flashing through the air as he severs one of the creature's legs. The massive beast collapses to the ground, overwhelmed. As it tries to lift its head, another presence looms over it. Tusk, the high mage of Jinwoo's army. Without hesitation, Tusk casts inverse gravity, pinning the boss down with an unseen force. The ground buckles beneath the weight, rendering the monster completely immobile. Step by step, Jinwoo approaches. Calm, he comes face to face with the fallen creature. His voice is low and cold. "You'll answer my questions," Jinwoo says. "It'll hurt less if you cooperate." He proceeds to interrogate the boss, trying to extract vital information. But once it's over, Jinwoo stands before its lifeless corpse, silently reflecting. Again, nothing useful. He suspects the same interference as before. The system itself may be blocking the flow of information. Frustrated but not surprised, Jinwoo opens his inventory. "I'll figure it out eventually," he mutters. "So it's fine." From within the inventory, he retrieves a peculiar object, a key. It's one he obtained earlier from a cursed random box. Jinwoo recalls an important moment. He had reached level 100 during the Jeju Island raid. That achievement fulfilled the minimum requirement to unlock a special dungeon. Now the item's name becomes visible. Key to the Temple of Carthion. A countdown timer ticks beside the key's description, indicating the limited window of time before the key would expire and the dungeon would be lost. As he studies the item, vivid memories flood his mind. Flashbacks of the double dungeon, the place where everything began. He realizes something. This may not be random. The system is calling him back. But he's not the same man who once crawled out of that dungeon barely alive. Now he's stronger, far stronger, stronger than anything that temple might hold. He wonders if all of this was orchestrated from the beginning, if that dungeon is still waiting for him. And if it is, then wait for me. Meanwhile, deep inside the Temple of Carthion, a shadowy figure stirs. Sitting in the darkness, an entity smirks, sensing Jinwoo's resolve from afar. It hears his words and prepares. Jinwoo is coming. The scene shifts to a dark and eerie dungeon. A man trembles in fear, trapped. In desperation, the man stammers, demanding to know who or what this creature is. But the figure responds coldly, as if talking to himself. He's not the one either. A pause lingers in the air, then the figure mutters again. They're hiding well, those brilliant fragments of light. This cryptic remark refers to powerful beings, ancient rulers known as the brilliant light fragments, scattered and concealed in human hosts. It's Silid, known as the king of the snowfolk, the monarch of frost. Sensing a familiar aura, Silid turns. Standing in the shadows is Yogment, the king of demonic specters, also known as the monarch of transfiguration. With a calm and confident tone, Yogment announces that he has news regarding the eastern island. Silid narrows his eyes, asking if he means the small landmass that lies eastward, the one humans call Korea. That island is the current dwelling of the Shadow Monarch. Intrigued, Silid asks if Yogment intends to take action there. Yogment explains that the rulers have begun deploying their legions near that region, just south of the Shadow Monarch's territory. He then adds, with a hint of ambition, that he will be the one to claim that place. But Silid challenges him, pointing out the obvious risk. And how do you plan to deal with the Shadow Monarch himself? Yogment, unfazed, gives a sly smile and responds, if the planner fulfills the contract, everything will go according to plan. Then with growing interest he adds, besides, the greatest of the brilliant light fragments has been confirmed to be there. This revelation changes everything. Silid's expression sharpens with excitement. He turns toward Yogment, realizing the implications. You came all the way here, just to tell me that. Yogment nods slightly, then inquires what Silid plans to do with that information. Silid responds with a smirk. If you're willing to follow me, then why not? But before their conversation can continue, Silid pauses. His eyes scan the surroundings. Something feels off. We've been lured here. A third figure approaches. Silid watches carefully and comments that the man they saw earlier couldn't have possibly held the power of a brilliant fragment. Yet somehow the traces of that power are here. This can only mean one thing. Someone intentionally baited them. And now that someone is standing right in front of them. With burning rage in his eyes, the man confronts them. He demands to know more about the small island to the east. He suspects they're referring to his homeland, Korea. Silid smirks at the man's fury and responds with mockery. And what will you do about it? From behind, Yogment speaks up, clearly uninterested in wasting time. We don't have time to deal with him. They begin to turn away, but Silid can't resist throwing one last taunt. Try and stop us if you can. The man explodes into motion. Furious, he charges toward them with raw power, vowing not to let them escape. But Silid remains still. In an instant, an ice shield forms in front of him, effortlessly blocking the incoming attack. He grins, unfazed, as if amused by the attempt. With a calm but menacing aura, the Monarch of Frost raises his hand. A pulse of power erupts. A devastating wave of frost energy explodes outward, shaking the dungeon to its core. The scene transitions from the chaos of the battlefield to a quiet parking lot. Sung Jinwoo walks toward his car. Just as he reaches for the door handle, a voice calls out behind him. Excuse me, he says politely. Are you Sung Jinwoo? Jinwoo turns slightly, nodding cautiously. The man introduces himself as Adam White, a senior official from the Federal Bureau of Hunters, a powerful U.S. organization. He hands Jin Wu a business card and adds with a smile, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Sung. Please feel free to call me Adam." Adam quickly apologizes for the unexpected approach. He admits that Jinwoo was hard to track down and even mentions that he dropped by Jinwoo's office earlier. Hearing this, Jinwoo remembers something. This must be the man Yu Jinho had mentioned, the one asking around for him. Jinwoo narrows his eyes and asks directly, "What business do you have with me?" Adam remains calm and respectful. He explains that he's here to share important information. That piques Jinwoo's interest. "What kind of information?" he asks. Adam gives a subtle smile, then answers, "Information that no country or institution in the world could provide, except for us." Jinwoo raises an eyebrow. "And why would you share that kind of information with me?" Adam responds without hesitation, "Because people like you are worth sharing it with. It's mutually beneficial," he continues, revealing that their original purpose for contacting Jinwoo was something entirely different. But after witnessing what Jinwoo did during the Jeju Island raid, their deputy director insisted on meeting him in person. This level of attention is unprecedented, Adam admits. But the deputy director will explain the details himself. He gestures toward a car parked nearby. "If you'd like, we can take you to him now." Jinwoo glances at the vehicle, his expression thoughtful. He still isn't fully convinced whether the information is trustworthy. As he opens the door to his own car, he replies, "Let me think it over. I'll contact you." Adam chuckles softly, as if expecting that answer. "How silly of me," he says. "I forgot one rule. Never hide a strong hand when trying to strike a deal." He pauses, then says two words that immediately grab Jinwoo's attention. "An upgrader." Jinwoo freezes. Adam explains further. "An upgrader," he says, "is an awakened individual with the ability to enhance the power of another awakened being. You've heard of them, haven't you?" As he speaks, the scene shifts. Adam and Jinwoo are now in a car, pulling up to a building where a bigger conversation and deeper truths are about to be revealed. Inside, Adam White leads Sung Jinwoo into a quiet meeting room. Adam introduces him as Michael Connor, the deputy director of the Federal Bureau of Hunters. Michael stands and shakes Jinwoo's hand firmly. "It's a pleasure to meet you," he says. With formalities out of the way, Adam takes his seat and mentions that he will serve as their interpreter during the meeting. Wasting no time, Michael slides a stack of documents across the table toward Jinwoo. The folder contains immigration paperwork. Michael explains that under normal circumstances, acquiring American citizenship would take 1 to 2 years of processing. But for Jinwoo, all it takes is a word, Michael says confidently. "We're prepared to make you a citizen immediately." Jinwoo, however, stays focused. He calmly replies, "I came here because Mr. White said you had information to share." And questions, "Is it truly possible to upgrade a hunter's abilities?" Michael smiles knowingly and gives a surprising response. "In fact, the one who can do that is here, right now." He turns to one of his staff and says, "Please call Ms. Sellner in." Moments later, a woman enters the room with quiet grace and calm confidence. Michael stands and introduces her. "This is Norma Sellner," he says, "the only person in the world who can enhance an awakened being's abilities." Jinwoo observes her closely. She feels different, not just in appearance, but in the unique aura she carries. "She doesn't feel like any hunter I've met before," he thinks. Michael then encourages Ms. Sellner to explain her ability in her own words. She steps forward and begins, addressing Jinwoo directly. "I understand if you're skeptical. Everyone I've met had the same look when they first heard this." She pauses, then adds with a faint smile, "But once they experienced it, they begged for more." As she walks toward Jinwoo, Michael gently calls out to her, keeping the moment grounded. Ms. Sellner begins to explain. She tells Jinwoo that every awakened individual has a natural limit, a ceiling they cannot surpass. A hunter's rank is fixed, and unless they undergo a second awakening, their power will never grow beyond that limit. This fact is widely accepted as common knowledge throughout the awakened world. But then Jinwoo asks, "So, you can change that?" Without hesitation, Ms. Sellner nods. "Yes, I have the ability to lift that limit." She goes on to describe a process that happens in 3 stages. a gradual unlocking of a person's true potential. She admits that she didn't know what to call this ability at first, but over time, it became known as a force reawakening. Put simply, she can draw out the true strength hidden within an awakened being. Mr. Connor nodded in agreement with Ms. Sellner, affirming that everything she had explained was indeed true. However, he was quick to add an important limitation. Each time Ms. Sellner used her ability, it drained her immensely. Because of this, she could only help around 3 to 4 people in a single year. Jinwoo remained quiet, but his thoughts were racing. If what they said was true, then he might be one of the few chosen to benefit from such a rare and powerful ability. That alone spoke volumes about its value. Curious, he leaned forward slightly and asked how effective this enhancement process truly was. Ms. Sellner responded calmly, explaining that the results varied from person to person. However, for those who completed all 3 stages, the increase in physical capability ranged from 20% to 30%. That number hit Jinwoo like a thunderbolt. To someone already at the peak of their abilities, a 30% boost was almost unthinkable. He finally understood why someone like Hwang Dong-soo had accepted the U.S. offer, even if it meant public backlash. It all made sense now. Who in their right mind would turn down such a chance? Still, a thought crossed his mind. What would happen if others discovered the truth about Miss Sellner's power? Mr. Connor answered that concern without hesitation. That was precisely why the U.S. government kept her under close protection. In exchange for her cooperation, she received full security and a generous salary. In return, she assisted in strengthening select hunters, those deemed valuable enough to receive her gift. With that, Mr. Connor formally reintroduced Miss Sellner to Jinwoo, stating that her powers would be used on him as a token of goodwill. Jinwoo, still unsure of their motives, questioned whether this was truly a gift or just bait to draw him in. Connor clarified his position. If Jinwoo agreed to work with the Federal Bureau of Hunters, he would receive top-tier benefits. They would also personally arrange introductions to any guild he preferred and assist him in negotiating the most favorable contract. Ms. Sellner then gently pushed a small plate across the table toward Jinwoo. She assured him there was no need to rush his decision. They simply wanted him to take time and consider the offer. Jinwoo looked at her with a hint of surprise. She reaffirmed that, as they had said, this was a gift, not a demand. After a brief pause, Mr. Connor made another proposal. He asked if Jinwoo would allow them to temporarily remove his limits so that he could experience the effects firsthand. Jinwoo was taken aback. For nothing in return, he asked. Connor responded that it was to be considered a complimentary demonstration, meant only to show him the potential of what was being offered. At that moment, Jinwoo remembered something Miss Sellner had said earlier, that once he felt the power, he would come back on his own, begging for more. Her confidence now made perfect sense. Miss Sellner then requested that Jinwoo hold out his hand and look directly into her eyes. She explained this was the first step in the process. Watching from the side, Michael Connor observed quietly. From his perspective, Jinwoo had already taken the bait. He was calm, calculating, and listening. But Connor believed that once Jinwoo experienced even the first stage, he would come back to them voluntarily. And if he was the impulsive type, he might even sign the papers right then and there. As the process began, Jinwoo extended his hand toward Miss Sellner. The moment she took hold of it, a faint glow started radiating from his skin. A green aura gradually enveloped him, and a flicker of light ignited deep within his eyes. Mr. Connor silently observed, his mind drifting to Jinwoo's past achievements. He recalled how Jinwoo had turned the tide during the catastrophic Jeju Island raid, displaying powers that defied explanation. Even now, he couldn't help but wonder, what more is this man capable of? The energy continued to surge. Ms. Sellner's eyes began to shimmer, and her entire body was cloaked in a radiant yet eerie light. Then, something shifted. It was as if her consciousness had been pulled elsewhere. Suddenly, everything around her faded into a vast void of darkness. Within that black expanse, a vague outline began to emerge. A shadowed figure stepped forward, slowly, from the depths. Each step it took brought it closer, closer to her. And then, it stood directly in front of her. Its presence was overwhelming. Its glowing, fearsome eyes pierced through her soul. It wasn't just looking at her, it was watching her, as if silently warning her that she had trespassed where she shouldn't. Overcome with fear, Miss Selner let out a scream. The glowing energy shattered. The process came to an abrupt halt. The atmosphere in the room instantly turned hostile. Agents nearby sprang into action, drawing their weapons and aiming them directly at Jinwoo. Panic and confusion filled the air as they demanded to know what he had done to Ms. Selner. But before they could escalate any further, Mr. Connor exploded in rage. Slamming his hand on the table, he yelled at the agents, calling them fools. "Do you even realize who you're pointing your guns at?" he barked. "If you're so concerned, go check on Miss Selner. Don't stand there acting like amateurs." Turning toward Jinwoo, Mr. Connor lowered his head and apologized. His voice was firm but regretful. The agents had overstepped. Jinwoo, still composed despite the sudden hostility, accepted the apology with a calm, "It's all right." But the tension wasn't gone yet. Fuming, Mr. Connor walked over to the nearest agent and leaned in, his tone colder than ever. "If this were Thomas Andre or Liu Zhigang sitting in that chair," he said, "you'd all be dead right now." The terrified agent could only nod in silence. Connor then turned his attention back to Miss Selner, who was now visibly shaken. Her body trembled, and sweat clung to her skin as if she'd just escaped a nightmare. Concerned, he asked if she was feeling unwell. Seeing her condition, Mr. Connor quickly addressed Jinwoo again, explaining that it would be best to postpone the procedure. Jinwoo, understanding the situation, agreed without hesitation. With a subtle gesture, Mr. Connor instructed Adam White to escort Jinwoo out of the room. Once the door closed behind them, the room fell silent, except for the sound of Ms. Selner's ragged breathing. Mr. Connor approached her carefully, his tone softer now. He asked her what had just happened. Ms. Selner, still unable to calm herself, finally spoke. Her voice trembled. "He's a king," she whispered. "A powerful one." Connor blinked, startled by the term. "Do you mean like a national-level hunter?" he asked, still trying to make sense of her words. But Ms. Selner shook her head. Her expression turned pale. "No, not like that," she said. "I've never seen anything like this before." She repeated the words again, slower this time. "He's a king, but not just any king." She paused, trying to gather herself. "When I looked into him, he looked back at me. Within him, there was nothing but darkness, a depth I couldn't escape from." Her hands were still trembling as she added, "There's no limit to his power." Inside the newly established guild office, Yu Jin-ho sat at his desk, focused on paperwork. As he wrapped up a few reports, he muttered under his breath with a scoff, "Some people just never learn. Filing complaints after getting sued, whining like kids. That's not how this works." After some time, Jin-ho leaned back and nodded in satisfaction. He believed he had successfully tracked down all the groups that had been spreading false rumors about Jinwoo. While taking a short break, he suddenly noticed Jinwoo standing silently behind him. Startled, Jin-ho turned around. Jinwoo commented with a smirk, "You're working pretty hard." Jin-ho could only think to himself, how does he always appear without making a sound? Jinwoo asked if everything was running smoothly. Jin-ho reassured him that there were no issues. Then, noticing Jinwoo's outfit, he asked why he was dressed like that. Without answering directly, Jinwoo handed him a bag filled with magical cores. "You said we needed funds for the guild," Jinwoo explained. Opening the bag, Jinho's eyes widened. The contents were more than enough. "Well, I guess we won't need to worry about paying employee salaries anymore," he joked. Jinwoo tilted his head. "What do you mean?" Jinho reminded him that hiring another guild member meant they'd need to cover that person's salary too. Jinwoo nodded in agreement. "Even if we're only filling the guild's required numbers, we need someone who's loyal, someone who's in it for the long run, not just a placeholder." Then, with a more serious tone, Jinho brought up an important topic. "There's something we need to take care of first," he said. "We need a name for the guild." Jinwoo sighed dramatically. "I thought it was something serious." But Jinho countered, "It is serious." Jinho leaned in, throwing out suggestions. "How about Sung Yu Guild, based on your surname? Or Yu Sung, it flows better. Or even Woohoo Guild, using the last syllables of our names. Wait, maybe Jinjin Guild, based on our middle characters." Listening to all the creative, if slightly ridiculous, suggestions, Jinwoo finally declared his decision. "We'll name it Solo Play Guild," he said. Jinho blinked. Was that supposed to be a joke? Before he could respond, a knock came at the door. Jinho got up and opened it. On the other side stood a familiar figure, Hunter Cha Hae-in. Surprised, he asked, "What are you doing here?" Cha responded directly, "I want to join your guild." Soon after, they sat around the table together. Jinwoo looked at her with curiosity and asked her to clarify why she was there. Cha repeated calmly, "As I said, I'd like to join your guild." Jinwoo was puzzled. What's happening? He asked if the chairman had requested her to join, or perhaps if Hunter Choi Jong-in had expelled her from the Hunter Guild. Cha firmly denied both. Looking at her more seriously, Jinwoo asked, "Then why would you want to join a guild like mine, especially with that name?" Cha raised an eyebrow. "Wait, you really named it Solo Play Guild?" Jinwoo nodded. "Yeah. What's the problem? The Vice Master and I agreed on it." Jinho quickly objected. "Hey, when did I agree to that? What about the names I suggested?" Shifting his gaze to Cha, Jinho subtly examined her breathing and expression. She seemed calm, but he could tell it was an act. "She's hiding something." "But why?" Then he asked bluntly, "You were awakened 2 years ago. You're still under contract with the Hunter Guild, aren't you?" Cha nodded but added, "I have enough to pay the cancellation penalty." That response caught Jinwoo off guard. "She's even willing to pay the penalty." He replied honestly, "Our guild doesn't have the resources to match what an S rank like you usually receives." Cha countered effortlessly, "That's fine. I don't need an upfront payment." Jinwoo frowned slightly. "But there's nothing here for you to gain. So why would you want to join us?" Cha paused, unsure how to explain the thoughts racing through her mind. If I tell him the truth, it'll sound insane. Her mind flashed back to the Jeju Island raid. She remembered regaining consciousness in a helicopter. The chairman had told her they had just landed at the association and that the hunters would soon be transferred to the hospital. She immediately asked about Jinwoo. Was he the one who saved them? The answer was yes. She had nearly died. And in the future, something like that could happen again. Next time, I might not survive. Back in the present, she struggled to find the right words. Her cheeks reddened. "I want to stand by your side, all the way to the end." Jinwoo noticed her silence and the color rising in her face. Why can't she answer? What is she hiding? He asked again. "So you're not going to answer me?" Cha finally responded. "I just want to live a peaceful life." "Is that so wrong?" Jinwoo paused. She's only 22. Carrying the pressure of being an S rank at her age must be overwhelming. After everything that happened on Jeju Island, her choice makes sense. After a moment, he said, "There's an entrance test for our guild." Surprised, Cha replied, "That wasn't in the recruitment notice." Jinwoo shrugged. Probably a new policy from the Vice Master. He turned to Jinho. "Can you get us some drinks and snacks?" Jinho left the room. Once they were alone, Cha asked, "So what kind of test is it?" Jinwoo answered plainly. "You'll have to defeat one of my summons." Cha raised an eyebrow. "Am I really that weak in your eyes?" "What kind of summon?" Jinwoo smiled slightly. "For you, Hunter Cha, I'll use my strongest one." Cha stood up. "When's the test?" "Right now," Jinwoo said. "Let's go to the association gym." He thought to himself, "This is the perfect time to test whether Shadow Exchange works with two people." He turned to her and said, "You don't need to walk. We'll take a shortcut." He stepped closer. "We just need to stick close together for a second." Darkness enveloped them as Jinwoo activated Shadow Exchange. They vanished. A moment later, Jinho returned to the office carrying snacks. But when he walked in, he didn't see Jinwoo or Cha. Instead, standing in the room was a towering high orc. The two stared at each other in complete silence. Then, without a word, the orc reached out, took the food tray from Jinho's hands, and devoured it in one massive bite. Jinho could only blink in disbelief. The scene shifts to the quiet gymnasium of the Hunter Association. Cha Hae-in looked around surprised. She had just arrived through Jinwoo's teleportation ability. Turning to him, she asked in amazement, "How did you do that?" Jinwoo, keeping calm, thought to himself, "I was right. Shadow Exchange acts like a portal. I can bring someone along. He didn't explain much. Instead, he simply said, "Let's begin." But Cha paused. She realized she had forgotten her usual weapon. "I left it behind," she said. Jinwoo raised an eyebrow. "You mean that pickaxe?" Cha frowned slightly. "That's not my weapon." Jinwoo chuckled. "I was just kidding." Looking around, Cha mentioned there might be a spare weapon in the storage area. She moved toward the nearby door and opened it, revealing a stockpile of reserve gear. Not top quality, she thought, but decent enough for practice. She eventually emerged holding a standard sword and told Jinwoo she was ready. Jinwoo glanced at the blade in her hand. "Will you be all right?" "That's not your usual weapon," Cha responded with resolve. "Weapons don't matter. Monsters never fight us on our terms anyway." Jinwoo nodded slowly. She's right. Now came the question, who would be the right summon? An ordinary shadow soldier wouldn't stand a chance against someone like Cha. After a brief thought, Jin Wu summoned a powerful knight draped in black armor. "Among my forces, he's the best with a sword," Jin Wu thought. The knight stepped forward. His name was Igris. Clad in heavy black armor and radiating silent intensity, Igris stood ready. Cha asked a logical question. "What are the win conditions?" Jin Wu explained. "You win by defeating the summon. You lose if you surrender." Even as he spoke, he reflected on his earlier words. "I said I'd use my strongest summon, but Baru would overwhelm her. This knight will do just fine for now." With both sides prepared, Jin Wu raised his hand to begin the test. But just as Cha started channeling mana, Jin Wu stopped them. "Wait a moment," he said, motioning for her to turn around. From his inventory, he pulled out a gleaming blade, the Demon King's longsword. He handed it to Igris. "Use this," he ordered. Once the weapon was in place, Jin Wu gave the signal again. "Begin." The battle started instantly. Igris moved first, channeling the power of the enchanted sword. A streak of crackling electricity surged forward, aiming for Cha. But she was already on the move. With a swift motion, she dodged the electric arc with grace and speed. As expected, Jin Wu thought. She's fast. That sword would have cut down anyone else with a single swipe. What followed was an intense exchange of blows. Igris pressed forward with practiced precision, while Cha countered with sharp instincts and skill. The sound of steel echoed through the facility. Meanwhile, in his office nearby, Chairman Go Gun-hee was reviewing some documents when the noise caught his attention. He paused. No one should be in the gym today, he thought. He reached for his phone and called an assistant. "Connect the gymnasium's security feed to my monitor." As the footage came into view, his eyes widened. It was Jinwoo and Hunter Cha. He watched silently for a moment. Then a knowing smile crept across his face. "I see. So that's what this is." He remembered Cha's expression from long ago, when he had told her that Jinwoo was the one who saved everyone on Jeju Island. That look now made perfect sense. He turned back to the call. "Turn off all surveillance cameras in the gym. Log the inspection today as a routine check." Then he leaned back into his chair. The rumbling from below caused the building to briefly tremble. The chairman felt the vibration and chuckled to himself. "They're enjoying their youth," he said with a soft smile. Back in the gym, the fight had reached its conclusion. To Jinwoo's surprise, Igris was kneeling, defeated. Cha stood tall, breathing heavily but victorious. She turned to Jinwoo and asked, "Was that Black Knight your strongest summon?" She then asked Jinwoo, "You said you'd summon your strongest, didn't you? Please summon him now." Hearing that, Jinwoo replied, "You might get hurt," but she insisted. As she spoke, a dark aura emerged behind Jinwoo as he summoned Baru. He asked her, "Are you sure you'll be okay?" Jinwoo understood something very clearly. Most shadow soldiers were weaker than their living counterparts. But Baru was an exception. Unlike others, Baru had been created for a single purpose: to slaughter hunters. If he fought Cha Hae-in with his full strength, her chances of victory would be almost non-existent. With that in mind, Jinwoo ordered him to defeat her, but without causing harm. The moment the command was given, Baru's aura erupted. A wave of mana exploded outward, shattering lights and windows throughout the building. Cha Hae-in staggered for a moment under the sheer force of it, astonished that Jinwoo had once faced this terrifying being himself. Baru then completed his monstrous transformation, ready for battle. But before the clash could escalate, Jinwoo commanded him to sheath his claws. He warned that life would become troublesome if Cha was injured during this test. Startled by the reminder, Baru immediately retracted his weapons. Spotting her chance, Cha lunged forward with a swift attack. Yet in the blink of an eye, Baru was already behind her. Recognizing the same movement from earlier, she countered with a decisive strike, determined not to be deceived again. But her sword never landed. Baru caught it effortlessly in one hand. Calmly, he offered to show the difference in their strength if Jinwoo allowed him to fight without inflicting harm. Cha refused to relent. She pressed forward, swinging again and again, yet Baru slipped past her attacks with frightening ease. He wasn't even moving from his position, simply dodging at close range. Realization dawned on her. This was a gap in speed and power she couldn't hope to close. Then, without warning, Bruce stepped right up to her face and released a piercing scream. The shock wave blasted her off her feet, sending her skidding back across the ground. From the sidelines, Jin Wu silently concluded that the outcome was already decided. Still, Hae-in rose to her feet, unwilling to yield. She declared she could continue, even after seeing the overwhelming difference. Jinwoo frowned, questioning what drove her stubborn resolve. Recklessness didn't suit her, not after recognizing Baru's true power. Yet he couldn't ignore the truth. Baru was no ordinary shadow. He was intelligent, merciless, and born to kill. Jinwoo could still feel that killing intent seeping from him like a blade at the throat. Watching Cha's stance, Jinwoo worried. If she tried to gamble on a weak point, he could only hope she wouldn't make a fatal mistake. As the clash dragged on, Baru reminded Hae-in of a simple truth. Every creature instinctively knows whether it is predator or prey. To prove his point, he lunged forward with deadly speed, declaring that prey defying a predator could never be tolerated. Cha reacted just in time, dodging his first strike, but Baru immediately prepared another. In that instant, he noticed her gathering mana for a counterattack. She released the blast with precision, landing a direct hit on his shoulder. Yet the blow barely scratched him. Baru's hardened exoskeleton absorbed the impact and reduced her weapon to shattered fragments. But this was exactly what Cha had planned. With her remaining strength, she prepared her strongest skill. She knew she only had enough mana for a single attempt, one strike that had to count. Summoning the radiant sword of light, she pierced through the layers of Baru's armor, finally breaking past his defense. Alarm surged through Jinwoo as he sensed something dangerous awakening within Baru. A buried command, etched deep in his very existence by the Insect Queen, stirred once more. Annihilate all enemies. The words echoed through Baru's mind as he branded Hae-in an enemy and shifted into pure killing intent. Jinwoo's order to stop went unanswered. Cha closed her eyes, accepting what seemed like the end. A deafening explosion shook the battlefield. When she opened her eyes again, she realized she was still alive. Jinwoo had intervened in time, shielding her from certain death. Baru snapped back to his senses, recoiling in horror at his own loss of control. Dropping to his knees, he begged Jinwoo for forgiveness. Jinwoo, however, turned his attention back to Cha. He questioned her resolve, asking why she was risking her life for nothing more than an entrance test to a nameless guild. A hunter of her caliber had no reason to gamble everything on something so trivial. Then, almost to himself, he wondered if her determination stemmed from a personal interest in him. The thought left Cha momentarily stunned, while Jinwoo admitted inwardly that he still could not read her true intentions. And then, in a voice so soft he almost missed it, Hae-in whispered her answer. She admitted that perhaps his guess was not entirely wrong. The scene shifts across the ocean to America, inside the headquarters of the Federal Bureau of Hunters. Seated at the top floor, Director David Brennan listens intently as Michael Connor and Mrs. Sellner report back from their meeting with Jinwoo. Brennan presses them for answers, demanding to know why they failed to convince such a powerful hunter to join the United States. Michael explains that according to Mrs. Sellner's vision, Jinwoo is unlike ordinary awakened. She describes him as one of the kings, a title she reserves only for the strongest of the strong. The director is stunned, asking if that means Jinwoo rivals a national-level hunter. Mrs. Sellner begins to describe what she witnessed when she looked into his mind. Normally, awakened hunters channel their strength from a place known as the other side. The bond between hunter and source appears to her as threads of light, sometimes so bright that they blaze like radiant kings. But when she gazed into Jinwoo's eyes, she saw no such bond. Instead, what looked back at her was a boundless darkness. To her, Jinwoo was darkness itself. The director quickly questions whether she is implying Jinwoo is evil. But Mrs. Sellner shakes her head. She clarifies that she is not speaking of morality, but of origin. Jinwoo does not rely on a connection like other awakened. His power is his own, untethered and unbound by the limitations of the other side. In theory, it means his strength has no ceiling. Michael, shaken, realizes what she is saying. Jinwoo can continue to grow without limit. Mrs. Sellner confirms this with grim certainty. Director Brennan rises from his chair, thanking Mrs. Sellner for her insight. He then motions for Michael to follow him as they descend into the depths of the bureau, all the way to level 24. Inside the elevator, Brennan recalls the first S-rank gate in history, the catastrophic breach that consumed the West Coast. Michael remembers it well, the deadliest disaster in hunter history. Brennan explains that during that raid, America recruited the strongest hunters from across the globe with the promise of untold rewards. Only 5 survived, and those survivors became legends, granted authority equal to entire nations. From that day forward, they were known as national-level hunters. Among the horrors of that tragedy, one creature stood above the rest: Kamish, the inextinguishable flame. A dragon so powerful that it slaughtered hundreds of elite hunters on its own. Yet from that disaster came an unexpected reward. As the elevator doors open, Brennan invites Michael to witness it with his own eyes. They enter a cold storage chamber deep below ground. Inside, preserved and sealed away, rests a runestone taken from Kamish's corpse. Brennan explains that for 8 long years, no mage-class hunter has risen to the rank of national level. And so, this runestone has waited here in silence, its immense power seeking a worthy heir. With solemn pride, Brennan declares that Kamish, even in death, will bestow a gift upon their great nation once more. The story shifts to Jinwoo, who is in the shower, staring at his reflection in the mirror. He still can't believe that someone actually confessed interest in him. He thinks to himself that ever since his reawakening, his appearance has changed. He has grown taller, his physique has become sharper, and his skin has cleared up completely. He wonders if it's all because of the passive effects from the skill Will to Survive, which restores any damage to his body. But even so, he questions, am I really that attractive? Later, he walks over to his sister Gina's room and suddenly asks her how she would rate him. Confused, she replies by asking in terms of what? Jinwoo clarifies that he means in terms of appearance. Gina looks at him like he's lost his mind and says that, to her, he just looks like a bum. Annoyed by her blunt answer, Jinwoo sarcastically thanks her for the biased opinion. Gina begins kicking at him in irritation, but Jinwoo warns her to be careful or she might break her leg. He reminds her not to forget who her older brother is, questioning how someone like her even managed to get into school. She fires back, claiming that she's actually at the top of her class. The conversation shifts as Jinwoo tells his sister about his plan to form a new guild. Gina teasingly asks if that means he'll be the big boss now. While she gossips about it over the phone with a friend, Jinwoo wonders out loud about a possible name for his guild. His first idea is Solo Play Guild. Gina immediately shoots down the name, pointing out that it doesn't make sense. Since Jinwoo commands a whole army of shadow soldiers, he isn't exactly a solo player. Realizing she has a point, Jinwoo asks for her suggestion. Gina proposes the name Agent Guild, explaining that the character means to move forward. Jinwoo finds himself actually considering the name seriously. The scene transitions to Hunter Hae-in's home. She is lying in bed, tossing and turning as she recalls the events of earlier. She can't stop cringing at herself, admitting that she basically blurted out her feelings for Jinwoo. Embarrassed, she thinks he must see her as crazy. But then again, she reasons, it was only natural to feel drawn to someone who saved her life. Still, she admits to herself that things don't feel okay at all. As she reflects, another memory resurfaces, something she experienced while unconscious. In that vision, she remembers drifting into darkness until a hand reached out and pulled her back. The voice that called to her belonged to Min Byung-gu, the healer who had sacrificed himself. In her vision, Byung-gu pleaded with her to pass on a message. He told her to warn Jinwoo that he must be cautious of the dangerous power that exists within him. Startled by the memory, Hae-in suddenly sits upright, realizing that she had completely forgotten until now. The next day, the focus shifts to the Night Guild's headquarters. Park Jong-soo listens as his vice guildmaster, Yoon Kyung-tae, reports that a massive gate has appeared in their territory. The association has rated it dangerously high, though not quite S-rank. Park Jong-soo frowns, saying that if the raid goes wrong, their entire team could be wiped out. Kyung-tae adds that if it truly were an S-rank, abandoning it would have been the only logical choice, since they lack the manpower. But because they are one of the top 5 guilds in Korea, public opinion would turn against them if they ignored the gate. On top of that, the Fame Guild would surely swoop in and seize the opportunity. This infuriates Park Jong-soo, who slams his hand down, asking if they're supposed to simply hand over a gate that appeared right in their backyard. Kyung-tae, intimidated, insists that he was only presenting the situation. At that moment, another guild officer, Yoo Jin-hae, speaks up, suggesting they could form an alliance with another guild. Jong-soo hesitates, pointing out that asking for outside help would make it obvious they don't think they can clear the gate alone. Their reputation could take a major hit. But then Jin-hae reminds them of someone, Hunter Sung Jinwoo. After a moment of silence, Jong-soo admits that working with Jinwoo could actually be an advantage. The public might even see it as a bold move if they were to join forces with him. He asks what Jinwoo has been doing lately. Kyung-tae reports that Jinwoo recently cleared a gate that opened in the middle of a highway, but otherwise has been keeping a low profile. He asks if Jong-soo would like him to arrange contact, but Jong-soo shakes his head. Something this important shouldn't be handled over the phone. Instead, he orders that they go meet Jinwoo directly. The story then shifts back to Jinwoo, who is in the middle of another discussion with Jinho. Jinwoo tells him that he's leaning toward naming their guild Ajin. Jinho nods enthusiastically, thinking that anything is better than solo play guild. With the name decided, Jinwoo remarks that all they need now is one last member to officially form the guild. Curious, Jinho asks what happened with Hunter Cha. Jinwoo replies that she isn't quite the person he's been searching for. Shocked, Jinho protests, pointing out that Cha Hae-in is a powerful S-rank hunter with an excellent record and undeniable beauty. From his perspective, she's the perfect candidate. But Jinwoo calmly explains that what he's looking for is someone different, not just strength or fame, but someone trustworthy and uninterested in political guild activities. Jinho thinks for a moment and says that he knows a few people who might fit that description. Before they can continue, there's a knock at the door. Jinwoo rises, half expecting to see Hae-in again. But when he opens the door, he's surprised to find Park Jong-soo, Yoon Kyung-tae, and Yoo Jin-hee representing the Night Guild. After polite introductions, they sit down and explain why they've come. Jong-soo shows Jinwoo a video recording of the gate in question. The footage reveals a massive structure radiating enormous waves of magic energy. Jinwoo asks if it's an S-rank gate, but Jong-soo clarifies that it's close, one of the largest ever seen in Busan. Hearing this, Jinwoo begins to wonder to himself if he should reach out to an old acquaintance, reminiscing about the last time he was in Busan and treated to sashimi. Park Young-soo explained the real reason for his visit. The association refused to issue a raid permit because the Night Guild had no S-rank hunter on staff. He asked Jinwoo to join the raid so the guild could legally claim the gate and lead the operation. In the background, Young Yun-tae distractedly considered asking Jinwoo for an autograph. Park then put an offer on the table. Normally, an S-rank hunter took a 10% share for participating in a raid, but he was willing to increase that to 20% for Jinwoo. Jinwoo countered immediately, demanding an even split, 50-50, and added a condition. He would help only if the Night Guild formally allied with his new group, not just with him as an individual. He mentioned that he had just established a guild under the name Jin Guild. Park tried to bargain back, proposing a 40-60 split instead. Jinwoo made it clear he wasn't negotiating out of need. He wasn't the one who required help. Park reassessed the young hunter and concluded he was no pushover after all, then accepted Jinwoo's terms on one condition. Jinwoo would personally handle the dungeon boss. With the deal settled, Park reminded Jinwoo the gate had appeared a few days earlier and insisted the raid must begin by tomorrow at the latest. Park invited Jinwoo to leave with them immediately, but Jinwoo declined, saying he would meet them the next day after finishing some errands. Mid-conversation, Jinwoo's phone rang. He excused himself to take the call. On the line was his mother. They arranged to have dinner together that evening. The following day, a huge crowd gathered near the gate in Busan, mainly hunters from the Night Guild preparing for the raid. Park Young-soo, already armored and waiting, checked the time and worried that Jinwoo might be late, noting they would depart in 5 minutes. Meanwhile, Jinwoo prepared at home, glanced at the sky, and wondered if his sister Gina had brought an umbrella, then used Shadow Exchange to teleport directly to the site. The scene cut to Gina's school, where students complained about an art teacher who unloaded his duties onto them. Entering a dusty, long-unused classroom, one student suddenly noticed something unusual, a sealed gate tucked into a corner. He reassured his friends that the gate was safe while sealed and reminded them only licensed hunters could enter once it opened, estimating it would take about a week to activate. As the students talked, tiny cracks began to spider across the gate's seal, a sign they failed to notice. Without warning, a hand burst through the fissure and grabbed the head of the boy standing closest. He fought and screamed for help, but the creature crushed his skull in front of his classmates. The remaining students watched in horror as monsters poured out of the gate. Hunters acting as nearby scouts felt the rush of excitement at the scent of blood, but they suppressed their instincts and prioritized the mission. One of the creatures sniffed out human presence and told its companion that the building was as complex as a castle, ordering the others to be summoned. The monster declared it would slaughter all humans there, fortify their position, and then begin the real hunt. As it stepped into the corridor, the beast pounced on students before they could react. Cut back to the raid staging area. Jinwoo arrived and remarked that the gate was even larger in person. He surveyed the assembled teams, mining and collection crews alongside the assault force, and counted 13 A-rank hunters and 20 B-rank hunters. He thought to himself that the guild's roster of A-rankers matched the reputation of a top house. Before he could settle, a swarm of guild hunters bombarded him with questions about his abilities and whether he would lead the raid. Uncomfortable with the sudden attention, Jinwoo froze until young Yerim stepped forward to quiet the group. Yerim introduced herself as an A-rank healer assigned to the Night Guild's assault team and tactfully removed the pressure from Jinwoo. Park Young-soo then stepped up to address the gathered hunters and explain the plan. Park announced he would lead the raid operation. Several members protested, arguing that Jinwoo, as an S-rank, should be the one to lead. Park clarified Jinwoo's role. Jinwoo would be assigned to the rear to secure the team and protect their withdrawal. Not as an insult, but as a tactical assignment. Some hunters bristled, offended at the implication they needed protection, and tension briefly flared. Park smiled wryly and admitted their blunt talk was simply the guild's atmosphere, a show of confidence more than disrespect. Jinwoo accepted that interpretation and remarked that such swagger meant they believed in themselves. With roles defined and grudges kept in check, the raid party closed ranks and proceeded into the dungeon. The scene opens inside the Hunters Association Emergency Call Center, where an operator answers a frantic incoming call. A terrified girl reports a dungeon break at her school and tells the operator she is hiding in a bathroom. She explains that she and her friends were suddenly attacked when monsters poured out of a sealed gate. The operator reassures her that hunters are already on their way and urges her to stay calm. The operator asks for a description of the attackers. The girl says they looked familiar from television, green-skinned creatures. Hearing that detail, the operator's voice tightens. She realizes the monsters are orcs and warns the girl they can track prey by scent. Before the operator can finish, too late, an orc finds the caller, and the frantic screams end the line. Back at the school, students stream out of classrooms as orcs hunt down anyone trapped inside. Some students manage to escape through the school gate, while others unfortunately became prey to the orcs. Two orcs compare notes. They lament losing half their prey, but shrug it off. There are still plenty of victims. One orc explains they block the main escape route and will sweep upward to clear the remaining floors. A group of students barricades themselves in a classroom with desks and chairs, hoping to hold out. Their barricade proves useless. An orc smashes the door and staggers through, blood matted across its body. Panicked, one student bolts for a window, but as he reaches it, two red eyes lock onto him, and an axe cleaves his head before he can react. More orcs flood the room, surrounding the terrified survivors. One orc detects magical energy in the crowd and tells its leader there is a witch among the students. The orc leader orders them to eliminate the magic user first. At the back of the classroom, Gina and Han Songyi huddle together. Gina calls desperately for her brother. Han Songyi, though only an E rank, declares she's awakened and prepares to fight, while Gina tries to hold her back. An orc swings an axe toward Gina, certain the smell of power is hers, and declares she must die. The girls close their eyes, bracing for the blow. But when Gina opens them, she finds a hulking orc standing between her and the attacker, having stopped the strike. Recognizing the protection, Gina realizes her brother had stationed these soldiers around her for safety. With a single punch, the large orc sends the attacker flying through the ceiling, leaving the remaining monsters stunned and three massive orcs converging to guard Gina. Cut back to the raid team inside the dungeon. Park Young-soo suddenly alerts the party. There's an ogre. A towering, two-headed ogre materializes before them, swinging a massive weapon. Park conjures a protective barrier and absorbs the beast's full strike. The shield holds. He orders Young Yuntai to close in on the ogre's face. Yuntai runs in, manages a risky move that blinds the creature, and shouts for everyone to strike while it's vulnerable. The assault team charges, hacking at the beast while mages rain magic upon it until the ogre is torn apart and scorched. After the kill, Park calls for a regroup and admits they are facing more than he expected. Park warns Jinwoo that encountering a twin-headed ogre this early is bad news. He asks if Jinwoo knows the ogre's other name. Jinwoo replies that twin-headed ogres are called gravekeepers. Park grimly confirms the implication. If gravekeepers appear, an army of undead is likely nearby. Young Yuntai frets that he jinxed them, and the hunters debate whether to keep pushing. But then they notice something strange. The undead do not charge. Instead, they stand perfectly still, staring at the hunters with cold, patient eyes. The team instinctively takes a step back, unsettled by the unusual behavior. Jinwoo, who had expected a brutal fight in this high-tier, A-rank dungeon, senses something off and realizes an urgent matter requires his attention. He tells Park he must leave immediately. Park protests that, without Jinwoo, the raid could become dangerous. Jinwoo answers Park calmly. If they are worried, he will call someone equally reliable to watch over them, then makes his decision to take action. The assembled hunters freeze as a familiar monster appears, and they catch a terrifying recognition. It is the same ant-type creature from the Jeju Island raid. Jinwoo cuts through the formalities and then orders Beru to protect the humans and handle the monsters as he sees fit. Beru answers with a fierce cry and proceeds to slaughter the surrounding monsters, leaving the hunters stunned at the display. When the slaughter ends, Jinwoo tells the guild that the shadow soldiers he left behind will assist them. 20 of those shadows will be more than enough for this dungeon. He prepares to depart, but the hunters plead, "Are you really going to leave after unleashing your shadows?" Jinwoo, annoyed, offers to dismiss the shadows before he goes if it will make them feel safer, but says he doubts that would help. His final check shows Shadow Exchange still has 1 hour and 42 minutes remaining, so Jinwoo begins to run for the exit. Park stands in stunned disbelief as Jinwoo rushes away. While sprinting, Jinwoo notes he keeps receiving faint signals from the shadow soldiers he had left with Gina. A nagging, uneasy feeling builds in him. He encounters a line of undead blocking his path. Furious, he orders them out of the way. To his surprise, the undead bow and kneel, clearing a path. Jinwoo wonders briefly whether they recognize him as a necromancer able to command the dead, but he pushes the thought aside and presses onward. Reaching the gate, he summons Kaizel, his wyvern, and mounts it. Hunters watching gasp in recognition. Jinwoo commands Kaizel to fly straight to his sister and boosts the wyvern's speed and strength by 50% so they can reach her as quickly as possible. The scene shifts to the school where Jin Woo's shadow orcs are cutting down the invading orc monsters. They methodically clear the classroom and secure the space, rescuing the remaining students as they go. The students stand frozen in disbelief. They cannot fathom that what look like monsters have just saved their lives. Jin moves forward and approaches one of the towering shadow orcs, searching desperately for any sign of her older brother. She begins to call for Jin Woo, but the shadow orc raises a hand to stop her and points toward the doorway. Heavy footsteps begin to echo through the corridor. Cut to another location. An orc warlord sits upon a crude throne while a subordinate kneels and delivers urgent news. The subordinate reports that the final restrictions have been lifted and the path into the human world is now open. The throne-bound warlord proclaims himself the chieftain of the Red Blade tribe and exudes confidence that nothing will stand in his way. The subordinate adds that high orc warriors are assisting the humans at the school, an unexpected complication for the invasion. Irritated, the chieftain asks for the exact number of those opposing forces. The reply comes back: 3. Hearing this, the chieftain sneers in contempt and grows enraged at the thought that his foes could be held by so small a force, judging the situation pitiful. He rises, grips his weapon, and orders his followers forward. He intends to lead the assault personally and turn the way ahead into slaughter. Meanwhile, deep inside the dungeon, insect-type monsters swarmed around the strike team. Anxiety spread through the hunters as the creatures closed in. The hunters begged their leader not to stay. They feared that if the monsters marked them as enemies, the team would be wiped out. Their leader, Park Jong-soo, refused to abandon the mission. He argued they could not simply withdraw now. Pulling out would invite chaos outside and make a mess of what waited beyond the gate. At that moment, a massive shadow approached. Baru had arrived. Seeing Baru so close unnerved Park Jong-soo, but he forced himself to remain composed and ordered the team to move forward. In an instant, Baru blinked, vanishing from one spot and reappearing directly before Park Jong-soo. The sudden appearance startled the leader, knocking him to the ground. Without exchanging words, Baru tossed an object toward the fallen hunter and then turned and walked away. The other hunters rushed to Park Jong-soo's side, worried and ready to follow the strange shadow. They asked if he was all right and whether they should pursue the monsters. Park Jong-soo waved them off and told them to examine what Baru had left behind first. When they inspected the object, their faces drained of color. It was the severed head of the Death Knight. Staring at it, Park Jong-soo realized the implication. Whatever had toppled the Death Knight had killed a top-ranked foe in an instant. He muttered that the thing they had just seen was far stronger than they had imagined. He asked if anyone still wanted to retreat. When he looked up, however, he found he was the only one still hesitating. The other hunters had already scrambled to follow Baru and the summoned creatures deeper into the dungeon. Back at the school, Jin Woo's high orc shadow soldiers moved to shield the students, confronting the attacking orcs. The orc chieftain proved far stronger than the soldiers expected, pressing the attack despite their effort to hold the line. The chieftain boasted that orc tattoos mark victory, each one a tally of fallen foes, and he taunted the high orcs as he advanced. One of the high orc shadows managed to block the chieftain's strike, a move that briefly impressed him. He acknowledged the block but dismissed their chances of winning. With brutal force, he sliced into the defenders, expecting to break them. Yet the shadow soldiers only fell and reformed, rising again as if nothing had happened. The chieftain froze in confusion. Each cut that should have ended a soldier instead saw them regenerate. He realized this was no ordinary opponent and wondered if some spell protected them. At the same time, a different danger began to trouble him internally. Voices whispered in his mind, urging violence against humans. The compulsion grew stronger and unnerved him. Putting pieces together, the chieftain inferred the soldiers were acting under someone's control. If magic animated the warriors, then destroying the controller would end the interference. He scanned the classroom for the source of power, and his eyes landed on Jin Woo, hiding among the shadows. Convinced she was the key, he ordered his minions to seize her while the high orcs were briefly vulnerable during regeneration. The orc attackers pressed forward and, bit by bit, overwhelmed the three shadow soldiers guarding the students. Panic spread through the room. The chieftain grabbed Jin Woo by the mouth and lifted her into the air, certain he had found the one responsible for the magic. He declared that he could sense the power and that his suspicion was confirmed. Jin'ah trembled with fear as he prepared to finish her. Then something outside the window cut through his focus. A massive shadow descended from above, its presence so overwhelming that the chieftain staggered back in shock. He barked at his followers to brace themselves. Something terrifying had arrived. Before he could react further, Jin Wu crashed through the building, the impact sending the chieftain flying. The classroom erupted as the threat was interrupted. Jin Wu moved to Jin'ah's side, gently calming her and reassuring her she was safe. The chieftain struggled to his feet, now staring in fear at Jin Wu and the looming figure of Kaisel at his side. The chieftain tried to proclaim himself, Garrick Darupo, leader of the Red Blade tribe, but Jin Wu cut him off without a word, silencing the boast. Jin Wu swept the room with quick checks. He hugged Jin'ah tightly and whispered an apology for arriving late, then asked Han Song-yi if she was all right. She shook her head weakly. Noticing a red mark marring Jin'ah's face, Jin Wu's calm hardened into anger. Without hesitation, he summoned Igris and other shadows to guard the children. He assigned Igris to protect Sung Jin'ah, then ordered his shadow soldiers to escort the students downstairs to safety. An orc tried to flee in the confusion, but Jin Wu snapped at him to stay put. Once the students were evacuated, the orc leader stepped forward to confront Jin Wu. The leader realized that the immortal high orcs were not creatures of their kind, but soldiers under someone's command, and demanded to know who Jin Wu was and how he spoke their language. Jin Wu gave no answer. The orcs signaled his troops to attack. The orcs charged. The first raised an axe, but Jin Wu caught the weapon hand mid-swing, crushing the fingers and slamming the attacker to the ground. He finished the strike with a stomp that ended the orc instantly. Two more orcs lunged, only to be stopped mid-air by Jin Wu's dominator's touch. He crushed them with a single, merciless motion. Enraged, the remaining orcs swarmed him, but Jin Wu cut through them without mercy until only one combatant remained, pinned to the wall by Dominator's touch and trembling. Jin Wu seized the last orc by the mouth and demanded to know why they wanted to slaughter humans. The creature, terrified, confessed that voices spoke inside their heads, ordering them to kill. Jin Wu narrowed his eyes and asked if the voices continued when the orc stood near him. The beast stammered and begged for mercy, but could not answer clearly. Jin Wu tightened his grip and demanded a response. When none came, he called forth his dagger. He observed that, in the orc's eyes, he was not even human. Yet Jin Wu said he would grant forgiveness. His forgiveness came with a warning: it would not be painless. Back in the dungeon, Hae-in tried to stop one of the summoned shadow ants from devouring a fallen creature, scolding it for eating something rare and valuable. She warned the ant not to waste it. The ant scratched her shoulder and continued feeding. Hae-in flinched from the pain, but a massive shadow, Baru, moved in and began to heal her injuries. Hae-in watched, surprised. The summoned shadow's healing felt more potent than her own magic, and she could not help but wonder at the difference. The party pushed forward into the boss chamber and froze. A monstrous figure hovered at the center, encircled by many undead minions. The hunters identified the foe instantly. It was an arch-lich flanked by 10 death knights, a combination no ordinary A-rank team should face. Park Jong-soo remembered a past disaster in China. The Gold Dragon Guild had once been wiped out by an arch-lich, a catastrophe that had led to a dungeon break. He felt the weight of that memory and knew how dire their odds were. As he considered their options, a lookout warned that more undead were closing in from the rear. Park Jong-soo reacted fast. He ordered Hae-in to seal the entrance with a magical barrier. She erected the ward and warned the group she could only sustain it for about 5 minutes. While the barrier held, Park Jong-soo noticed Baru moving straight toward the arch-lich, unbothered by the surrounding death knights. The arch-lich, recognizing the shadow, demanded to know why the monarch's own army had come to attack it. The boss could not fathom being targeted by the monarch's personal soldiers. Baru's reply was curt and mocking. The shadows had been chosen by the monarch, and the lich had not. The arch-lich refused to accept this and declared it would report the affront to the monarch itself. Baru showed no patience for rhetoric. With a single, decisive move, he leapt forward, grabbed the glowing essence lodged in the lich's chest and crushed it in his hand. The arch-lich screamed as his core was destroyed. Instantly, the undead soldiers animating the dungeon began to collapse and vanish. The boss's hold over them had been broken. The hunters stood in shocked silence. Baru had slain an archlich in one blow, a feat far beyond what they imagined possible from a summoned shadow. After the victory, Baru roared triumphantly. Park Jong-soo, watching, recalibrated his estimate of Sung Jinwoo's power. Even if Jinwoo could not control every summon at once without draining himself, commanding a portion of that army still constituted a force stronger than a major guild. Back at the school, the Hunter Association arrived to secure the scene and take control of the aftermath. Sung Jinwoo sat inside a car with Chairman Go Gun-hee as the chairman briefed him on the rescue. The chairman reported that 213 students who had fled quickly were safe. 10 more had been pulled from the building, and the remaining students were unaccounted for. He then showed Jinwoo a graph on his phone charting gate appearances in the area over the past 6 months. The chairman explained that gate incidents were spiking worldwide and that the number of newly awakened hunters was rising alongside them. In short, gates and hunters were both increasing. Jinwoo asked why the chairman had asked to meet him that day. In response, Go Gun-hee handed over a stack of documents and indicated that official requests to meet Jinwoo had arrived from multiple countries: Japan, the United States, China, Russia, France, the United Kingdom, Germany, and even several nations in the Middle East. The chairman added that some foreign parties had likely already attempted contact through unofficial channels. He reminded Jinwoo that while the association could honor Jinwoo's request to protect his personal information, it could not legally prevent foreign governments or organizations from making contact. Go Gun-hee urged Jinwoo to consider staying in Korea, arguing that the country would struggle to adapt to these fast-moving, global changes without its strongest hunters present. As the car neared a hospital, the chairman told Jinwoo that his younger sister, Sung Jin-ah, had been taken there for treatment. Preparing to leave, Jinwoo listened as Go Gun-hee pledged the association's full support if he chose to remain inside Korea, promising whatever resources were necessary. The chairman emphasized the stakes. The nation had already lost 3 of its 10 S-rank hunters and could not afford another loss. Hearing the warning, Jinwoo stated that, from then on, he preferred to enter high-rank gates alone and asked if the chairman could arrange that. Surprised, the chairman asked whether that preference explained Jinwoo's recent formation of a personal guild, effectively a one-man assault squad. He thought it over and admitted that, while difficult to accommodate, it was not impossible. Fast forward, Yoo Jin-ho is on the phone trying to recruit a family member to join the new guild. The person on the other end is his cousin, Yoo Suk-yong, an A-rank hunter. At first, she is skeptical. She questions joining a guild that hasn't even been officially formed and jokes that Jin-ho might be getting scammed by some shady recruiter. She also weighs the alternative of becoming an ambassador for her father's guild. Everything changes the moment Jin-ho mentions who is forming the guild: Sung Jinwoo. The name immediately piques her interest and makes the offer real. When she arrives, Jin-ho introduces her to the group: Yoo Suk-yong, A-rank hunter, and his cousin. Her excitement to meet Jinwoo fills the room. Jin-ho teases that she's the real celebrity in the meeting. Sung Jinwoo watches, quietly wondering if she really is as ranked as she claims. They sit down to talk. Jinwoo warns Suk-yong that joining his guild will draw attention and asks whether she is prepared for the fallout. She answers confidently that anything is preferable to getting mixed up with Yoo Jin-sung. Jinwoo looks puzzled and asks who she means. Jin-ho clarifies. Yoo Jin-sung is his older brother. Jinwoo remarks about the brother's bad reputation for personality, and the small group laughs off the awkwardness. After the brief banter, Suk-yong asks if she can take a selfie with Jinwoo to post online. Cut to the Hunter Association building. A stormy political scene unfolds as Senator Nam Jung-wook confronts Chairman Go Gun-hee over the chairman's plea to let Sung Jinwoo enter high-level dungeons alone. Nam argues that the special regulation was effectively created the moment Jinwoo set up his private guild and calls the arrangement blatant preferential treatment. He insists the association exists for all hunters, not for the convenience of one individual, and demands a formal explanation. Chairman Go Gun-hee concedes the basic point: yes, it appears preferential, but he immediately lays out the practical reasoning behind the compromise. He frames the choice starkly. When a dangerous dungeon breaks open, would the country rather deploy 20 A-rank hunters or authorize a single proven assault squad led by Jin Wu. The question forces officials to weigh efficiency against principle. The chairman warns that guilds and foreign powers are already desperate to recruit Jin Wu. If Korea refuses to accommodate him, they risk losing their strongest asset to outside interests. He invokes past mistakes, reminding the room of when Hunter Hwang Dong-soo left for America, and presses the senators to consider the real cost. When another S-rank gate appears on Korean soil, who will be there to save them? Back in the city, Hae-in stared at her phone and froze. The picture on the screen showed Jin Woo beside Yoo Soo-yeon, and the sight made her tremble before she let out a frustrated scream. Fast forward, Jin Woo and Yoo Jin-ho stood before a massive gate preparing for the new guild's first official raid. Yoo Jin-ho marveled at the sight. He had never seen anything like this. The gate towered above them. Reporters swarmed immediately, peppering them with questions. Cameras flashed and voices shouted, even asking about Jin Woo's relationship with Yoo Soo-yeon. Jin Woo turned to Chief Woo Jin-chul and asked why his personal details hadn't stayed private as promised. Chief Woo explained that while the association could protect private records, it could not prevent the public from discovering a gate's location once word spread. Social media exposure was beyond the association's control. Jin Woo remembered the Instagram photo and the leaks it could cause. As preparations continued, Yoo Jin-ho suggested hiring a mining and collection team. He didn't think he could manage the operation alone. Jin Woo reassured him that he needn't worry. His shadows would handle collection and cleanup. Chief Woo checked the mana signatures of Jin Woo's shadow soldiers and watched in astonishment. Every shadow registered at B rank or higher. He observed that a squad like this more than qualified for a raid permit into an A-rank gate. The sight of Jin Woo's organized high-rank shadows undercut the complaints about preferential treatment. Practical capability was making the argument moot. Chief Woo added that he had orders from the chairman to observe the raid in person and confirm whether the decision to allow a solo assault squad was safe. He asked if he could accompany them that day as the inspection team's representative. Jin Woo smirked and asked whether the chief would be all right inside with them. Chief Woo looked puzzled by the retort. A few minutes into the raid, Chief Woo Jin-chul stood sweating as he watched Jin Woo's shadow soldiers tear through A-rank threats with terrifying ease. The foremost monsters were Nagas, elite A-rank serpentine foes, creatures that normally give even top hunters trouble. Yet Jin Woo's army overwhelmed them, their rapid regeneration making the assault look unstoppable. Woo's eyes locked onto the blood-red commander at the front, Igris. The knight moved like a war machine, cutting down enemies with brutal efficiency. He thought to himself that Igris was unusually powerful. He also noticed flashes of lightning magic among the shadows, a skill usually reserved for the highest-tier mages, and wondered whether some of these summons were even stronger than a normal A-rank. If he faced one of them one-on-one, would he stand a chance? As the battle raged, Woo spotted a small, ant-like shadow gnawing on a corpse. Jin Woo stepped in, kicked the creature toward the ceiling, and scolded it for eating valuable remains. He then turned to the lower-ranked shadows and ordered them back to work, mining mana crystals and collecting corpses. Watching Jin Woo manage the fight while overseeing extraction, Woo realized this was more than a one-man assault squad. Jin Woo was simultaneously clearing the dungeon, retrieving valuable remains, and gathering mana. One operator doing the job of a full team. When the minions fell silent, the true boss finally appeared. Jin Woo called out orders. Those still mining could stay. The rest should return. Chief Woo asked why he'd sent so many shadows away. Didn't they have enough strength to finish the boss by themselves? Jin Woo summoned his daggers and replied that relying too much on his shadows would dull his own edge. He needed to keep his combat instincts sharp. Then, moving with impossible speed, he ran up the boss's scaled body and, before it could react, split its face in two with a single swing. Woo stood speechless. He had never seen anything like that in all his years as a hunter. The boss fell, and Jin Woo's status updated. He gained a level and several skills improved, including Shadow Exchange. The cooldown on Shadow Exchange decreased by 1 hour. Jin Woo realized the pattern. Each level up shaved an hour off the skill's cooldown. If he kept leveling the ability, he could travel with far fewer limitations. Exactly what he needed to protect his mother and sister. Chief Woo stared at the corpse and thought about the scales. Nagas had hide tough enough for shields or armor, yet Jin Wu had sliced through them with only 2 daggers. He watched, still trying to process the sheer lethality on display. Jin Wu performed shadow extraction on the fallen boss. A new shadow began to form from the corpse, and a notification confirmed that the shadow's power had been enhanced, and that it would start at level 13th. Observing the newly born soldier, Jin Wu assessed that its rank matched that of Tusk. It was as strong as the original creature had been in life, even though the summoned form was smaller. Despite the reduced size, it radiated an enormous mana signature. Jin Wu judged the new summon to be roughly Tusk's equal and accepted the prompt to name it. He christened the soldier Jima. The cave trembled afterward. Yu Jin Ho warned Jin Wu that they needed to leave, and Jin Wu paused a moment longer, wondering what to do about the fallen boss's remains. After a short wait, Tusk reappeared through the gate carrying the boss's corpse over his shoulder. Reporters outside immediately recognized Tusk as one of Jin Wu's summons and swarmed to take pictures. As the entire squad exited the dungeon, Chief Wu looked shell-shocked, overwhelmed by everything he'd seen inside. Later, he sat across from Chairman Gogun Hee and gave a full report on the raid. The chairman listened intently and admitted he understood why even a veteran like Wu would be shaken. Wu summed up bluntly, what he'd witnessed wasn't merely a raid, it had been a massacre. After Wu left, the chairman sat and thought, realizing the implication. Hunters in Korea, and across the world, were about to see the balance shift. A new dominant force had arrived on the field. The story shifts to Japan, where an unnatural sight hangs above the city. A gigantic red gate looms in the sky. Citizens stop and stare in confusion, powerless to understand what they are witnessing. Conversations spread quickly. People remark on the sudden appearance of the red gate and the alarming spike in high-level gates across the country. Officials call an emergency meeting and summon every major guild to decide how to respond. The urgency is plain. Japan recently lost 7 S-rank hunters during the Jeju Island raid, including Goto Ryuji, and the nation no longer has the manpower to handle another S-rank disaster on its own. Remaining S-rank members of the Draw Sword Guild walk into the conference room, heads down but determined. Observers whisper that President Matsumoto Shigeo of the Japanese Hunters Association is being pushed to his limit after Goto's death. Some commentators mutter that it is almost satisfying to see the association struggle. After all, they once held a near monopoly on S-rank talent. The talk turns to whether the Draw Sword Guild will lose its top position in Japan. Sugimoto overhears the barbed comments, stops, and fixes the men with a cold glare. They fall silent and back away. Outside the conference, Minoru tells Sugimoto that those critics weren't so bold before Goto's loss, and Kane adds a rumor. The Black Tiger Guild and Snowcloud Guild might merge, bringing their combined S-rank count up to 4, the same number the Draw Sword Guild still has. Sugimoto waves the concern off. He argues that simply counting S-ranks doesn't tell the whole story. Those other guilds lack the depth and real strength necessary to stand up to a true S-rank crisis. The scene cuts to a government meeting room where tempers flare. An angry official demands to know why the Hunters Association hasn't mounted a response to the S-rank gate in central Tokyo and warns of the catastrophic consequences of a dungeon break. Chairman Matsumoto Shigeo answers soberly. The remaining S-rank hunters in Japan are not capable of clearing an S-rank gate without support from national-level hunters. Another official points out the obvious and painful lesson from the Jeju raid. Attempting an S-rank clear without national support can end in disaster. Japan already lost its best men, including one who was rumored to be nearing national level. Someone suggests contacting Thomas Andre, the American national-level hunter, but the room quickly realizes Japan lacks the funding to hire such mercenaries. Every nation is now scrambling. With gates popping up worldwide, mercenary national-level hunters are in demand and expensive. The discussion grows tenser as options dwindle and diplomatic channels strain. Japan has few external recourses left. At that moment, Sugimoto speaks up with a different solution. He mentions a specialist known as the barrier expert, Yuri Orlov, someone who might be willing to help, but only for the right price. The scene opens with Sung Jin Wu sitting alone in his car, reflecting on his progress. He notes that he's reached level 101. At level 100, he received the key to the Cartenon Temple, and at 101, all his job-specific skills leveled up. He can't help but wonder what level 102 will bring as he steps out of the car. In the parking lot, he spots Hae-in. She freezes when she sees him and immediately turns to walk away. In a blink, Jin Wu is beside her. He questions, silently and with a half-tease, why she ran. If she planned to flee, why come to his office at all? Flustered, Hae-in stammers and points toward a parked car, explaining it's still there. Last time she couldn't take it because they used Shadow Exchange to teleport to the gym. Cha asks whether Jin Wu has time to talk. He invites her to continue somewhere private. Inside his office, Cha glances around at the emptiness. Jin Wu explains that Vice Guildmaster Yu Jin-ho stayed behind at the dungeon site, which leaves the two of them alone, a fact that makes Cha flush with embarrassment. Cha avoids confessing her feelings. Instead, she relays a message from Min Byung-yu. She had seen a vision while unconscious on Jeju Island. Drifting in darkness, a hand reached down and pulled her up. In that vision, Min Byung-yu warned that his power was overwhelming and terrifying. Something Jin Wu needed to understand. He had attempted to mention Jin Wu's true army before vanishing, but the message ended there. Later, Jin Wu sits in a dungeon room, turning Cha's message over in his head. He tells himself that tracking the origin of his summons is a priority. Answers matter more than rank gains. Beside him, Yu Jin-ho asks a practical question. If Jin Wu's summons can move on their own, why do the team members need to accompany them? Why not let the shadows handle raids while the hunters relax? Jin Wu answers plainly. He can't always trust the summons to behave without oversight. They're powerful, but unpredictable when left unchecked. The conversation shifts to family. Jin-ho asks about Jin Wu's sister. Jin Wu reports that Sung Jin-ah is recovering after the school incident. Doctors recommended rest, so he's posted his most trusted shadows to guard her. Wanting to check on her personally, Jin Wu uses shadow vision to look through the eyes of one of his summons. He links into Baru's perspective and sees the Ant King's shadow lounging on the couch, watching TV while Jinna sleeps. Jin Wu sighs at the casual sight and can't help a bemused thought about what kind of show a summoned Ant King might enjoy. He decides to check on other shadows as well. Through his skill, he watches his mother buying groceries, then catches Baek Yun-ho and Choi Jong-in bickering as usual. Mundane, human moments that put him at ease. Curious, he flicks to one more target and, to his horror, accidentally watches Hae-in in the shower. Startled, Jin Wu immediately severs the connection. Embarrassed, he settles back into silence. Jin Wu blushes and resolves to apologize to Cha. Maybe even buy her lunch sometime to make amends. The mood shifts when Yu Jin-ho reports new intelligence. An S-rank gate has opened in Shinjuku, Tokyo, and a dungeon break is likely in less than 3 days. Japan is urgently summoning hunters. Jin-ho asks whether the Japanese officials contacted Sung Jin-woo. Jinwoo confirms they did, but he says something else is occupying his mind right now. The mystery Min Byung-yu hinted at. As they speak, the dungeon trembles. The ground rumbles beneath them. The two prepare to move out. The scene moves to Tokyo, where Russian national-level hunter Yuri Orlov introduces himself to Sugimoto, a Japanese official, and presents himself as the world's premier support-type hunter. Orlov mocks the Draw Sword Guild's evacuation choice and scoffs at Japan's manpower shortfall. He says he read their report and agrees that evacuating civilians was wise, but ridicules the idea that Japan could spare only 6 S-rank hunters for the Shinjuku operation. Sugimoto explains the reason. Multiple A-rank gates have opened across Japan, forcing each guild to leave at least 1 S-rank behind to defend its territory. Even Sugimoto's own guild is leaving an S-rank at home, while 3 others deploy to Shinjuku. Orlov sneers that the arrangement is pathetic and questions how the country can realistically protect itself under those conditions. He then offers blunt terms. He will hold the Shinjuku gate for them, for a price. He names a staggering fee, framed as roughly $3.6 billion per year, about $10 million per day. Sugimoto and the assembled officials react in shock at the demand. Orlov downplays it by comparison, claiming that, relative to Thomas Andre's rumored price, His rate is a bargain. Nearby hunters bristle at his tone. Minoru whispers to Kanzaki and asks what the Russian is saying. Kanzaki, who understands some Russian, reports that Orlov's words are hostile even if the precise phrasing is unclear. Pushing the provocation further, Orlov challenges them. Are you trying to save your country or trying to save money? His insults draw Minoru forward, furious at the implication. Without flair, Orlov activates his power. A shimmering barrier snaps into place and traps everyone in the room. Movement becomes impossible inside the field. Calm and unhurried, Orlov points out that nobody will be able to take a single step without his permission, not even S-rank hunters, and the gathered men struggle fruitlessly against the containment. With a smug calculation, Orlov offers terms to Sugimoto. He will hold the Shinjuku Gate and release their S-rank hunters, effectively granting them safe passage, but only if Japan accepts his price. Cornered and with no better option on the table, confirms Orlov abilities. Sugimoto reluctantly agrees and prepares to place the call. Meanwhile, in Korea, Jinwoo prepares himself for the double dungeon. Before he departs, his mother, still recovering, asks softly if there's anything she should be worried about. Jinwoo gently reassures her, telling her not to worry and that he just has something important to take care of. The timer on his temple key finally runs out, revealing the gate's location. Shockingly, it's at his sister Gina's school. Without hesitation, Jinwoo rushes to the site. Outside the gate, Hunter Association agents stand guard. When Jinwoo approaches, he calmly asks how long the gate has been there. They explain it has lingered for 3 days, registered only as a C-rank gate. A Hunter assault squad had already entered about 2 hours earlier. Hearing this, Jinwoo warns them with urgency. The squad must be called back immediately. Remaining inside would mean certain death. Without waiting for further debate, he strides directly into the gate, declaring that he will bring the squad back himself. Inside, the assault squad has already reached the doors of the boss room. Despite their efforts, including magic, the massive stone doors remain sealed shut. As they argue about their next move, a voice echoes behind them, warning them that it's a trap. Startled, the squad turns to see Jinwoo standing calmly in the shadows. Suspicious, they demand to know who he is and why he's here. Jinwoo answers that he is a survivor of a double dungeon. At first, they doubt him until one of them suddenly recognizes him, the new S-rank hunter of Korea. Realizing his words might hold weight, Jinwoo explains that this dungeon is far too dangerous and urges them all to leave. He steps forward, examining the sealed stone doors, when the system's familiar text appears before him. The gate to the Kartanen temple is locked. Please insert the key. Pulling out the temple key, Jinwoo notices how different this feels compared to his first time here. As he unlocks the doors, the other hunters watch in shock. None of their attempts had worked, yet Jinwoo effortlessly opens the way. One of the squad members protests, reminding him that this dungeon had been purchased by the Dragon Guild. It was technically their property. They refuse to simply let him take command. Jinwoo doesn't argue. Instead, he gives them the choice. If they truly wish to enter, they may. One reckless hunter takes the challenge and steps through the open doorway. Instantly, the system responds. Unauthorized entry detected. A stone statue awakens and swings its massive sword down at the intruder. Jinwoo reacts in an instant, pulling the hunter out of harm's way before the strike lands. The hunter collapses in shock, realizing how close he came to death. Jinwoo's voice cuts firmly through the silence. Every monster in this place is like that. Are they still willing to risk it? The squad falls silent. Jinwoo orders them instead to contact the Hunter Association and report that a double dungeon has appeared. Without waiting for their response, he walks into the boss chamber alone. The heavy doors slam shut behind him, sealing him inside. As he steps forward, the chamber slowly illuminates. Dozens of massive stone statues stand frozen, their shadows stretching across the walls. Among them, a winged statue cradles a stone slab filled with inscriptions. At the very center, an imposing figure sits motionless upon a throne, its presence suffocating. Jinwoo studies the room, speaking softly to himself. This was where everything began, the place where his journey as a player started. Yet now it feels different. He can sense it deep in his bones. As his eyes scanned the towering statues, he recognized they were neither alive nor monsters, just lifeless puppets, controlled by something unseen. Sensing a single source of magic in the chamber, he walked toward it and demanded an answer. Silence followed until at last the winged statue moved and declared that he had finally arrived. Meanwhile, in Japan, a plane touches down at Tokyo International Airport. From it steps Yuri Orlov, Russia's top-ranked barrier-type hunter. Almost instantly, the press swarms him with cameras and questions. The reporters demand to know how he intends to block off the massive gate threatening the city. Calmly, Orlov explains his method. He will draw a vast magic circle encircling the gate, then pour his own mana into it, forming a barrier strong enough to prevent anything inside from escaping. When pressed further, the reporters ask if he can truly seal an S-rank gate on his own. Orlov admits he cannot maintain such a barrier with only his strength. However, the circle he constructs does not rely solely on him. If a large supply of mana crystals is placed throughout Tokyo, the circle will absorb their energy. Over time, it will continue to gather power until the barrier transforms into an impenetrable wall. Confident before the flashing cameras, Orlov addresses the public directly. He declares that he is the one who will save their lives and insists they remember who stood between them and disaster. Back in Korea, Chairman Go Gun-hee watches the televised interview. He quietly reflects that while Orlov may or may not succeed in sealing an S-rank gate, the outcome of failure is already certain. Tokyo would be destroyed. Turning away from the screen, he asks his right-hand man, Woo Jin-chul, what Hunter Sung Jinwoo has been doing recently. Wu reports that Jinwoo has been actively clearing gates around Seoul. He adds that Jinwoo's Ajin Guild has filed requests to take over every portal marked on a particular list. The issue, however, is that those gates lie within districts normally managed by the White Tiger Guild, the Hunters Guild, and the Fiend Guild, a decision that may spark conflict. After some thought, Chairman Go Gun-hee approves the request regardless, deciding to support Jinwoo's moves despite the political risks. As Woo Jin-chul prepares to leave, his phone rings. He steps aside to take the call. On the line, a field officer reports the sudden appearance of another gate. At first, it seems routine, but the location stands out. It has opened at the very same school recently attacked by orcs. Investigators confirm the worst. It is not just any portal, but a double dungeon. Back inside the double dungeon, Sung Jinwoo stood before the winged statue that had come alive. The creature shattered a stone slab and acknowledged his arrival, claiming that he had finally reached this stage. Jinwoo questioned whether the being itself was responsible for summoning him here, and whether destroying the slab was allowed. The entity confirmed it, but dismissed his question of identity. Instead, it told Jinwoo he was asking the wrong thing. Rather than wondering who the statue was, he should first uncover the truth about himself. Declaring that the final trial was about to begin, the being promised to reveal everything only if Jinwoo could endure until the end. At that moment, the stone statues surrounding the chamber began to move, slowly advancing. Jinwoo prepared to summon his shadow army, but the entity snapped its fingers. The summons were suppressed. This was to be a personal test. Only Jinwoo would be measured here. His servants were irrelevant. System restrictions followed instantly. Potions and shop items were locked. Recovery from quest rewards or level-up bonuses was denied. An escape from the chamber was no longer possible until the test ended. Jinwoo realized every advantage he had relied on had been stripped away. Yet his inventory remained untouched. He clenched his fists, deciding he would fight using only his strength. The first stone soldier swung its massive sword at him. Jinwoo caught the blade in midair, snapped it clean in two, and hurled one half into the statue's face. As the shard embedded itself, Jinwoo rushed forward, driving the fragment deeper with a crushing kick. The other statues charged, but Jinwoo's movements blurred. He slipped past their strikes, leaped high, and plunged his dagger through one's head. From the corner, another statue loosed an arrow. Jinwoo reacted instantly, slicing the projectile midair and kicking a shard back into the archer's face, shattering it. One by one, the guardians fell to his relentless assault. As he fought, Jinwoo realized something. Once, these statues had seemed impossibly fast, like they were teleporting. But now, with his sharpened eyes and honed reflexes, he could track each of their movements. They were powerful, but no longer untouchable. Above, the winged figure hovered silently, observing every clash. It admitted, at least to itself, that Jinwoo's progress was remarkable. Such strength born within the limits of a human body. But the trial was far from over. The creature raised its hand, and the temple floor shook violently. From the shadows of the chamber, an enormous stone colossus emerged, dwarfing the others by several times. Its heavy steps made the ground tremble, its presence overwhelming even compared to the guardians Jinwoo had just dismantled. As the giant advanced, the entity watched with a faint smirk, eager to see how far Sung Jinwoo had truly come. The scene shifts to the chairman's office, where Go Gun-hee is holding a private meeting. An official places a set of documents before him, explaining that the contract clearly states Japan will hand over all rights to the essence stones found on Jeju Island. Sitting across from him, Matsumoto Shigeo, the chairman of the Japanese Hunters Association, calmly explains the reasoning behind this unusual proposal. Their objective is to hire the Korean hunter, Sung Jinwoo. Chairman Go responds carefully, reminding Matsumoto that Jinwoo is not formally affiliated with the Korean Hunters Association. Matsumoto acknowledges this fact, clarifying that what they seek is not ownership or control over Jinwoo, but simply the Korean Association's assistance in arranging a meeting. They had been unable to reach him directly, and this offer was their last resort. Hearing this, Go Gun-hee reflects inwardly. He cannot believe that Japan is willing to sacrifice such a vast fortune simply for a chance to speak with Jinwoo. He suspects that their desperation comes from their inability to deal with the looming threat of the massive S-rank gate in Tokyo, especially after the death of their strongest hunter, Goto Ruji. After a pause, Chairman Go places the documents back on the table. He then requests to continue the discussion without interpreters present. Speaking in fluent Japanese, he shocks Matsumoto, who stares at him in disbelief. When asked how he knows the language, Go calmly explains that his father had once run a small business in Japan when he was younger. Once the interpreters leave the room, the atmosphere changes. Chairman Go addresses Matsumoto directly, warning him that if this is yet another one of his deceptive schemes, he would do well to end it immediately. Matsumoto looks startled and asks what he means. But Go Gun-hee presses further, revealing that he already knows the Blade Guild has severed ties with Matsumoto. Startled, Matsumoto rises to his feet, demanding to know how the Korean chairman came by this information. Go explains that it was obvious. He had observed how the Blade Guild rejected financial support from the Japanese Hunters Association, choosing instead to rely solely on government subsidies. Once the Blade Guild had been the backbone of the association under the leadership of Goto Ryuji. But with Goto's death, the balance of power in Japan had crumbled, leaving the association weakened and struggling to maintain control. He warns Matsumoto that if the gate in Tokyo is not sealed properly, the entire burden of failure will fall upon him. At that moment, Go Gun-hee produces a recording device. He explains that it once belonged to Goto's team. He accuses Matsumoto of harboring malicious intentions, declaring that all the tragedies unfolding in Japan, the death of Goto, the collapse of the Blade Guild, the infighting between guilds, and the countless lives lost, are the direct result of Matsumoto's actions. When Matsumoto nervously asks about the device, Chairman Go reveals that it is directly connected to Matsumoto's personal receiver. Without hesitation, he clenches his fist, shattering the device with such overwhelming strength that the table beneath it cracks apart. Go Gun-hee then speaks with unwavering resolve. He states that he is not so heartless as to allow an entire nation, and by extension the whole of Asia, to fall into ruin because of the selfish scheming of a single man. He ends the meeting by saying that, in the end, Matsumoto will have no choice but to be grateful to hunter Sung Jinwoo for this one. Meanwhile, back inside the double dungeon, Sung Jinwoo continued his desperate battle against the endless wave of stone creatures. He cut down many of them, yet no matter how many fell, more kept advancing. His attention shifted toward the colossal statue at the back of the chamber, its glowing eyes locked on him. The giant began preparing an attack. Realizing that he couldn't dodge in time, Jinwoo quickly used Commander's Touch, lifting several of the smaller statues and forming a makeshift shield. But the massive beam tore through them with ease, disintegrating the summoned soldiers and shattering the barrier. Jin Wu barely escaped with his life, thinking to himself that a direct hit would kill him instantly, even with his current strength. Knowing that the smaller enemies would keep coming unless he dealt with their source, Jinwoo decided to target the larger statue first. The giant lifted its foot and brought it down with devastating force. Jinwoo dashed forward at the last second, avoiding the stomp that left a deep crater in the ground. The statue smirked as if it believed it had crushed him, but Jinwoo reappeared, rushing toward it once more. The statue prepared another deadly attack, but Jinwoo activated Monarch's domain, enhancing his speed, and moved behind the massive figure. Using Ruler's authority, he realized the gravitational force he now commanded was stronger than ever. Even with just a small amount of mana, he was able to affect such a massive target. Seizing the opening, he unleashed mutilation, slashing the statue's face with his Demon King's daggers. To his shock, the blades barely scratched its surface. Frustrated but determined, Jin Wu switched tactics. Using brute strength, he targeted a small crevice in the statue's head, grabbed hold, and unleashed a devastating strike. For the first time, the massive creature reacted with panic. From above, the winged entity observed with surprise. The being remarked that Jin Wu had chosen a brutal approach against its carefully crafted creation. But Jin Wu did not stop. He relentlessly hammered his fists into the giant stone creature, pouring every ounce of his strength into a final blow. He declared that he would show what it truly meant to stand at level 103. With a thunderous strike, the massive statue toppled, crashing violently into the ground. Not wasting a moment, Jinwoo leapt down into the horde of smaller stone monsters. They surged toward him, but he spread his hand and used Dominator's touch, slamming them all into the ground at once. The chamber fell silent as the last of the creatures were wiped out effortlessly. With the battlefield cleared, Jinwoo turned his gaze toward the winged entity still hovering above. The being applauded, clearly impressed by the display of strength. Jinwoo, however, remembered the promise, that his questions would finally be answered. But instead of keeping its word, the creature declared that the test was not yet over. It reminded him that it still remained alive. At that moment, a system notification appeared before Jinwoo. An urgent quest had been issued. Defeat the enemy within the allotted time. 10 minutes remain. Failure will result in immediate death by cardiac arrest. The winged entity then revealed itself as the true challenge, stating that it was the final test. Jinwoo demanded to know who or what this being really was. With a smirk, the creature finally gave its answer. It was the architect of the system, the one who had overseen every step of his growth. It then asked if Jinwoo was satisfied with that explanation. Outside the dungeon, Association Director Woo Jin-chul arrived with 7 elite hunters from the Korean Hunters Association. As they neared the gate, a suffocating wave of mana poured out, chilling everyone to the bone. He asked the others if they could feel it too. The sensation was unlike anything they had experienced before. He quickly checked which guilds were on standby and learned that the Hunter Guild was prepared to raid. Both Cha Hae-in and Choi Jong-in, 2 of Korea's strongest S-rank hunters, had already agreed to participate. Realizing how dire the situation could become, Woo Jin-chul immediately ordered them to join the raid. Inside the dungeon, Sung Jin-woo braced himself for his true showdown with the architect. The winged being transformed its wings into muscular arms and charged forward at incredible speed, slamming a devastating punch into Jinwoo and sending him crashing into the wall. Without pause, the architect pressed the assault. Jinwoo barely dodged and tried to create distance, but the attacks came relentlessly. A barrage of punches rained down on him. He blocked each blow, refusing to fall. The architect admitted that Jinwoo's defense was impressive, claiming he was exceeding expectations. Then, with a heavy strike to Jinwoo's face, the being thought the fight was finished, only to be stunned when Jinwoo retaliated. The hunter surged forward and delivered a brutal punch that knocked the architect back several feet. A grin spread across the architect's face. For the first time, it admitted it was enjoying a battle against a human opponent. Jinwoo quickly analyzed the situation. The being had invited him here the moment he surpassed level 100, expecting him to be powerless before it. But Jinwoo refused to accept defeat. He demanded answers: why the system was created, why he had been chosen as its player, and what fate awaited this world. The architect lunged again, mocking the idea that Jin Wu thought killing him would reveal those answers. Knowing close combat was dangerous, Jinwoo attempted to fight at range with ruler's authority, hurling objects from a distance. But the architect unleashed a massive explosion, nullifying the attack. Jinwoo realized with frustration that the being could use the same abilities he had. Range combat was useless. The architect then declared that the truth had already been decided long ago, since the moment the system had been designed. It summoned every weapon in the chamber, demanding to know how such a system was even possible. Jin Wu asked how a mere architect could give him so much power. Calmly, the creature explained that it had not chosen him at all. In fact, it had been against his selection. Its role was only to design and moderate the player selection system. With just 6 minutes left on the quest timer, Jin Wu had no choice but to face the architect head-on. The wing being ascended, declaring it would now fight with its full power. Its attacks came like a storm, yet Jin Wu moved with supernatural precision, vanishing and reappearing with each dodge. He noticed something strange. His senses were sharpening, his body growing faster. He could read every movement of his opponent. Seizing an opening, Jin Wu landed a clean strike to the architect's face, stunning the being. The architect was bewildered. Even at full force, Jin Wu was keeping up, and even surpassing him. With a swift slash, Jin Wu severed one of the being's arms. The architect looked down at the wound in disbelief. It realized that, even though this body was only a construct, Jin Wu's attacks still caused pain. Observing him more closely, the architect finally understood why he had been chosen. Buried deep inside the hunter was something more. Something beyond human. In rage, the architect roared, refusing to accept it. With fury, it resurrected every fallen stone soldier in the chamber. The countdown ticked down to 3 minutes. Jin Wu rushed headfirst into battle once again. With ruler's authority, he swept through the revived enemies. A massive statue swung at him, but he dodged effortlessly and closed the gap toward the architect, striking with overwhelming speed and severing another arm. The architect countered with a crushing blow, sending Jin Wu crashing back into the wall. As he rose, Jin Wu saw a familiar face, the colossal stone soldier who had nearly ended his life during his first visit to this dungeon. Fueled by rage, he smashed his elbow into its skull, shattering it in two. Turning back with 2 minutes left, Jin Wu gathered all his strength for one final attack. He unleashed everything in a single, devastating strike. The entire chamber erupted in a massive explosion. When the dust cleared, Jin Wu stood victorious. The architect had fallen. With its final breath, the being whispered that the answers Jin Wu sought lay within himself. A notification appeared before his eyes. The data stored within his memory would be retrieved. The architect told him that the choice was his to make. After a moment of hesitation, Jin Wu accepted. Suddenly, light engulfed him, and his spirit was transported to another realm. Below him stretched a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring, an endless army of monsters. The sight left Jin Wu frozen. Every creature in that army was gazing upward, and when Jin Wu followed their gaze, he saw it. A massive gate hanging in the sky, set against a purple backdrop. From ice elves and high orcs, to goblins, giants, and countless other monsters, the army stretched endlessly across the battlefield. Jin Wu realized that if such an army ever crossed into Earth, humanity would be utterly destroyed. Then the sky split open. Soldiers clad in radiant armor, with wings like angels, descended from above. These were the Silver Soldiers, the army of heaven. An epic battle erupted between the Silver Soldiers and the endless horde of monsters. The ground shook with each clash. Weapons shattered, armor crumbled, and screams of agony filled the air. At first, the Silver Soldiers held the upper hand, overwhelming the monsters with divine strength. But then the tide shifted. One by one, the Silver Soldiers froze in their advance as a new presence entered the battlefield. Jin Wu felt it immediately, the overwhelming aura of a monarch. A shadowy figure stepped forward and raised its hand. Instantly, the fallen monsters began to rise again. Using shadow extraction, the being resurrected the dead into its own army. Jin Wu's eyes widened in shock. This was the Shadow Monarch. An immortal army was born from death itself. The slain monsters returned with blackened blood, their bodies reforged in shadow. Jin Wu trembled as he realized the truth. The monarch's ability to summon was beyond comprehension, an endless tide of shadow soldiers, each more fearsome than the last. The silver soldiers, once so dominant, began to falter. The battlefield descended into chaos as shadow and silver clashed violently. The ground split and the skies thundered with the weight of their war. The Silver Army should have claimed victory, yet with the arrival of a single being, everything changed. Wherever the Shadow Monarch walked, destruction followed. Using a power Jin Wu instantly recognized as Dominion's authority, the monarch tore through the silver soldiers. Every fallen shadow rose again, endlessly overwhelming the divine army. The battlefield belonged to him. Victory seemed inevitable for the Shadow Monarch and his army, until they appeared. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to the depths of the double dungeon. Wu Jinchul, Hae-in, Choi Jong-in, and several other hunters arrive at the chamber. The moment they step inside, they sense the enormous pressure of mana radiating through the air. Hae-in turns toward Wu Jinchul, questioning whether he is certain that Jinwoo is inside. Something about this energy feels wrong. This mana is powerful, but it doesn't belong to Jinwoo. If not his, then whose could it be? As the hunters advance deeper into the chamber, they are struck with shock. Before them lie shattered remains of massive stone statues and broken fragments of stone soldiers scattered across the floor. Wu Jinchul mutters to himself, realizing that the rumors were true. The legendary statues and sculptures really had existed. Before the group can gather their thoughts, a cold voice echoes throughout the chamber. It remarks that humans were never invited here, calling their presence an unexpected intrusion. Startled, the hunters hesitate, some wondering if they had only imagined a monster speaking, but the truth becomes clear as the figure behind the voice reveals itself. The architect steps forward, its voice filled with disdain as it commands the hunters to be silent. It accuses them of disturbing the king's slumber. Confusion spreads among the hunters as they question among themselves who this king could possibly be. In the corner of the chamber, their eyes fall on Sung Jinwoo. He stands silently, unmoving, as though lost in another world entirely. Suddenly, the architect makes its move. With terrifying speed, it dashes past several hunters, and in an instant, some are cut down. The architect declares that strong humans like these would make perfect offerings for the king. Meanwhile, Jinwoo's consciousness drifts elsewhere. Within his vision, countless portals begin to open one after another, filling the void with ominous energy. From within those rifts, endless armies emerge, marching forward with terrifying might. Jinwoo recognizes them instantly. They are the armies of the monarchs. Among them is Quresha, the plague monarch, Baran, the demon king, and Rakan, the beast monarch. Others also appear, powerful monarchs from distant clans such as Yogman and Legia. Among the advancing forces, a colossal wolf steps forth, radiating savage killing intent. Its very presence confirms that the beast monarch has arrived. The vast armies grind to a halt, assembling in formation before the Shadow Monarch. The air grows tense, heavy with anticipation. Both sides know what comes next. The stage is set, and the final battle is about to begin. The scene shifts back to the hunters inside the double dungeon, where they struggle to defend themselves against the architect and its stone soldiers. Choi Jong-in takes command of the situation. He instructs the hunters to use every skill they have and to move the wounded toward the back. The architect watches with disdain. It declares that by the time its puppets fall, anyone left alive will receive the great honor of witnessing the king's awakening, if any manage to survive. As one of the colossal statues charges forward, Choi Jong-in quickly orders everyone to take cover. The massive strike slams down, but Choi manages to dodge. He retaliates with a blazing fireball aimed directly at the statue's face. He urges the others to use this opening to destroy the remaining stone soldiers. Wu Jinchul steps up and throws a powerful punch at the colossal statue. To his shock, the blow has no effect at all. Choi attacks again with another fireball, but even his magic fails to leave so much as a scratch. Panic spreads among the guild members as they realize none of their attacks are working. With options running out, Choi Jong-in comes to a conclusion. The only hope is to wake Sung Jinwoo, who appears trapped as if under hypnosis. He hurls a fireball toward Jinwoo, believing it to be the only way to break him free. But before the attack can land, the architect intercepts it and launches itself at Choi, furious that anyone would dare disturb the king's slumber. Choi freezes in shock, convinced this is the end for him. But before the architect can strike, Woo Jin-chul and several other hunters intercept its assault, barely saving him. Meanwhile, Sung Jinwoo remains lost within his vision. He finds himself witnessing a colossal battle between the Shadow Army and countless demon clans. He observes how the shadows, even after being cut down, rise again endlessly. He thinks to himself that if those had been his soldiers, he would have already run out of mana. But the Shadow Monarch's power is different. It seems like a bottomless well of energy. Jinwoo begins to wonder if the Shadow Monarch had not been aligned with the monsters after all, or if there was some deeper internal conflict between them. The battle rages until finally, silence falls across the battlefield. Corpses of both demons and shadows litter the ground. From amidst the carnage, the Shadow Monarch approaches the defeated leader of the demon clans. His voice is filled with fury as he demands to know why they betrayed him when they had the chance to end the war that day. The demon only responds with defiance, mocking that it is unfortunate he failed to eliminate the monarch. The monarch, in rage, demands an answer once more. But the creature snarls back in the demonic tongue. In his fury, the Shadow Monarch grabs the demon by the mouth and crushes its skull with his bare hand. Yet even that brutal strike is not enough to kill it. The monarch stares deeply into its eyes, puzzled, as though he recognizes them from somewhere before. He tears away the demon's helmet and at last realizes the truth. It is Baran, the demon king. Shocked, the monarch wonders why Baran was here among the clans. But then his attention falls to his own body. He looks down at his hands in confusion, and the truth becomes clear. The one fighting the demon clans and the Silver Soldiers had been Sung Jinwoo himself all along. Jinwoo reels at the revelation, stunned that he had not realized it sooner. Then in his chest he feels it, a heartbeat, but not just one. He discovers he has two hearts, one normal, human heart, and another dark and black. Before he can process what this means, Silver Soldiers begin to descend from the skies above. A cold notification echoes in his mind. Playback of retrieved data has ended. Back inside the double dungeon, the architect turns his attention to Hae-in. He calls her interesting and challenges her to push beyond his designs. Cha launches forward with her sword dance, but the architect blocks the strike with ease. He counters immediately, his blow slashing across her shoulder. A sharp cry escapes her lips as pain overwhelms her. The architect explains coldly that the dungeon system anticipates every possible outcome. He reveals that their weapons, no matter how strong, are useless against his statues. Suddenly, Choi Jong-in intervenes, landing a surprise strike on the architect. His attack buys Cha the chance to dash toward Jinwoo. But before she can reach him, she glances back, and her heart sinks. The architect has already appeared behind her, his hand stretching forward to grab her. Cha narrowly dodges, barely escaping his grasp. The architect notices something strange, a faint shadow lingering on her shoulder. With curiosity, he questions what her relationship is with Sung Jinwoo. Cha replies firmly that she is his friend and that she came here to save him. The architect smiles ominously and declares that he will give her a chance. He states that, on this very day, one of the greatest monarchs in the world will rise. She may bear witness to it, but the rest of the humans will die. Before the architect can act further, another voice cuts through the chamber. A furious strike follows. Jinwoo appears and smashes his fist across the architect's face, shattering its jaw. The creature crashes to the floor as Jinwoo steps forward, demanding to know what had been done to his body. The hunters exhale in relief. Sung Jinwoo has awakened. Without hesitation, Jinwoo pins the architect down and crushes its head under his foot. The architect screams in protest, insisting that Jinwoo is not the king. It cries out in disbelief that he can control himself even while bearing the black heart. From this, Jinwoo realizes the truth. The overwhelming power coursing through him is coming directly from the black heart. A system notification appears. His mana has increased by 100,000. Jinwoo studies the architect's reaction. This development was never intended. The black heart was not supposed to strengthen him. Even the retrieved data he had absorbed had not revealed the full truth. He questions the architect, demanding to know why he had opposed choosing him as a player. What was the purpose of selecting someone? What did the system truly intend to achieve? The architect, desperate, cries out that Jinwoo has doomed them all. By claiming the Shadow Monarch's power, he has drawn the gaze of the other monarchs. They will not remain silent. Jinwoo unsheathes his daggers, pressing for an answer. At the same time, panic spreads among the hunters. Around them, the once motionless statues begin to stir, coming to life once again. The architect warns that if Jinwoo kills him, there will be no one left to stop the dolls. Jinwoo responds coolly. If the architect dies, he will simply deal with the statues himself. The architect insists that if he perishes, the entire system will collapse. Jinwoo smirks, remarking that there was always a chance he could return to being nothing more than an E-rank hunter. He reasons that even if the system's creator disappears, it does not mean the system itself will vanish. The architect desperately tries to access the system, but notifications flash repeatedly before him. Access denied. Stunned, he turns back toward Jinwoo, who declares that he will not only destroy the system, he will swallow it whole. The architect rejects this as impossible, insisting that it must be a system error. Overcome with rage, he lunges forward, but Jinwoo moves faster. With a swift motion of his daggers, he slices the architect into pieces. As the fragments of its body collapse to the ground, the architect utters one last prophecy. It warns that, when the pillars of fire that hold the heavens are raised, an inevitable death will approach your way. Jinwoo, with a steely glint in his eyes and a cold smirk, simply responded, "As you please." Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, members of the association stood anxiously, waiting for the hunters to return. It had already been over an hour since the Hunter Guild entered, and the unease grew heavier with every passing minute. Whispers spread among them as they wondered what could possibly be happening inside a C-rank gate that required this much time. At last, movement appeared at the entrance. The hunters of the guild began to emerge one by one, but the sight that greeted the association members left them frozen in shock. The so-called elites of the Hunter Guild were in a dreadful state, battered, broken, and some never to rise again. Confusion and disbelief filled the air. The question that no one could answer lingered silently among them. What had actually happened inside a C-rank dungeon that could leave S-rank hunters in such a condition? Hunter Wu Jin-cheo quickly stepped forward, his expression grim. He turned toward the Bravery Guild members who were present and requested their assistance in moving the bodies of the fallen. Still stunned by the sight, the guild members could only nod in silence before rushing to help. Amidst the chaos, another figure emerged from the gate. Jin Wu walked out quietly, his thoughts heavy. The battle with the system's architect was over, but many questions still lingered in his mind. Even with the architect gone, the mysteries of the system had not yet been unraveled. Once everyone had exited, Wu Jin-cheo approached Jinwoo. His tone was heavy as he reported that nearly 20 of the nation's top elite hunters had lost their lives inside. If the incident had turned into a full-scale dungeon break, the devastation would have been beyond imagination. Unable to contain his curiosity, Wu asked Jinwoo how he had known about the presence of a double dungeon hidden within that particular gate. In response, Jinwoo explained that the dungeon had summoned him there. A message had appeared before him, instructing him to come. Wu asked if they could see this message for themselves, but Jinwoo shook his head. It had been something only he could perceive. The sincerity in his voice and his expression convinced Wu Jin-cheo that this was no joke. He knew Jin-woo was not a man who fabricated stories. At that moment, Hae-in rushed over. Her eyes scanned Jinwoo with concern as she asked how he was holding up. Jinwoo reassured her that he was fine, yet the words had barely left his lips before his body faltered. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground. The scene erupted into panic as the association members and hunters around him rushed forward, calling out in alarm. The story shifts to Japan, where massive trucks loaded with mana crystals rumbled toward the site of an S-rank gate. The crystals had been gathered in staggering quantities, prepared for a dangerous ritual. Watching the delivery, Hunter Yuri Orlov observed with satisfaction. In his estimation, nearly 200,000 tons of mana crystals were being transported. more than enough to fuel the enormous magic circle he had designed. With a wave of his hand, he activated the formation, weaving a vast barrier around the gate. The structure began to draw in magic power on its own, stabilizing the area. But then Orlov's expression hardened. He sensed something. When one of the men near him asked if something was wrong, Orlov dismissed the concern, claiming the barrier was flawless. Yet he could still feel a presence nearby. Turning sharply, he called out, demanding that the unseen watcher reveal themselves. No response came. A soldier standing beside him wondered aloud what sort of person would be foolish enough to linger near a gate that could break at any moment. To this, Orlov quietly replied that he had never said it was a person. High above, on the rooftop of a nearby building, a figure stood in silence, watching. His name was Song Il-hwan. With narrowed eyes, he noted how events were progressing exactly as if they were part of a predetermined tragedy. Meanwhile, Japanese military forces began to surround the gate. Kana, one of the officials present, turned to Sugimoto with unease, asking why troops were being deployed when modern weapons were known to be useless against monsters. Sugimoto explained calmly that if Orlov's barrier failed, the soldiers would be used to stall for time until the first wave of hunters could arrive. Kana's face darkened as she realized the soldiers were nothing more than sacrificial pawns. Sugimoto, however, remained composed. He admitted that those in the association were no different, for in the end, they too stood on the front lines against calamities far greater than themselves. His gaze lingered on the gate as he muttered that humanity was about to witness just how powerless it truly was in the face of such disasters. Back at the gate, Yuri Orlov appeared confident. He believed that if things unfolded smoothly, he alone could handle the S-rank gate. He even entertained the thought of being remembered as the man who cleared an S-rank gate by himself. Yet he admitted begrudgingly, there was already someone far more fitting for such a title. With a grin, he uncorked a bottle, preparing to drink in celebration. A subordinate behind him warned that it might not be the best time. But Orlov only chuckled, declaring that he would soon put on the greatest show the man had ever seen. He downed the alcohol in one go, calming his nerves. He then turned and asked how many S-rank hunters were on standby for the operation. The answer came quickly, 15. His next question was why the United States had not sent reinforcements. The man reported grim news. An S-rank gate had appeared on the eastern coast of Maryland, while other gates had also emerged in England and India. As the two spoke, the situation worsened. The barrier trembled, and the massive gate before them began to crack, signaling the start of a break. At the same time, far away in Korea, Jin Wu slowly opened his eyes. He awoke in a hospital bed, disoriented, and sat upright. By his side sat Jin Ho, who had been faithfully waiting for him to wake. Jinwoo asked what had happened. At the sound of his voice, Jin Ho broke into tears, telling him that he had been unconscious for 3 long days. Without wasting a moment, Jinwoo's thoughts turned immediately to Japan. He asked about the situation at the S-rank gate. The scene shifts to the day of the dungeon break. From the massive gate, colossal figures began to emerge. Giants, monsters so powerful that under normal circumstances a single one of them would serve as the final boss of an A-rank dungeon. But here, there were many. Confident in his preparations, Hunter Yuri Orlov activated his barrier, drawing upon the massive supply of mana crystals. The giants crashed against the shimmering wall of magic, but the barrier held firm. Orlov grinned, convinced that creatures from mere A-rank gates stood no chance against his magic. But his confidence quickly turned to horror. From within the gate, a giant far larger than the others stepped forward, its weapon gleaming in the light. With a single swing, the monster cleaved through the supposedly unbreakable barrier as though it were nothing but glass. The story then returns to the present. Jin Ho sat beside Jin Woo's hospital bed, explaining the chain of disasters that had occurred while his Hyung had been unconscious. Elsewhere, Chairman Yu Myung-han stirred awake in his office after a long rest. He turned to his secretary and asked how long he had been asleep. The man replied that it had been 23 hours. They had been prepared to send him to the hospital if he remained unconscious beyond 24, just as he had ordered. The secretary then handed over a stack of documents. Within them was information on a patient who had been miraculously cured of eternal slumber. According to the report, that patient was none other than the mother of Hunter Jin Wu. Chairman Yu Myung-han's eyes narrowed as he considered the implications. He began to suspect that Jinwoo himself might hold the ability to cure the incurable. Before he could dwell on it further, his secretary announced that someone had arrived to meet with him. A woman entered the office, her eyes immediately focusing on his weakened condition. She asked how long he had been like this. Back in Japan, the devastation of the dungeon break unfolded. Yuri Orlov, the man who had boasted of holding the gate alone, was devoured whole by one of the towering giants. His barrier shattered, his body vanished without a trace. The Japanese military responded swiftly, unleashing every weapon at their disposal. But modern firepower was useless against the creatures of an S-rank gate. Bullets and shells bounced harmlessly off their enormous bodies. Realizing the scale of the disaster, Japan's Hunter Association chairman, Matsumoto Shigeo, gave a desperate order. He commanded the remaining S-rank hunters to intercept the giants and halt their advance. Without hesitation, every available S-rank charged toward the battlefield. They targeted the giants' eyes, hoping to blind them, but the monsters proved unnervingly fast. Despite their immense size, they moved with shocking agility, dodging attacks that should have struck true. Hunter Kanai Takeda, watching in disbelief, could hardly comprehend what she was seeing. She wondered how such massive creatures could possibly move with such speed. Meanwhile, back in Korea, Jinwoo sat in his room, watching footage of the battle in Japan. The images of the giants rampaging filled the screen. He reflected grimly that at this rate, just like during the Jeju Island raid, the entire Asian continent could soon be in danger. His thoughts turned to action. He began to consider leaving for Japan to personally deal with the dungeon break. But before he could make a decision, a familiar voice called out from behind him, urging him not to go. It was his younger sister, Sung Jin-ah. Startled, Jinwoo asked what she meant. She explained that she knew he was planning to leave. Jinwoo softened his voice and reassured her. He told her he wasn't going anywhere. Claiming he had been working too hard lately, he insisted that he only planned to rest for a while. He told her not to worry. Later that day, Jinwoo sat outside in a quiet park, lost in thought. He summoned Beru, the Ant King, and asked about the condition of his sister. Beru responded that there was nothing abnormal about her behavior, but Jinwoo wasn't convinced. He suspected she might be suffering from trauma. In the past, Jinna had never tried to stop him from entering a raid, except for his very first one, 4 years ago. The memory weighed heavily on him as he wondered what he should do. As he walked through the park, a sleek car stopped in front of him. Time fast-forwarded, and the scene shifted to an office within the Eugen Construction Guild. Inside, the CEO, Yu Myung-han, rose from his seat to greet Jinwoo. He introduced himself formally and gestured for him to sit. With deliberate care, Yu Myung-han placed a blank check on the desk between them. He explained that he was not arrogant enough to believe money could not buy anything, especially when dealing with an S-rank hunter. He asked Jinwoo to consider it a token of sincerity. Jinwoo studied the check silently. The gesture made him suspicious. Whatever he was about to hear would not be something as simple as a guild invitation. It was confidential. Finally, he spoke, asking what exactly Yu Myung-han wanted to buy from him. The CEO's expression hardened as he revealed the truth. He was suffering from the same illness that had once afflicted Jinwoo's mother, eternal slumber. Jinwoo asked whether Yu Jin-ho, his son, knew about this condition. Yu Myung-han shook his head. He explained that aside from his personal physician, only 3 people in the world were aware of his illness. He went on to explain that he had searched everywhere for a cure, but found nothing. In the end, his investigation led him to the only person who had ever recovered from eternal slumber, Jinwoo's mother. He did not believe it was a coincidence. With desperation in his voice, he asked Jinwoo to help him, vowing that he would never forget the kindness if his life was spared. As Jinwoo listened, his mind drifted back to his sister. He wondered if perhaps she too might one day need a potion. Not for a disease, but for the trauma she carried within her heart. The scene shifts to Japan. Reporters fly above the devastated city, documenting the aftermath of the massive dungeon break. From their helicopters, they capture the destruction below. One reporter wonders aloud what would happen if the giants decided to target them. Another reassures that they're safe, as long as they maintained their distance. Researchers had already confirmed this behavior. It was considered reliable. Giants wouldn't strike unless provoked. The cameras zoom in on the colossal leader among the monsters. Unlike the others, this massive giant stood directly in front of the gate, guarding it closely. Some speculated it was waiting for something, or perhaps someone. In the past 2 days, only 2 of the 30 giants had been defeated. At this pace, if the rampage continued, the entire world would soon be at risk. Back in Korea, inside the Ajin Guild office, Yoo Jin-ho sits in shock after hearing Sung Jin-woo's plan. Jinwoo intends to head to Japan. Jin-ho quickly protests. He reminds Jinwoo that this wasn't like Jeju Island. The monsters in Japan were far more dangerous, far larger than anything they had faced before. But Jinwoo responds calmly. If he succeeds in Japan, the name of the Ajin Guild would spread worldwide. Still, he notices that Jin-ho, who had always trusted him without hesitation, is worried this time. Eventually, Jin-ho agrees to let him go, but on one condition: they go together. He then points out something he'd been thinking about: the Red Gate, the Jeju Island raid, and the recent double dungeon. Every time something dangerous happened, Jin-ho had not been involved. He admits with some embarrassment that the only thing he could proudly claim was staying by Jinwoo's side. It's strange, Jin-ho reflects, but you're my only source of pride. Jinwoo can't help but smile. He jokes that such words don't sound like something a millionaire's son would say. Jin-ho replies firmly, if it's safe for Jinwoo, then it'll be safe for him too. At that, Jinwoo pretends to reconsider. Rising from his seat, he says casually that he was only joking. Why would he go to Japan right now? He tells Jin-ho to head home. But deep down, as he walks away, Jinwoo recalls the architect from the double dungeon, an enemy who might have been on his level. If beings like that exist, then there are still countless others stronger than him in this vast world. Later, Jinwoo arrives home and is warmly greeted by his mother. During dinner, he asks about Jinna. His mother explains that Jinna said she wasn't hungry. As he eats, Jinwoo's thoughts drift to Yu Myung-han, Jin-ho's father, the powerful head of the Yu family. The man had claimed to suffer from the incurable eternal slumber. Jinwoo doesn't truly know what kind of person he is, or whether his condition is genuine. The remaining holy water of life is limited. He has to be careful about how he uses it. After finishing his meal, Jinwoo tells his mother he'll be heading out again. He knows there are beings stronger than him out there, and if he wants to reach that level, he must continue to fight on the battlefield. Before leaving, he enters Jinna's room. Sitting beside her, he hesitates, wondering where to start. Finally, he confesses that he had almost died recently. He explains softly that he's always walking into danger, but this time was different. For a moment, he truly thought it was the end. Somehow, he made it back alive, and for that, he's grateful every time he comes home. He pats her head gently and promises her he will return safely this time as well. He thanks her for stopping him earlier when he tried to leave. With tears welling in her eyes, Jinna whispers that he would have left anyway. Jinwoo smiles faintly. Perhaps, but he reassures her once more. He will always come back. Time fast forwards to a press conference held by Chairman Go Gun-hee. Before the gathered media, he addresses the terrifying dungeon break in Japan. At the same time, Jinwoo has already made his decision. He will go there himself and deal with the S-rank gate. At the airport, as Jinwoo prepares to depart, he notices Yoo Jin-ho among the crowd. Despite being told not to follow, Jin-ho had managed to come along anyway. Realizing he won't back down, Jinwoo sighs and reluctantly allows it. Together, the two prepare to board the plane bound for Japan. The story shifts to Japan once again. Chaos consumes the streets. The military desperately tries to evacuate civilians, shoving them onto trucks. A soldier shouts that there's only space for a few more people, 3 or 4 at most. The civilians hesitate, worrying about others left behind. The soldier urges them to stop wasting time. The giants are approaching, and if they stay, they'll all die. He tells them to find shelter quickly, but when he looks up, his eyes widen in terror. The giants have already found them. The soldiers unleash a hail of bullets, but their weapons are useless. One of the towering monsters stretches out its hand toward the survivors. Just as it's about to crush them, a massive trident pierces through its chest, sending the giant flying across several blocks before crashing lifeless into the rubble. The soldiers stare in disbelief. Who could have done this? Then they notice another monster-like figure. This one is protecting them. From the smoke, another figure steps forward, a lone man. He warns them to evacuate immediately. The area is no longer safe. That man is Jin Wu. At that moment, debris from a collapsing building begins falling toward the civilians. Jin Ho rushes forward, raising his massive shield just in time to protect them. He declares that he will stay behind and help the survivors escape. Hearing that, Jinwoo prepares to take out all the monsters in the area. Alongside Jima, he charges at the creatures. The giants are no match for Jima's strength, and it takes out multiple enemies with ease. Seeing this, Jinwoo then leaps forward himself. With a single strike of his dagger, he cleaves a giant cleanly in two. The story shifts across the ocean to the United States, inside the Scavenger Guild headquarters. Several hunters gather, gossiping about Sung Jin-woo's bold actions in Japan. One hunter remarks that Lady Selner, the American Awakened Enhancer, had not boosted Jin-woo's power. Another scoffs, saying that even with a reawakening, every hunter has limits, and Jinwoo would eventually die if he kept throwing himself into such battles. Their idle chatter soon turns into a cruel game, as they begin betting on how long Jinwoo might last in the raid against the giants. But their laughter suddenly stops when a powerful voice interrupts from behind. It is none other than Thomas Andre, the guildmaster of the Scavenger Guild and one of the world's strongest hunters. Thomas declares that he would bet the entire guild headquarters itself that Jinwoo would survive. His words silence the room. Then with a cold glare, he warns the hunters to worry less about mocking others and more about themselves. A dungeon break in an American S-rank gate was only a day away, and he doubts many of them will even survive that battle. Looking out of the window with a grin, Thomas mutters that while Japan might have been entertaining, tomorrow's events in their own land would bring a different kind of spectacle. The scene then returns to Japan, where news outlets broadcast live footage of the battlefield. The chaos of the giant invasion fills every screen. Viewers watch as one of the monsters screams in agony, its flesh ripped apart as Ant King Baru's minions swarm and devour it alive. Elsewhere, a small girl runs through the ruins, desperately fleeing from a pursuing giant. Just as its massive hand is about to seize her, a figure clad in black armor appears like a shadow. It is Igris. With one swift strike, Igris slices off the monster's hand, saving the child. The giant bellows in pain, but before it can react, another shadow soldier charges forward. Iron slams into its skull with devastating force, crushing it into the earth. Standing triumphantly atop the corpse, Iron beats his chest proudly. Igris, watching his comrades' antics, lets out a subtle sigh, as if mildly exasperated by Iron's excitement. From a distance, Jinwoo observes his soldiers at work. Watching Iron, he notes to himself that the knight seems more spirited after his upgrade. Still, Jinwoo is relieved. His army is performing well. As he monitors the battlefield, a Japanese soldier cautiously approaches and expresses his gratitude. Not understanding the language, Jinwoo simply responds with a thumbs up, calling the man a brave soldier before signaling to Jinho. He orders Jinho to assist with the evacuation of survivors. With the civilians gone, Jinwoo turns his attention to the corpse of the fallen giant. Extending his hand, he channels shadow extraction, pulling its soul into his growing army of darkness. Meanwhile, at the Japanese Hunter Association headquarters, officials rush to inform Chairman Matsumoto Shigeo that their forces are gradually regaining control of the city thanks to Jinwoo. Hearing this, Matsumoto leans back in his chair, deep in thought. He reflects that perhaps Goto Ryuji, who once clashed with Jinwoo, had not been wrong after all. The memory of Jinwoo's piercing eyes at the airport resurfaces. Matsumoto had encountered countless hunters before, but Sung Jinwoo's presence was on another level, untouchable, unmatched. He recalls their meeting upon Jinwoo's arrival in Japan. At that time, Matsumoto explained the dire situation. The giants were advancing toward Osaka, and he requested that Jinwoo defend the city. Matsumoto had believed that no matter how strong Jinwoo was, one man alone could not possibly defeat every giant in Japan. While Jinwoo held the line, Matsumoto had planned to negotiate for international reinforcements. But Jinwoo's reply had stunned him. Rather than agreeing to the defensive plan, Jinwoo boldly declared that he would hunt down every single giant by himself. The narration returns to the present, where Jinwoo stands before his new shadow soldiers. He considers giving them names, but instead decides to keep things simple by numbering them 1 through 5. Just as he finishes, Baru materializes before him, reporting that another enemy has been eliminated. Jin Wu calmly names this new soldier number 6. Turning back to Jin Ho, he tells his loyal companion to rest for now. Internally, Jin Wu reflects that while things have been progressing smoothly, this is only the beginning. Across Japan, his shadow army spreads like wildfire. The soldiers are unstoppable, tearing through giant after giant. Their regenerative ability allows them to rise again, even after being defeated, making them an immortal force of destruction. However, the aftermath of the S-rank dungeon break has created further problems. Smaller rifts have opened throughout the country, releasing hordes of lesser monsters. As a result, the Japanese Association struggles to balance simultaneous evacuation efforts and suppression operations, barely keeping the chaos under control. 7 days later, Sung Jin-woo and Yu Jin-ho were still scouring the ruined city, searching for any remaining survivors and exterminating the last remnants of the giants. Eventually, their search brought them to the massive leader of the giants, stationed directly before the S-rank gate. Taking in the devastation around them, Jin-ho sighed in dismay. To him, it felt as if everything had been completely ruined. Just then, a familiar voice called out. It was Hoshino Hankawa, the Japanese interpreter who had once traveled to Korea alongside Goto Ryuji. Jinwoo immediately asked her about the whereabouts of the other hunters. Hankawa explained that she was the only one left in Tokyo. The rest had either perished or scattered in the chaos. She added that the giants had spread across the country, but thanks to Jinwoo, the majority had already been annihilated. Now the few that remained were being hunted down by other awakened hunters in Jinwoo's shadow soldiers. Hearing this, Jinwoo concluded that only one remained, the colossal giant standing guard before the gate. As he surveyed the ruined city, a haunting thought entered his mind. The destruction before him reminded him of the demon castle. Could that endless wasteland have been a model? Did the system's architect design the demon castle as a reflection of this possible future? But the architect was already dead, and Jinwoo hadn't received a single message or vision since. Perhaps that really had been the architect's true body. Regardless, Jinwoo resolved not to allow this future to come to pass. That was the reason he had trained, the reason he pushed himself to wield power no one else could match. With renewed determination, he turned to Hankawa and said they were ready to move. Hankawa hesitated, telling him that the other hunters hadn't yet arrived. But Jinwoo assured her calmly that they had. Meanwhile, Kino grumbled in frustration, complaining about how exhausting and annoying this ordeal was. Minoru quickly reminded her that they should at least be grateful to still be alive. Hankawa, however, could not hold back her frustration. She vented that Jinwoo and his shadow army were pushing forward on their own, dominating giants that Japanese hunters couldn't even dare to approach. To her, it felt as if they were only here to clean up scraps, an infuriating realization. As she voiced her thoughts, shadows began to ripple across the battlefield. Jinwoo's army started returning to him, the air growing heavy with their presence. Then, Baru emerged from the dark mass, kneeling before his master. Jinwoo asked if the task was complete. When Baru confirmed, Jinwoo praised his soldiers for their efforts. He then ordered Jin-ho to escort Hankawa to safety. Once they departed, Jinwoo turned back to the battlefield. Stretching out his hand, he began performing shadow extraction on the countless corpses of fallen giants. One after another, towering shadows rose, forming monstrous copies of the giants. With his army swelling in both strength and numbers, Jinwoo gave a final command. All soldiers were to charge directly at the massive giant standing guard before the S-rank gate. The army roared to life, surging forward in unison, while Jinwoo chose to remain behind and observe the fight unfold. The giant, sensing the wave of approaching shadows, prepared itself. In a sudden burst, it unleashed a devastating mana wave. The attack cleaved through the shadow army with ease, scattering them by the dozens. Watching from a distance, Jinwoo was stunned. The giant had killed 100 of his soldiers with a single swing. He couldn't deny the overwhelming magic power it radiated. The oppressive aura was so intense that even he felt a primal urge to flee. But Jin Wu knew there were only two ways to escape such a suffocating pressure. Either run away and forget it, or completely destroy the source. Despite being vastly outnumbered, the giant refused to falter. The shadows were unable to close the distance, and even when they launched mana-based attacks, the creature remained unharmed. At one point, it casually caught a fireball in its bare hand, before tearing through more of Jin Wu's summoned giants. When insect-type shadows swarmed at its feet, the giant simply crushed them underfoot without effort. Baru, enraged by the sight, stepped forward, prepared to leap into battle. But Jin Wu raised a hand and stopped him. It wasn't time yet. For now, he had to keep pressing forward until he discovered the creature's weakness. His mana reserves were still plentiful, allowing him to continually regenerate his fallen soldiers. Yet even with relentless assaults, the giant's body showed no visible damage. It was then that Jin Wu realized the truth. The giant's immense mana was acting like armor, wrapping around its body and shielding it from all physical blows. But he also remembered something. Earlier, the creature had flinched and instinctively blocked when a fireball nearly struck its face. That small reaction gave him the clue he needed. Without hesitation, Jin Wu summoned Kaizel, along with his strongest shadow generals, Baru and Igris. Baru immediately sprang forward, his wings blurring with incredible speed as he aimed straight for the giant's eye. But the creature moved at the last moment, narrowly dodging the lethal strike. Meanwhile, Igris, mounted on Kaizel, swoops down from above and unleashes lightning magic. A powerful beam shoots toward the giant's face, but the creature twists at the last moment, narrowly avoiding the strike. From the ground, Jin Wu observes the exchange and quickly deduces the truth. The giant's weak point lies in its face. Its mana is concentrated on protecting its lower body, leaving its head vulnerable. The creature retaliates with a crushing blow that sends Kaizel spiraling out of control, forcing the wyvern out of the fight. Just as the giant begins to press its advantage, it suddenly notices Igris charging head-on toward its face. The giant instinctively raises its hand, blocking Igris's attack. But that brief distraction is all Jin Wu needs. In a flash, he closes the distance and strikes, landing a devastating blow that tears into the giant's flesh. The creature lets out a thunderous scream of pain. Before it can recover, Baru dives in with relentless ferocity, keeping the giant's attention locked on him. This gives Jin Wu the perfect opening to prepare his next move. Summoning every dagger in his arsenal, Jin Wu channels his strength through ruler's authority. The blades float around him, then surge forward in unison, raining down on the giant's face with lethal precision. From a distance, Jin Ho and Hankawa watch the battle in stunned silence. Hankawa mutters in disbelief, realizing that this no longer resembles a fight between hunters and monsters. Instead, it looks like a clash between monsters themselves. Back in the fray, Jin Wu channels his power into a violent slash, ripping straight through one of the giant's eyes. The creature bellows in agony, clutching its face. At that moment, Jin Wu signals to Baru. Without hesitation, the insectoid monarch darts forward, slipping into the creature's skull through the gaping eye socket. As Baru tears it apart from within, Jin Wu continues his assault from the outside, unleashing blow after blow. The giant convulses, blood spewing from its mouth as its body falters. With one final shudder, it collapses to the ground, its massive form shaking the battlefield. And then, the familiar system notification appears before Jin Wu's eyes. You have defeated the enemy. Standing before the lifeless body, he pondered the meaning of the message. But something felt strange. Jinho rushed over, full of excitement, praising Jin Wu's strength and congratulating him for taking down the giant. Yet Jin Wu's sharp instincts told him something was off. If that had truly been the dungeon's boss, there should have been a system message declaring the dungeon cleared. His eyes narrowed. The raid wasn't over. Looking closer at the giant's body, he realized something else. There was no black smoke rising from it. Without that smoke, he couldn't extract its shadow. A chilling sensation ran through him, and he quickly signaled Jinho to step back. Just then, the corpse stirred. From the giant's mouth, Baru emerged, his massive form radiating menace. Jinwoo studied the situation carefully. Even in death, the giant's body held an immense magical presence, one that still rivaled Baru's own. Before he could dwell on it, the gate itself began to glow with blinding light. Jinwoo instantly recognized the danger. It was a violent surge of magic power, a storm strong enough to tear flesh. He turned immediately to check on Jinho. To his relief, Igris had already moved, standing like a shield in front of Jinho, protecting him from the storm. Then something strange caught Jinwoo's eye. The gate wasn't just releasing magic. It was absorbing the giant's remaining power. He touched his face and noticed a thin cut across his cheek. Just from the storm's magic pressure, his skin had been sliced open. This was unlike anything he had ever experienced. He told Jinho to stay behind. Without hesitation, he stepped toward the gate, preparing to enter and uncover the truth. With one leap, Jinwoo crossed the threshold and found himself in a massive corridor, built on a scale fit for giants. As he walked deeper, Baru appeared by his side, remarking that he could hear something nearby. Jinwoo agreed. It wasn't an ordinary sound, it was a sinister laugh. A voice then echoed throughout the chamber, mocking the rulers and declaring amusement at their struggles. At the center of the chamber, Jinwoo saw it, a massive giant, bound tightly in chains. The creature raised its head, its voice desperate, urging to be freed. It claimed to know the ruler's true plans and begged to deliver this knowledge to the other monarchs. But then its gaze sharpened. Realization dawned, and it said that Jinwoo was not the person it had expected. Jinwoo asked whether the rulers were responsible for imprisoning him. The chained giant confirmed they were, explaining that he was being used as a tool, a stepping stone for the rulers to prepare the battlefield for an inevitable war. Jinwoo studied him carefully. He had spoken with intelligent magical beasts before, but none had been able to explain their true origins. Perhaps this one could. He asked the chained monarch what he knew about the rulers. The giant replied that they were the ancient enemies of the monarchs. Jinwoo's mind raced. If the rulers were enemies of the monarchs, then by extension, were they also his enemies? He pressed further, asking if the chains binding him were proof of being a monarch. The giant nodded and revealed his true identity. The monarch of the beginning, king of giants. He warned Jinwoo that both rulers and monarchs sought him. With his current strength, Jinwoo was not yet ready to stand against either side. To survive, he would need allies and influence. Jinwoo demanded proof of his words. The monarch then began chanting in an ancient tongue. A system notification appeared before Jinwoo. The monarch of the beginning has activated the skill, Oath of Truth. Accepting the pact, Jinwoo felt the weight of the contract. Neither he nor the monarch could speak lies until the oath was annulled. Again, lich asked for freedom, promising aid against Jinwoo's enemies. Jinwoo attempted to respond with false assurance, but found himself unable to. The oath bound his words. Lich explained this was the power of the truth-binding contract. Jinwoo could not lie now. Curious, Jinwoo asked why lich could speak with such clarity, unlike the other monsters from the gates. Lich realized Jinwoo was referring to the creatures of chaos, the mindless beasts who poured out of dungeons. He explained that those were prisoners of the rulers, locked away for so long that their minds had decayed, leaving them nothing but beasts. He, however, was different. He was a king. He had retained his sanity, enduring countless years in chains, waiting for this very moment of release. Jinwoo then asked if the silver-winged soldiers were also part of the ruler's forces. Lich confirmed it, adding that the rulers were already preparing for a war against the monarchs. Jinwoo questioned why they sent endless waves of monsters into humanity's world. Lich revealed the truth. Their purpose was not to destroy, but to prepare. By injecting magic power into Earth, little by little, they were transforming it into a battlefield capable of withstanding the clash between rulers and monarchs. Magic stones and crystals, what humanity thought were blessings, were in fact part of this grand design. The blood and deaths of hunters and civilians alike were the very fuel transforming the planet. Jinwoo finally understood. The world was being prepared for war. When Jinwoo asked what war lich meant, the monarch's answer was simple: the rematch between rulers and monarchs. And Earth would become the front line of that conflict far sooner than Jinwoo expected. The giant then warned that Jinwoo himself was a target. The power he wielded was not truly his own. By inheriting it, he had marked himself as an enemy to both sides. Yet lich swore that he would stand by Jinwoo's side in the battles to come. Jinwoo, however, remained suspicious. If lich truly wanted to help, wouldn't it be easier to join him as a shadow soldier? At that moment, the monarch froze. Behind Jinwoo, he saw something, a figure cloaked in darkness, the true presence of the Shadow Monarch. He tells Jinwoo that rulers and monarchs are bound to spiritual forms. When they die, they can't become shadows. Legia then asks, "Was that enough to convince you to help me?" Jinwoo draws his weapon, slowly approaching. He understands the situation, but something feels off. He senses he's missing a crucial detail. As he begins to free Legia, Jinwoo asks, "You said you'll stay by my side, right?" Legia replies, "Of course. If you help me, I will help you. This is a fair and absolute deal between monarchs." But Jinwoo, still wary, asks, "Are you on the human side?" Legia remains silent. Jinwoo repeats the question, "Why aren't you answering? Is it because of the oath of truth?" Then Jinwoo notices something. There's a magical crystal embedded at the back of Legia's neck. He realizes, as long as that stone exists, you must be hearing the ruler's commands, just like every other monster, telling you to kill humans. Legia lunges, but Jinwoo dodges, saying, "The deal's off." He stabs Legia through the chest. "You're too dangerous to let live. You could become a calamity." Legia, wounded, looks at Jinwoo and says, "You're wrong. The true calamity is you." He tries to attack again, but Jinwoo is faster. He strikes back, though even that isn't enough to kill the monarch of the beginning. Using his last bit of strength, Legia warns Jinwoo, "As the battles between the people of Earth and the residents of Chaos grow more frequent, the world will become a more intense war zone. I pray that everything you hold dear turns to ash, burned by the karma of war." Jinwoo finishes him with the final blow. It won't go as you hope. A system notification appears. "You have defeated Legia, one of the 9 original monarchs. It adds that a great amount of experience has been earned, and it may take time to process." Jinwoo picks up a piece of metal from the ground and mutters, "Too bad I didn't get a shadow soldier. But I'll take this as a souvenir." As he stepped out of the dungeon, another message appeared before him. "You have reached level 122. The scene shifts to America, where a helicopter descends onto a private estate. Director David Brennan of the Hunter Bureau steps out, accompanied by Miss Selner, the mysterious woman gifted with foresight. They are greeted by Christopher Reed, one of the world's national-level hunters. Surprised by the unannounced visit, Christopher remarks that he hadn't expected any visitors today. Director Brennan explains that they have an urgent matter to discuss and requests complete privacy. With a nod, Christopher instructs his secretary to ensure no one approaches his office until the meeting is over. Once inside, the three take their seats. Christopher, still curious, asks why they have come. He makes it clear that he has no intention of joining the S-rank gate raid that recently appeared in the East. But Selner calmly assures him that their visit is not about the gate. Her expression turns grave as she delivers a chilling warning. Christopher's life may soon be in danger. The hunter freezes in disbelief. Anger quickly flashes across his face. Though he respects Selner for what she once did for him, he insists they are not close enough for such a cruel joke. He demands to know who would dare to target a man like him. Selner does not waver. She tells him that she had a dream, a vision where he was surrounded by men, his life at risk. But Christopher, growing impatient, cuts her off. He calls it nonsense, unable to believe that she traveled all this way to warn him about a dream. Tension fills the room as Christopher reminds her of the rumors about her past. Before awakening her current gift, she had once been a psychic. Some believed her strange powers came from that background, but none of it mattered to him. With a hardened expression, he declares that, as a national-level hunter, no one on Earth can kill him. Still, after a pause, his tone shifts slightly. Calmer now, he poses a hypothetical question. If he were to believe her vision, who exactly should he turn to for help? Selner's answer is clear. There may be someone capable of standing against even the greatest of threats, Sung Jinwoo. She insists that he may be the only person who can protect Christopher. The scene shifts to Japan. Emerging from the S-rank dungeon, Jinwoo reflects on the battle he had just endured. He acknowledges to himself that killing the monarch had been the right decision. Even while bound in chains, the enemy had radiated suffocating levels of mana, enough to crush those around him. Jinwoo knew that uncovering the giant king's true intentions before he could act had spared the world from disaster. Fast forward, and news spreads rapidly across the globe. The giants in Japan have all been eliminated. Social media erupts with speculation about the identity of a possible new national-level hunter. Unlike the Jeju Island raid, which was seen mostly as a Korean triumph, this time the entire world is paying attention. Meanwhile, in China, the last surviving giant that had crossed the sea is brought down by Liu Zhigang, the nation's own national-level hunter. Back in Japan, scandal follows triumph. Matsumoto Shigeo, head of the Japanese Hunter Association, turns himself in to the authorities. His sudden confession stuns the public. Though his true motivations remain unclear, many believe he sought to take responsibility for his betrayal during the Jeju Island raid, when he endangered Korean hunters for Japan's gain. Meanwhile, in the United States, hunters who had just cleared an S-rank gate gather for a lavish government-sponsored celebration. Members of the Scavenger Guild talk among themselves, impressed by the scale of the event and how the government spared no expense. It is then that America's strongest hunter arrives, Thomas Andre, one of the 5 national-level hunters. Towering and full of confidence, he greets his guild with a grin. In a playful mood, he teases them about a wager they had made, putting one member on the spot. The hunter nervously insists that he hadn't bet anything at all, which only amuses Thomas further. He jokes about taking the man's tie as a prize, leaning in with mock seriousness. Turning to his assistant, Laura, Thomas asks how he looks. With her usual bluntness, she remarks that although the tie is expensive, it clashes terribly with his Hawaiian shirt. Laughing at her honesty, Thomas removes the tie, agreeing with her. Once the humor fades, Laura provides an important update. She reports the list of guilds set to attend the upcoming International Guild Conference. Among them, one name catches Thomas's attention: the Avenging Guild, newly created in Korea. Laura confirms that the guild belongs to none other than Jin Wu. At once, Thomas's playful demeanor shifts. His interest sharpens as he realizes what this means. Soon, Jinwoo will be coming to the United States. Back in Korea, Jinwoo cleared the remaining dungeon breaks across the city. With the crisis finally under control, he stood before a row of giants he had turned into shadow soldiers. He observed his new forces, remarking that it was unfortunate one had managed to escape across the ocean. Still, the gains far outweighed the loss. His army had grown stronger, and the onlookers behind him couldn't hide their astonishment. Seeing their reaction, Jinho smirked, thinking it was no surprise they were shocked witnessing his abilities for the first time. He then noticed Hunter Hoshino approaching, telling him that someone was on the phone asking for him. After answering, Jinwoo was surprised to hear what the caller said. It was Yu Jinho, telling him he had to return to Korea. Jinwoo asked if something had happened. Jinho admitted he wasn't entirely sure, but said his mother had called and sounded shaken. Something had come up regarding family matters, and he couldn't ignore it. Though concerned, Jinwoo agreed and allowed him to leave. As Jinho departed, he thought back to his mother's trembling voice. He had never heard her sound that way before, and unease settled in his chest. Upon landing in Korea, Jinho was met by his father's assistant. The man informed him that a car had been prepared to take him directly to the hospital. His tone was grave as he advised Jinho to brace himself for what he was about to see. During the drive, the assistant explained the situation. By the time they arrived, Jinho's father was lying unconscious in a hospital bed, caught in what doctors called an eternal sleep. Shaken, Jinho tried to rush inside, but the assistant stopped him. He warned that a hunter unable to fully control his mana could worsen his father's condition simply by being near. Instead, the assistant handed him a notebook. He explained that this was something the chairman had been working on before collapsing. At first, he had kept it aside in hopes the chairman would wake up to ask for it, but now it seemed more fitting for Jinho to have it. Opening the notebook, Jinho's eyes blurred with tears. The pages were filled with clippings of newspaper articles, every single one about him and Jinwoo. Jinho managed a faint smile through his tears. He realized his father still had the same old habit of collecting clippings of everything that mattered to him. The assistant added gently that the book didn't only contain articles about Jinwoo. Inside were newspaper features of Jinho's own achievements as well, his competitions, exhibitions, and even his recent ventures. His father had kept all of them. The assistant explained softly that it wasn't a lack of love. The chairman's expectations had simply been as immense as the love he felt for his son. Wiping his eyes, Jinho listened silently as the assistant suggested returning to the residence. As they began to leave, Jinho paused. He suddenly felt as though someone was nearby, watching him. Turning around, he saw nothing. The assistant asked if something was wrong. Jinho shook his head and replied it was nothing before continuing on. Unbeknownst to him, Jin Wu had been there all along, hidden under the cloak of stealth. Standing silently in the hospital room, he gazed at Jinho's unconscious father. Softly, he whispered that the scene was making him emotional. Then he produced a bottle of healing potion and carefully opened it. Outside the hospital, Yu Jin-hee, Jinho's sister, had just arrived. As she entered the building, she briefly crossed paths with Jinwoo, who slipped past her quietly. Not recognizing him, she ignored it and continued on her way to see her father. When she entered the hospital room, she froze. To her shock, her father was sitting upright in bed, awake and looking at her. Overcome with emotion, tears streamed down her face as she rushed to his side. Before long, doctors arrived, completely stunned. They explained that the man had awakened from what had been classified as an eternal sleep, something that had never been recorded in medical history. One doctor muttered in disbelief, unable to imagine how the media would react once the news broke. Outside, Jinwoo walked calmly down the street. He murmured to himself that it was a little early, but wished Jinho a happy birthday nonetheless. After some time, he checked his shadow exchange ability, intending to return to Japan. The cooldown showed 1 hour and 54 minutes remained. With time to spare, he wondered how to pass the next 2 hours. For a brief moment, the thought of Hae-in crossed his mind. But he quickly brushed it aside and decided instead to search for a dungeon to raid while he waited. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the United States, Christopher Reed, one of the world's national-level hunters, was asleep in his home. Suddenly, he stirred awake, his instincts warning him something was wrong. Rising to his feet, he moved through the silent halls of his residence. The stillness was unsettling. He picked up a wine glass and hurled it to the ground. The glass shattered, but not a sound followed. His expression hardened. Something unnatural was at play. He muttered to himself that the glass had broken without sound. Someone was interfering. Christopher remembered Lady Selner's warning and thought back to the business card Michael Connor had once given him, containing Chairman Gogan Hee's contact information. Michael had told him to reach out if he ever sensed anything strange. Now Christopher began to wonder if Michael had already foreseen this very moment. His thoughts were interrupted as a figure appeared before him, a mysterious man, flanked by several others lurking in the shadows. Christopher demanded to know who they were. The man answered cryptically, saying that Christopher would never be able to protect anything so long as he continued siding with humanity. He referred to Christopher as a fragment of brilliant light. Hearing them speak in the language of monsters, Christopher's fury grew. He demanded answers, but the man merely pointed upward, declaring that he was not speaking to Christopher at all. He was speaking to the being connected to him, the one above. Outraged, Christopher snarled, asking if they thought this was a joke. He activated his powers, his body glowing as he entered a state of spiritualization. The intruders were startled, amazed that a human could use such an ability. But Christopher was beyond patience. Fully transformed, he lunged forward. At least one of them, he vowed, would die by his hands tonight. And with that, the fierce battle began. Back in Japan, Jinwoo was seated in a car heading toward the airport. Outside, enormous crowds had gathered, cheering and expressing their gratitude. They had come to honor the man who had saved their country from complete annihilation at the hands of the giants. Jinwoo noticed how countless people had arrived just to catch a glimpse of him. While the exact number wasn't certain, it was estimated that more than 100,000 people had assembled. Later, once the plane took off, the focus shifted inside the cabin. Jinwoo sat quietly, reflecting on the strange odds of coincidence. He wondered about the chances of a familiar face ending up next to him on a flight, purely by chance. To his surprise, the seat beside him was occupied by none other than Agent Adam White. Jinwoo asked if this meeting was really just coincidence. Adam admitted it would be nice if Jinwoo thought so, though it was hard to believe. The agent reminded him that they had only met once before, yet Jinwoo still remembered him. Baru's voice echoed from the shadows, reminding Jinwoo not to forget the man's name this time. Jinwoo then questioned why Adam was here when negotiations had already been halted. Adam admitted it was improper to bypass official channels, but explained that he had something important to share. Jinwoo asked if the United States had failed to stop the S-rank gate. Adam reassured him that the situation had already been resolved. To explain further, he showed Jinwoo a video of a house engulfed in flames while firefighters desperately tried to extinguish it. The firefighters in the video explained that it was no ordinary fire. No matter what methods they used, they couldn't suppress it. Jinwoo asked what exactly he was being shown. Adam urged him to keep watching until the end. It was then revealed that Christopher Reed, one of the American national-level hunters, had caused the fire. A total of 1,800 firefighters and 14 elite hunters had been mobilized to extinguish the flames. Jinwoo quickly realized that if such a blaze existed, then a battle must have taken place. He asked if Christopher had been defeated. Adam confirmed the shocking truth. Christopher Reed had been killed. The agent then produced a photograph saying this was the person the Hunter Bureau believed to be the most likely suspect. Suddenly, Adam was lifted into the air by an invisible force as Jinwoo's fury surged. The hunter demanded to know if this was some kind of joke, warning that Adam wouldn't be walking out of the plane alive if it was. The other agents on board prepared to intervene, but Adam quickly stopped them. Gasping for breath, he clarified that the person in the photograph had come out of a dungeon. He might not be who they thought he was. Jinwoo ordered him to explain further. Adam said that the man's magic power was identical to that of monsters. During an interrogation, he had attacked an S-rank hunter. Adam reminded Jinwoo of the explosion at the Hunter Bureau headquarters several months earlier, the one that had shocked the world. Jinwoo asked if they thought this had something to do with his father and let Adam go. Gasping for air, Adam continued. He explained that this suspect had knocked out Bureau hunters during that incident and then vanished without a trace. Despite all efforts, it was as if the man had evaporated into thin air. Still struggling to breathe, Adam admitted he understood how difficult this was for Jinwoo, but insisted that the suspect matched every requirement to be considered responsible. Jinwoo demanded to know why he was being shown this picture. Adam then explained about the upcoming International Guild Conference in New Bern. Representatives from guilds across the world would be attending, and the Hunter Bureau planned to distribute wanted posters of this man. The investigation would no longer remain a secret. The United States had lost a national-level hunter, and the association intended to use every resource to find the culprit. Adam clarified that the reason he had come in person was to preserve good relations with Jinwoo. He wanted to warn him before the announcement went public. Otherwise, Jinwoo might have been shocked to suddenly see his father's face displayed on a screen at the event. Jinwoo sat in silence, shaken by the revelation. His father, Sung-il Hwan, missing for 10 years, had somehow returned. But the Bureau now considered him a monster. The thought disturbed Jinwoo deeply. One of the hunters accompanying Adam stepped forward, asking about his condition after being lifted by Jinwoo's power. Adam, still shaken but steadying himself, assured them he was fine. Yet in that moment, he couldn't help but be astonished. Telekinesis was a skill possessed by certain high-rank magic users, but usually it was limited to moving objects around. What Jinwoo had demonstrated was on an entirely different level. It was the kind of ability only national-level hunters were known to possess. For Adam White, the truth was undeniable. Sung Jinwoo was indeed the 6th national-level hunter, and this was a fact he knew he had to report to the vice director immediately. A few days later, the official list of guilds invited to the International Hunter Conference was released. Among them was the newly formed Ajin Guild, surprising many across Korea. Not long after, a press event was held to address the news. Reporters turned to Choi Jong-in, master of the Hunters Guild, for his thoughts. Choi explained that the American Hunter Bureau had made the obvious choice. Having fought alongside Jin Wu during several life-threatening incidents, including the Jeju Island raid, he had seen the hunters' abilities firsthand. In his view, the Ajin Guild's strength could rival any guild in the world, and none would surpass it. When questioned about his own disappointment, since the Hunters Guild had always represented Korea at the conference until now, Choi admitted that, naturally, it was unfortunate he would not be traveling to the United States this time. However, he felt pride rather than resentment. He pointed out that in moments of despair, when facing overwhelming monsters, there was now one hunter in Korea he could trust without hesitation, Jin Wu. Choi even reminded the press that both he and his guild members had once been saved by Jinwoo. To him, it was an honor that Jinwoo had been chosen to stand as Korea's representative. After concluding the interview, Choi left the building and headed toward his car. On the way, a guild member stopped him with an update. They had successfully reserved a gate that had appeared earlier that morning in Suseodong. It was classified as an A-rank gate, though the energy readings did not seem particularly threatening. Curious, Choi asked whether the Ajin Guild had also requested this raid. His subordinate shook his head, explaining that the Ajin Guild had been unusually quiet lately. At the Korean Hunters Association, Woo Jin-chul delivered a report to Chairman Go Gun-hee. China had submitted a request for information on Sung Jin-woo. The chairman asked if they were seeking personal records, but Woo clarified that the request was limited to public data, raid logs, records, and news articles. Chairman Go found the timing unusual. Jin Wu had already rejected offers to be scouted by foreign powers, so why the sudden interest from China? Wu explained that the request had not come from the Chinese government itself, but from Liu Zhigang, the strongest hunter in the nation. Go considered this carefully. China didn't adhere to the international ranking system. While 5-star hunters were usually the highest classification, Liu Zhigang was treated as an exception, a 7-star hunter in practice. Wu elaborated that Liu had once fought off a giant that crossed into China, and now after Jin Wu had single-handedly eradicated the giants in the recent crisis, Liu wanted to know more about him. Chairman Go's decision was firm. The request would be denied. If necessary, only superficial details would be released. Meanwhile, in the United States, Laura informed Thomas Andre that Sung Jin Woo would arrive the following day. At that moment, Huang Dong-su entered the room. Before Huang could say much, Thomas cut him off, declaring he had something urgent to say. Without hesitation, he laid down the rule. Under no circumstances was Huang to touch Sung Jin Woo once he arrived. Huang tried to protest, but Thomas's overwhelming mana crushed his voice. He reminded Huang that he had not been given permission to speak and ordered him to listen. Laura watched silently, noting how absolute Thomas's presence felt. Few hunters could issue such a warning to Huang and make it stick. Even so, Huang's obsession with his prey nearly matched Thomas's authority. To end the matter, Thomas repeated the order. Sung Jin Woo was not to be touched. He then instructed Huang to take a vacation at the guild resort for the duration of the conference. As Huang left, Laura asked if it was wise to let him go. Thomas admitted he doubted Huang had given up. He ordered her to keep a close eye on him until Jin Wu returned home. When Laura questioned whether Huang would listen, Thomas replied without hesitation he would choose being uncomfortable over being dead. Fast forward to the United States, where the world's strongest guilds had gathered for the International Guild Conference. Among the arriving guests were Leonard Nierman, representative of Germany's Richter Guild, and his guild's vice master. As they walked toward the building, reporters swarmed the entrance, their cameras flashing. Leonard wondered aloud why the press turnout was so unusually large this year. His vice master explained that the Korean hunter everyone had been talking about was expected to arrive today, and most of the reporters were waiting for him. Looking across the way, they spotted Sung Jin Woo, accompanied by Yoo Jin-ho and Chief Woo Jin-chul. Leonard considered approaching. There would be no harm in introducing himself to a hunter of such renown, but as he drew closer, Leonard's expression suddenly stiffened. His vice master asked if something was wrong, but Leonard could barely believe what he was seeing. To his eyes, Jin Wu was not a hunter who summoned creatures from another dimension. Instead, his army was already with him, silently surrounding him on every side. With those numbers, Leonard thought, it wouldn't be strange if someone claimed Jin Wu had come to wage war against the United States. Jin Wu noticed the intense stare and casually remarked to Jin-ho that a foreigner had been watching him for quite a while. Jin-ho chuckled, reminding him that after so much media attention, it was natural to attract fans. Perhaps, he teased, the man simply wanted an autograph. Jin-ho then turned his mischief toward Woo Jin-chul, asking why he was tagging along. Wu looked uncomfortable as he admitted that he had been officially assigned to protect Hunter Jin Wu. Seizing the chance, Jin Ho leaned in playfully, making Wu repeat the statement, leaving him flustered. Amid their banter, a familiar figure approached. Adam White of the Hunter Bureau. Greeting Jin Wu, Adam said they had been waiting for him. Jin Wu raised a brow, reminding him that as head of the Bureau's Asian branch, he should still be in Asia. Adam explained that while that was true, he was now also personally assigned to matters concerning Sung Jin Wu. Adam instructed that the rest of the Korean party would be escorted to their rooms, but only Jin Wu would accompany him. Jin Wu agreed, telling Jin Ho to go on with Chief Wu while he followed Adam. Once they were alone, Jin Wu grew serious. He asked Adam if this was about his father. Adam, visibly nervous, assured him it was nothing harmful. He stressed that the U.S. Hunter Bureau regarded him very highly. As they walked, Jin Wu pressed further, but Adam admitted some matters were classified as top secret. In the car, Jin Wu asked where they were going. Adam replied that their destination was the Hunter Bureau headquarters. He explained that since the death of Christopher Reed, a national-level hunter and one of America's strongest, the Bureau had been under immense pressure. The public had not been told, but within the Bureau, Reed's death had left a dangerous void in the nation's defenses. Because of this, Adam revealed, the Bureau intended to pour its resources into finding someone capable of filling the gap. When Jin Wu asked if he was considered a candidate, Adam confirmed it with a nod. To support this, Adam produced several documents and photos. Among them was the skeleton of the dragon Kamish, along with a runestone retrieved from its corpse after the raid. Adam explained that the value of a runestone corresponded directly to the power of the beast it came from. The Kamish raid had been humanity's most harrowing nightmare, an event so terrifying most wished it erased from memory. Yet from the dragon's body, the Bureau had secured this powerful artifact, and they sought someone worthy of wielding it. With the evidence laid out before him, Adam finally asked what Jin Wu thought of their offer. Jin Wu scanned the photos in silence before asking to go back to an earlier image. Adam clarified if he meant the photo of Kamesh's corpse. Jin Wu then questioned whether the Bureau had preserved the dragon's remains. Adam admitted they had. Jin Wu requested to see the facility where the body was kept, insisting that Adam take him there first. Adam was surprised and asked why. Jin Wu responded calmly that he had given the Bureau his time without complaint, so this was not too much to ask in return. Adam confessed he did not know the facility's exact location, but added that, given Jin Wu's standing, it wouldn't be difficult to obtain permission. He would, however, need to make a formal report first. Jin Wu leaned back and said evenly that if they were going to wait, they would wait together. Then he told Adam directly he was coming with him. Fast forward to the Hunter Bureau headquarters, Director David Brennan turns to Adam White and asks whether Sung Jin Wu is really inside their building at that very moment. He wonders aloud if the Korean hunter is truly interested in their offer regarding the powerful runestone. Adam answers honestly. Throughout the day, Jin Wu had barely mentioned the runestone at all. David presses the issue. Was Jin Wu truly focused only on viewing the corpse of the slain dragon rather than acquiring a new skill? After a moment of thought, he turns toward Michael Connor, the deputy director, and asks for his perspective. Michael explains that the worth of a skill can be beyond calculation. Many top-rank hunters spend enormous fortunes trying to acquire the right runestone. Perhaps, for Jin Wu, witnessing the corpse firsthand might hold more value than learning a new ability. David narrows his eyes. Could it be that Jin Wu's ability only works on monsters he has killed himself? Then a chilling thought strikes Michael. What if Jin Wu can even raise creatures as shadows without needing to kill them personally? The two men exchange tense looks, realizing the terrifying possibility. If Jin Wu could reanimate Kamish, the dragon itself, his power would be beyond imagination. Alarmed, David rises from his seat. He insists that no single individual should ever be allowed to wield such a level of strength. Michael warns him to tread carefully. Refusing Jin Wu's request outright could seriously damage their relationship with him. After some thought, David reluctantly agrees. He decides to escort Jin Wu to the restricted facility personally, hoping to witness the truth of his powers. Soon after, inside the elevator, heading deep below the bureau, David addresses Jin Wu. He remarks that he would prefer to sit down for a proper discussion, but if this is the path Jin Wu insists on, then they will proceed as requested. When the doors slide open, Jin Wu immediately senses it. Residual traces of mana still linger in the air even after all these years. He wonders how powerful the shadow of this creature would become if he succeeded in bringing it back. Standing before the immense corpse, David explains the history. The dragon Kamish had been preserved exactly as it was when it fell, defeated by 5 national-level hunters. Before that, it had already slaughtered hundreds of elites. Its mana crystal now fuels the Bureau's headquarters. David looks to Jin Wu and asks if he is satisfied. Without hesitation, Jin Wu steps forward and instructs everyone present to stand back. David raises a hand, telling the staff not to interfere. For now, they will only observe. Jin Wu activates his ability, Shadow Extraction. A notification appears. Shadow Extraction has failed. He tries again. This time, black mist spills into the chamber. The dragon's massive bones begin to rattle and quake. A towering figure starts to rise. A gigantic shadow emerges, its form taking shape as Grey the beast. The room itself trembles, structures collapsing under the released energy. The spectral dragon speaks. "Are you the one who has summoned me, King of the Dead, Shadow Monarch?" Panic erupts among the Bureau agents as they watch the impossible unfold. Kamish, once slain, appears to stand resurrected. The dragon's eyes glow with rage. "Humans! I will kill them all." The creature smashes against reinforced glass, shattering it like fragile ice. David stares in horror. This was glass fortified with the strongest mana, and yet it breaks with ease. Kamish bursts free of containment, drawing in power to unleash its deadly breath. David shouts desperately, "There's no escape." This was the legendary dragon's breath, capable of annihilation. But Jin Wu, calm and unwavering, steps forward. He speaks directly to the beast. "The mana crystal within your skull is long gone. You are no longer bound to the commands of the rulers." Everyone freezes, stunned as they realize Jin Wu is communicating in the language of monsters. Kamish halts its attack. Slowly its tone changes. "So this is what it means, to become the subject of the Shadow Monarch." Lowering its head, the dragon bows. "As one who once served the King of Dragons, I greet you, my new lord." Jin Wu asks carefully if it truly served the King of Dragons. Kamish confirms it served the Monarch of Destruction, the Mad Dragon. Jin Wu studies the shadow before him, amazed. Its ego was strong, independent, even surpassing any soldier he had summoned before. There was no doubt, this was once a being of terrifying might. Meanwhile, the Bureau staff look on in disbelief, seeing the legendary dragon wag its tail like a loyal beast before Jin Wu. Jin Wu recalls the entities revealed to him by the system: the King of the Dead, the Shadow Monarch, the King of Giants, the Monarch of the Beginning. It must be one of the 9 monarch mentioned by the system. But suddenly Jin Wu notices something strange. The dragon's body begins to crumble. Kamish explains with a fading voice. Too much time had passed since its death. Its soul could not fully endure. Panicked, Jin Wu tries to command the system to halt the collapse, but it is useless. In its last moments, Kamish speaks. "I envy your soldiers, who may serve you for eternity. Beware, my lord. The humans have borrowed the strength of the rulers." With those final words, the shadow disintegrates completely, leaving only the dragon's colossal skeleton to crash to the ground. A notification appears. Shadow extraction has failed. Silence fills the chamber. Jin Wu turns to Adam White. His voice steady, he asks him to tell Director that he is truly sorry for the outcome. He promises to cover all damages caused. As Jin Wu departs, frustration boils within him. Agents nearby flinch in shock as he punches the reinforced metal door, crushing it with a single blow. After the incident at the Bureau, Wu Jinchul approached Sung Jin Wu, asking where he had been, since he hadn't been able to reach him by phone. Jin Wu calmly explained that he had been somewhere for a short while where no calls could get through. Wu then asked if he had met with Yu Jin Ho. Jin Wu looked puzzled, and Wu clarified that Jin Ho had supposedly left as soon as he received a message from Jinwoo, asking to meet him at the Hunter Bureau headquarters. But Jinwoo denied ever sending such a message, saying he had just returned from the Bureau himself. Turning to Adam White, Jinwoo asked if he knew anything about the situation. Adam checked the visitor log but found nothing. Yu Jin-ho's name wasn't listed anywhere. Shocked, Wu explained that a hunter from the Scavenger Guild had come in person 2 hours earlier to pick Jin-ho up. Adam frowned, pointing out that although the Scavenger Guild had close ties with the Bureau, they had no authority to act on its behalf. He promised to call them directly. Jinwoo's instincts immediately flared. Something felt terribly wrong. On the other end of the call, Laura from the Scavenger Guild answered. When Adam described the person who had taken Jin-ho, she realized at once that something was off. She asked if Sung Jin-woo was aware of the situation. Adam admitted that Jinwoo hadn't been told yet, but noted that he had already asked about Jin-ho while at the Bureau. Laura promised that the guild would investigate the matter immediately. After the call, Adam assured Jinwoo that the Scavenger Guild was looking into it and would provide answers soon. But when he turned around, Jinwoo was already gone. Moving quickly through the city, Jinwoo's thoughts raced. He realized he had been careless. After using Shadow Exchange to save Chairman Yu Myung-han at the hospital, he had forgotten to place a shadow on Jin-ho. The memory of what happened to his sister only deepened his fear. What if something similar was happening again? Stopping in his tracks, Jinwoo spread out his mana and summoned every one of his shadows. With sharp determination, he gave a single order: find Yu Jin-ho. The shadows surged into the night, scattering across rooftops, streets, and alleyways, moving like silent hunters as they searched every corner of the city for Jin-ho's trail. Meanwhile, several men lay sprawled across the ground, unconscious and badly beaten. The one responsible stood towering over them. Thomas Andre, the strongest hunter of America. He had been interrogating them for information on Hwang Dong-su's whereabouts. Realizing the situation had gotten out of control, Thomas ordered his subordinates to track Hwang down, and above all, to find him before Sung Jin-woo did. In a deserted, crumbling building, Hwang Dong-su loomed over Yu Jin-ho, who was bloodied and gasping, his body covered in wounds. Meanwhile, in the heart of the city, Sung Jin-woo stood on the edge of a tall building. His shadows spread out like dark tendrils, slipping through the streets to listen in on conversations and sweep for any sign of Jin-ho. As he searched, Jin-woo wondered if the kidnappers had already fled the city. The thought seemed unlikely. Jin-ho was a combat-type D-rank hunter, not someone that ordinary people could easily overpower, even in numbers. The only lead pointed toward the Scavenger Guild. Suspicion fell on Hwang Dong-su, the younger brother of Hwang Dong-suk, who had once perished in a dungeon where only Jinwoo and Jin-ho survived. To Hwang, it was clear who he believed responsible, and he had been waiting for their arrival in America. Anger burned in Jinwoo's eyes. If anything had happened to Jin-ho, he swore those behind it would pay without mercy. Back at the Scavenger Guild headquarters, staff reported to Thomas Andre that Hwang Dong-su was still nowhere to be found. Thomas reflected on the recklessness of Hwang's actions. As an S-rank hunter, Hwang should have understood the vast gap in power between himself and Jinwoo. Acting against him was nothing short of suicidal. The only explanation was that Hwang believed Thomas would shield him from the consequences. Thomas placed a call to Laura, his trusted aide. He admitted he might have been too lenient with his guild members and asked her for an update. Laura explained that, with assistance from the Hunter Bureau, they had analyzed Hwang's movement patterns over the past month. 3 locations stood out where Hwang had deviated from his usual activity zones. Thomas immediately ordered every available member of the Scavenger Guild to move out to those 3 areas, declaring he would personally lead the search. Curious, he asked how Laura had managed to secure the Bureau's cooperation so quickly. Laura replied that she had warned them of the looming danger. If Hwang was not found soon, a direct confrontation between Thomas Andre and Sung Jin-woo was inevitable. That was something the Bureau desperately wished to avoid. At the Hunter Bureau, tension ran high. Agents rushed with reports, and Adam White informed Director David Brennan of a troubling discovery. The Scavenger Guild had abruptly canceled all of its raids and grounded its members. Every single hunter was on the move. David immediately realized the implications. If the entire scavenger guild was mobilized, it could only mean one thing. Thomas Andre was behind it. Whatever was happening, it was far bigger than they had expected. Meanwhile, inside a deserted factory, Jinwoo was held captive. Bruised and bleeding, he sat surrounded by several men, with Huang Dongsu standing over him. One of Huang's subordinates hesitated, asking if they were going too far. But Huang dismissed the concern. He explained that he had no intention of killing Jinwoo. He only wanted one answer. Huang recalled Thomas Andre's warning not to touch Jinwoo. Confronting Jinwoo directly was too dangerous. But Jinwoo was different. To Huang, there was just one thing worth hearing, that Jinwoo had killed his brother. With rage in his voice, he struck Jinwoo, ordering him to wake up. Blood dripped as one of the men muttered that Jinwoo was unusually tough. Any normal human would have died by now. Grabbing Jinwoo by the head, Huang slammed him into the wall. He sneered that bravery was admirable, but stubbornness would not earn forgiveness. Killing Jinwoo was not his goal. Instead, Huang revealed a cruel plan. One of his men was a skilled healer. Whenever Jinwoo's life was on the verge of ending, he would be saved and forced back into the cycle of pain. The factory had been abandoned for more than 5 years. No one would hear him, no matter how loud he screamed. Until Jinwoo gave the answer Huang wanted, his suffering would never end. Huang leaned closer, asking if Jinwoo wanted to talk now. With trembling lips, Jinwoo struggled to respond, but instead of begging, he defiantly raised his hand and flipped Huang off. Fury consumed Huang. He grabbed Jinwoo and slammed him into a concrete pillar with bone-crushing force. A voice from the back warned him to stop before he accidentally killed the captive. But Huang waved it off, saying the interrogation had only just begun. Dizzy and fading, Jinwoo suddenly saw a vision. The face of Huang's brother appeared in his mind, unsettling him further. At that moment, Huang noticed something. In the corner of the factory stood a figure cloaked in silence, a shadow soldier. Confused, Huang ripped off his jacket and narrowed his eyes. He wondered if a dungeon break had occurred. Where had that creature come from? Snarling that he didn't have time to waste, Huang charged straight toward the shadow. Back in Korea, Jinwoo's mother and sister sat glued to the television. The mother, worried, wondered aloud whether Jinwoo was safe. From the doorway, the shadow soldier Baru listened. He thought to himself that if there were anything his liege could not endure, then no one would ever be safe. The family watched in silence as the news feed announced Jinwoo's arrival in the United States. Suddenly, Baru's expression tightened. A familiar, dangerous aura had flared. He recognized it. The king was furious. Cut to the streets of the USA. Several cars tore through traffic. Members of the Scavenger Guild were on the move. In one of the vehicles, Thomas Andre ordered the driver to stop. He knew the situation had already escalated. Thomas kicked his door open and strode out, telling his men to move quickly and that he would go ahead of them. As he left, one subordinate muttered that they would be buried in compensation claims the next day. At an abandoned factory, Huang Dongsu took a brutal blow to the stomach. Jinwoo watched and, for a moment, allowed himself to believe he was saved. The strike sent the S-rank hunter, Huang, sprawling. The real rescuer, however, was Jin Wu. He had tracked the group down and used shadow exchange with one of his shadow soldiers, a shadow orc, to intercept the attack and protect Jinwoo. After throwing Huang clear of the building, Jinwoo rushed to Jinwoo's side and tried to administer a healing potion. A system notification interrupted him. Healing items could not be used on a target whose HP had fallen below 10%. Frustrated, Jinwoo scanned the area and turned to the two men standing nearby. He demanded to know if either of them was a healer and ordered them to treat Jinwoo immediately. One of the men, visibly shaking, insisted he did not understand Jinwoo's language. Huang, having recovered, stumbled back into the room. He clarifies to the man, "He's asking you to heal the guy." Huang pushed forward and tried to needle Jinwoo, suggesting this was their first face-to-face meeting. Ignoring the question, Jinwoo repeated his command for a healer. One of the henchmen protested that they should be consulted with their boss first. Before the man could finish that excuse, Jinwoo seized him by the face and slammed him against a steel pillar. He turned to the second man and asked directly whether he could perform healing magic. The man panicked, saying he had not signed up to deal with Jinwoo. When he admitted he could not heal, Jinwoo knocked him to the floor. Seeing Jinwoo's overwhelming strength, Huang stepped forward and accused him of killing his brother. Yu Jinho, weak and fading, tried to warn Jinwoo to be careful. Jinwoo told Jinho not to speak in his condition and faced Huang's accusation. Huang demanded to know whether Jinwoo had indeed killed his brother and the rest of his team. Jinwoo replied coldly that Huang should go ask his brother himself. Enraged, Huang lunged with a punch, but Jinwoo was quicker. Jinwoo dodged and countered, sending Huang flying out of the building. Before Huang could get to his feet, Jinwoo was already beside him, calm and immovable. Huang tried to strike again, but Jinwoo pinned him down and then began repeatedly slamming Huang's head into the ground. At that moment, Thomas Andre arrived on the scene and shouted for them to stop. He scolded Huang for disobeying his warning not to touch Jinwoo, then turned his attention to the man doing the beating. Thomas demanded to know if Huang was alive. Jinwoo replied without softness that he was not finished yet. Thomas, seeking to de-escalate, offered a bargain. If Jinwoo released Huang, Thomas would overlook what had transpired and let the matter slide. Jinwoo asked what would happen if he refused. Thomas, his temper rising, made it clear that refusal would turn the offer into an order, and an order backed by force. Without answering, Jinwoo hurled Huang into the air. As Huang flew, he pleaded silently to Thomas, urging him to intervene and kill Jinwoo. Jinwoo stepped forward and faced Thomas. Thomas warned that perhaps the other man did not yet know who he was. Jinwoo dismissed the warning. He stated that Thomas's identity did not change what had to happen. Thomas, taken aback, thought to himself that Jinwoo clearly knew who he was, and yet acted without fear. An unfamiliar but dangerous defiance. A quick flash of Thomas's past filled Thomas's thoughts. He had been born into poverty as an immigrant, survived by relying on a brutal talent for violence. That ruthlessness earned him the reputation of the strongest. Through constant battles, he had accumulated power, influence, and wealth, crushing anyone who stood against him. Convinced that violence was the truest form of justice, he had built himself into a ruler in his own right. Back in the present, more members of the Scavenger Guild poured onto the scene. As they advanced, a massive shockwave tore through the area, an explosion of force that swept past them and demolished everything in its path. When the dust settled, they realized Thomas himself had been thrown back by the impact. His men checked on him, anxious. Thomas motioned for them to keep their distance from Jinwoo. Panic rippled through Thomas's followers as they recognized the danger and began to pull back. While the standoff unfolded, Jinwoo ordered one of his shadow soldiers to take Jinho to the nearest hospital and do whatever was necessary to guarantee proper treatment. Once Jinho's safety was secured by the shadow, Jinwoo turned his full attention to Thomas Andre and the remaining members of the Scavenger Guild. With a single motion, he summoned his army of shadow soldiers, an imposing force that formed around him, ready to engage the entire guild. Seeing this, Thomas Andre's eyes lit up with excitement. At last, he had found an opponent worthy of his strength. Inwardly, he dismissed all thoughts of Huang Dong-su and the past. None of it mattered anymore. The only way to redeem his damaged pride was simple. He had to kill Sung Jinwoo. Despite this burning resolve, Thomas gave one last warning. He told Jinwoo it wasn't too late to admit his mistake, step back, and apologize. If he did, he would spare his life. But Jinwoo didn't waste words. Instead, he raised his hand and flipped him off. The gesture made Thomas's fury boil over. His body began to transform as he snarled that Jinwoo would regret refusing this final chance. Both sides prepared for battle. Jinwoo signaled his shadow soldiers, and in an instant, the Black Army surged forward, charging toward the hunters. Thomas reacted just as quickly, ordering his guild to intercept. The scavenger hunters rushed to meet the assault head-on. Their tanks took a defensive stance, layering their magical shields into a towering wall in a desperate attempt to slow the advancing tide. But the pressure of the shadows was overwhelming. The wall cracked, and the defense was broken. The moment the barrier fell, dozens of shadow soldiers were destroyed in an instant, crushed by the overwhelming force of Thomas Andre alone. Looking ahead, Thomas spotted Tusk. The Orc High Mage had cast Hymn of Protection, summoning a glowing barrier to block his advance. Without hesitation, Thomas tore through the shield, leaping forward and smashing his fist directly into Tusk's face. Even as the blow landed, Thomas realized the truth. His guild members stood no chance against these monsters. Leaving them behind, he charged deeper into the building where Jin Wu was waiting. Inside, the sight was grim. Most of the scavenger guild hunters were already lying defeated on the floor, shadows looming over them. Amid the chaos, Jin Wu himself stood engaged in battle, cutting through the hunters with deadly precision. Thomas roared and launched himself at him. But before he could reach his target, Iron stepped forward, blocking his path. With a single furious punch, Thomas demanded the knight move aside. The impact shattered Iron's shield and armor, sending him crashing to the ground in one blow. But when Thomas looked again, Jinwoo was gone. Confused, he scanned the battlefield, only to sense him appear at his side. Before Thomas could react, Jinwoo's dagger struck, but to the Shadow Monarch's shock, the attack had no effect. Thomas countered immediately. His fist slammed into Jinwoo, sending him flying across the air. He declared that this was the power of a national-level hunter. Even before Jinwoo could hit the ground, Thomas extended his hand, using psychokinesis to drag him back. He declared that Jinwoo should feel the difference in their strength and despair. But Jinwoo was not helpless. While being pulled in, he invoked ruler's authority, locking Thomas in place. The massive hunter's eyes widened in disbelief. He realized Jinwoo was crushing him under invisible power, leaving him completely immobilized. Despite the psychic pull, Jinwoo closed the distance and slashed forward. The blow landed true, forcing Thomas to cough blood as he staggered back and crashed to the ground. Barely staying upright, Thomas stared at the blood dripping from his lips, stunned. Jinwoo didn't slow down. He charged again, reminding Thomas of his earlier words. Now it was Jinwoo who repeated them back. Feel the difference in our strength and despair. With blinding speed, he unleashed a flurry of blows. Thomas struggled to defend himself, his giant frame forced backward under the relentless assault. At last, the world's strongest hunter snapped. His roar thundered across the battlefield. He swore he would stop underestimating his opponent. Golden energy erupted from his body as he activated his ultimate skill. Reinforcement. His transformation had begun. Meanwhile, agents of the Hunter Bureau were already en route to the battleground. Inside the car, Adam White was questioned about the situation. He explained that there was no time to go over every detail. One of the men with him added that, as civilians, they might not realize the danger, but getting any closer could easily cost them their lives. Back at the factory, Thomas Andre had completed his full transformation. At that moment, Jin Wu remembered something Kamish had once said, that 4 humans were chosen to inherit the ruler's power. It became clear now. Those survivors of the Kamish raid had become the 4 national-level hunters, and Thomas Andre was one of them. Thomas charged straight at Jin Wu. The Shadow Monarch moved to meet him, but stopped short as Thomas prepared to strike. In an instant, the ground beneath them shattered as Thomas slammed down with overwhelming force. Jin Wu narrowly evaded the blow. Thomas followed with another skill. Panic spread among the guild members, who screamed for everyone to get away from him. A swirling vortex appeared. Thomas had created a black hole. Everything nearby was pulled toward him, shadows and debris alike. Jin Wu steadied himself with ruler's authority, resisting the pull. What strength, he thought. This power, it's like a black hole. Without my authority, I would have been dragged in as well. Suddenly, a violent explosion tore through the area, obliterating half the building. Amid the destruction, Jin Wu emerged unscathed. Looking down, he saw Thomas below, roaring that he would not miss his target this time. As the remaining hunters evacuated with the wounded, Thomas launched upward at lightning speed. But Jin Wu met him head-on, stepping on his face mid-air and kicking off, sending the giant hunter crashing back down. Thomas used telekinesis again to pull Jin Wu in, but the monarch countered with ruler's authority, dragging Thomas toward him instead. Thomas realized his opponent intended to clash directly. Accepting the challenge, he steeled himself. Their fists collided with explosive force, shockwaves ripping through the battlefield. To Thomas's disbelief, Jin Wu's strike broke through his reinforced armor. The monarch's cold, disappointed glare cut deeper than the blow itself. Thomas was driven into the ground. He rose, screaming in rage, and threw another massive punch. But Jin Wu slipped past with ease, driving his knee into Thomas's face and shattering more of his golden armor. By now, the agents of the Hunter Bureau had arrived on site. They were frozen in shock at the sheer destruction being caused by just two individuals. One man warned Adam White to stay back, pointing to something that had just been hurled across the battlefield. White asked what it was, only to be told the truth. It was Thomas Andre himself. There, lying on the ground, the strongest hunter in America was being beaten mercilessly by Jin Wu. Thomas's thoughts reeled. How can a mage-type hunter display such overwhelming power and speed? Summoning what strength remained, he swore he could not lose this way and attempted a counterattack. But Jin Wu's speed was overwhelming. He deflected the strike with ease and tore more of Thomas's armor away. Furious, Thomas forced himself back up, roaring his name. He declared that he was Thomas Andre and demanded to know if his opponent truly thought this much was enough to bring him down. But Jin Wu was relentless. He appeared behind Thomas and struck again, reminding him that it didn't matter who he was. He continued the beating, driving his fists into Thomas again and again, shattering both his armor and his bones. Agent White pleaded for the assault to stop, but Jin Wu's wrath did not ease. He kept striking until Thomas was broken and barely able to stand. At last, the great Thomas Andre surrendered. He admitted defeat, saying it was over. Only then did Jin Wu finally halt his assault. Adam White looked on in disbelief. To see the world's strongest hunter reduced to such a state, he wondered how many hunters in existence could have accomplished such a thing. Perhaps none at all. And once news of this spread, the entire world would be shaken to its core. White immediately ordered the on-site hunters to treat Thomas at once. One of them reported grimly that every bone in Thomas's body had been broken, and his blood loss was severe. Healing him alone would not be enough. They would all need to combine their strength. Yet amid the devastation, one detail stood out. Despite the sheer scale of the battle, no one had died. White breathed a heavy sigh of relief. For a battle of this magnitude, this outcome was as good as they could have hoped for. But then, an agent called his attention to something nearby. When they arrived, they found a lifeless body lying in the rubble. It was Hunter Huang Dong-soo, and Sung Jinwoo was nowhere to be found. Back in Korea, Sung Jinwoo sat quietly atop a tall building. Through shadow exchange, he had returned instantly from America, switching places with Baru immediately after his battle with Thomas Andre. Another presence lingered beside him. Jinwoo turned to it and remarked that it had been a long time since it had set foot in Korea. Elsewhere, Baru appeared in a hospital room, using his healing abilities to treat Jinho's injuries. Not long after, a shadow knelt before Jinwoo and asked to be given a name. This was the shadow born from Hunter Huang Dong-soo. Jinwoo considered him for a moment, then decided, since he had lost his life to greed, his name would be Greed. After naming him, Jinwoo ordered him to bow his head to the ground, establishing the shadow's loyalty. The following day, back in the United States, Jinwoo made his way to the International Guild Conference. Outside the venue, large crowds of reporters gathered. Jinwoo asked Adam White about the attention, and Adam explained that the media had likely caught word of his clash with Thomas Andre. As Jinwoo entered the building, he thought to himself that he no longer wished to dwell on Huang Dong-soo. His purpose in America was singular. Once his questions were answered, he would have no more reason to remain. Inside the conference hall, the world's leading guild representatives had gathered. The moment Jinwoo stepped into the room, the atmosphere shifted. All eyes turned toward him. Whispers spread quickly through the crowd. People murmured about the man who had stood against Thomas Andre and nearly killed him, the same hunter who had also played a decisive role during the Tokyo Gate crisis. Soon after, the presentation began. A scientist walked up to the stage and introduced himself as Dr. Belzer. He addressed the assembly, reminding them that gates were appearing with increasing frequency across the world. But there was something else, something less known. Strange activity had also been detected high above the skies. He explained that magical energy in the atmosphere was growing thicker and denser than ever before. To describe this new phenomenon, he introduced a term, the Magisphere. A map lit up on the screen behind him, displaying 9 specific locations where the Magisphere had formed. Out of all of them, the highest concentration of magical energy had been recorded above Seoul, South Korea. The revelation caused the entire hall to shift their gaze toward Jin Wu, their suspicion clear. Sensing the tension, Dr. Belzer quickly reassured them. There was no reason to believe that Sung Jin Wu was controlling the Magisphere. If he truly wielded such overwhelming power, he would already be something beyond hunters entirely. Meanwhile, Jin Wu silently considered the strange phenomenon. He wondered if the 9 locations that had appeared might somehow be connected to the number of rulers and monarchs. The doctor on stage concluded his report. He admitted that the cause of the disturbances remained unknown, and at the moment, there was nothing humanity could do to stop it. Still, he insisted that this uncertainty should not lead to inaction. The world, he warned, might soon face another great upheaval. When the doctor stepped aside, director David Brennan walked to the center of the stage. He asked the doctor if the presentation was finished. Once the man confirmed, David told the audience that he would continue from there. With a heavy tone, David began to address the hunters gathered before him. He revealed tragic news. Christopher Reed, one of the world's most powerful national-level hunters, had been assassinated 2 weeks ago. Shock rippled through the assembly. Murmurs spread across the room. Hunters whispered in disbelief. How could someone as strong as Christopher have been killed? Who could possibly overpower him? Some even speculated whether the mysterious man who fought Thomas Andre the previous day might be involved. Through it all, Sung Jin Wu sat silently, his expression unchanged. David then continued his report. The Hunter Bureau had identified a possible suspect, known only as Suspect S. A photo flashed onto the screen. The hunters stared in disbelief. The man looked exactly like Jin Wu's father, Sung Il-hwan. Confusion erupted across the room. Some hunters muttered in ignorance, claiming that all Asians looked the same. But others immediately noticed the uncanny resemblance to Jin Wu. At that moment, Jin Wu's mana flared slightly. Rage and conflict surged inside him as he glared at the image. In his mind, he questioned why the rulers had allowed a dungeon to produce a creature that bore his father's appearance. He recalled Kamish's final words, wondering if this revelation was somehow connected. David explained further. The suspect had been found inside a gate in the United States. Because the man spoke fluent Korean, the Bureau had brought in Hwang Dong-soo, a Korean-American S-rank hunter, to conduct an interrogation. But during questioning, the man suddenly became violent. He overpowered Hwang, destroyed much of the Bureau's headquarters, and vanished. Based on the incident and his immense strength, the Bureau concluded that Suspect S was likely a humanoid monster, and the assassin responsible for Christopher Reed's death. Footage of the interrogation appeared on the screen. Jin Wu watched as his father warned Hwang never to set foot in Korea again. The shadow soldier, Greed, standing by, confirmed it aloud. There was no doubt. The man was indeed Sung Il-hwan. David finished by announcing that the Hunter Bureau would request cooperation from guilds worldwide to capture Suspect S. He urged everyone to report sightings immediately. When asked if there was proof the man was not human, David answered that his mana emission was identical to that of a magical beast. Another hunter asked whether the suspect truly claimed to be a human who had gone missing inside a dungeon, and if that person had once existed. David confirmed both. But when pressed on why the man's identity had not been revealed, David admitted the truth. The suspect was connected to someone present in the room, and that was why the Bureau had withheld the details. At that moment, Liu Zhigang, China's 7-star hunter, raised his voice. He argued that revealing the suspect's identity would help the investigation. Looking directly at Jin Wu, Liu demanded to know what connection the monster had to him. Reluctantly, Director David admitted the truth. During interrogation, the man had claimed to be Sung Jin Wu's father. The room fell into stunned silence. Liu Zhigang turned to Jin Wu and asked what he would do if Suspect S truly was his missing father, and if other hunters attempted to hunt him down. Jin Wu's response was firm. He declared that hunters existed to hunt monsters. If Suspect S truly was a monster, then Jin Wu himself would deal with him. But if the man was not a monster, and truly his father, then Jin Wu would stand against anyone who tried to harm him. His voice hardened as he swore to protect his family, even if it meant making an enemy of every hunter in the world. Later outside the hall, Adam White approached Jin Wu. Curious, he asked if Jin Wu had truly meant those words. Jin Wu answered without hesitation. He did. Adam remarked that there were perhaps only 2 hunters in the entire world bold enough to speak in such a way before hundreds of the strongest hunters from over 120 nations. When Jin Wu asked who the other was, Adam replied that it was Thomas Andre, currently recovering in the hospital. Adam then invited Jin Wu to attend the feast the Bureau had prepared for the hunters. But before Jin Wu could answer, Liu Zhigang and several Chinese hunters approached. Liu spoke in Chinese, and Adam translated. Liu was telling Jin Wu that he had once caught a giant monster on the coast, the same creature that Jin Wu had let slip away. Liu explained that the battle had been far more difficult than expected, especially since it was fought over water. From that day onward, he admitted, he had been eager to meet Jin Wu, curious about the kind of hunter who could defeat such powerful foes with ease. Liu extended his hand, and Jin Wu accepted it. As he watched Liu walk away, Jin Wu thought to himself that his first impression of the man had been wrong. Beneath his gruff exterior, Liu Zhigang was actually an interesting person. Adam then explained that Liu had also expressed hope that Suspect S was not truly part of Jin Wu's family. Jin Wu replied calmly that it was all right. He understood. Soon after, Director David approached Jin Wu and asked if he had a moment to talk. The scene shifted, showing Jin Wu seated across from Miss Sellner. She greeted him politely, remarking that it had been some time since they last met. Jin Wu studied her carefully, wondering what the upgrader wanted with him now. He replied that he had never expected her to come find him again. Sellner's expression turned serious. She confessed that she had been haunted by the same recurring dream every night. In that dream, the world's top-ranked hunters were hunted down one after another by a mysterious figure. A few days later, the dreams that Mrs. Sellner spoke of began to come true. Jin Wu questioned her carefully, wondering if she had meant Christopher Reed. Director David Brennan answered in her place. He explained that the Bureau had indeed warned Christopher, but the man had refused to listen, and the result was already known. Sellner continued her explanation. She trembled as she described how the world's strongest hunters, the very people who had been supporting humanity, were destined to be hunted one after another. She insisted that the pursuers would not stop until all had fallen. Jin Wu wanted to know if her reason for visiting was to warn him personally. Sellner shook her head. Instead, she explained that she had come to ask him to protect the hunters themselves. She admitted that she had tried countless times to recall the faces of those being killed in her dreams but failed each time. In an attempt to uncover their identities, she had used her unique ability within the dream itself. But when she came into direct contact with the endless power that surrounded them, she was forced awake. Even so, she remembered something vividly, the voice she had heard when her eyes met that overwhelming force. Jin Wu asked what that voice had said. Sellner recounted how it had ordered her to go back and prepare for war. Hearing this, Jin Wu realized the truth. This was the same war between rulers and monarchs that the King of Giants had once warned him about. He wondered which side was truly hunting the hunters. He then asked Sellner why she wanted him to protect the hunters. She explained that she had sensed within him the same type of immense power she had encountered in her dreams. Jin Wu immediately understood. She must have seen a glimpse of the Shadow Monarch's power within him back then. Director David Brennan then stepped forward. He clarified that the beings hunting hunters were not like ordinary enemies. They existed far beyond the level of humans. The Bureau was asking Jin Wu to use his overwhelming strength to stop them. David admitted that at first they had doubted whether Jin Wu was truly the one capable of protecting the others. But after witnessing his battle with Thomas Andre, they had no more doubts. He assured Jin Wu that the Bureau was willing to offer anything he desired, even the greatest treasure Kamish had left behind, the runestone. He reminded Jin Wu that there were hunters who had been granted powerful blessings, and it was because of their strength that the world still survived. If those hunters were lost, then humanity itself would collapse. But Jin Wu shook his head. Calmly, he told them he could not do what they were asking. David was shocked. He asked whether Jin Wu's refusal had anything to do with holding a grudge against Thomas Andre. Jin Wu denied it. His reason was different. He explained that the real problem was that he still did not know who he should be fighting. With that, Jin Wu rose from his seat and began to leave. As he walked away, Agent Adam White reflected on Jin Wu's earlier words in the conference room, his vow to protect his family even if it meant standing against every hunter in the world. Then Jin Wu suddenly paused and turned back toward Adam. He asked if it would be possible to receive a list of the hunters the Bureau wanted him to protect. He added that he would appreciate the chance to meet them himself. Hearing this, Adam White smiled warmly. He agreed without hesitation. Time fast-forwarded to the final day of the International Guild Conference, an event known as the Night of the Hunters. Jin Wu attended alongside Jin Ho, who had now made a full recovery. Jin Wu asked how his friend was feeling. Jin Ho responded with a grin, saying he was as good as new. As the two walked together, murmurs followed them. People whispered in awe about Jin Wu, remarking that even while standing so close, they could not sense his presence at all. They agreed he was operating on an entirely different level. Their eyes then shifted to Jin Ho. Some noted that he was the man who had fought Thomas Andre in order to protect Jin Wu. During the gathering, a man approached Jin Wu. He introduced himself as the CEO of a global corporation specializing in the trade of monster remains. With a polite smile, he expressed his wish to purchase all of the giant monsters Jin Wu had hunted in Japan, and he asked if Jin Wu had time to discuss business. Jin Wu shook his head and explained that he personally handled raids, while his vice chairman managed business matters. With that, he left Jin Ho to handle the CEO, thinking to himself that Jin Ho was finally living up to the role of a proper vice chairman. As Jin Wu stepped away, Agent Adam White approached and handed him the list of hunters he had requested earlier. Adam explained that the list ranked hunters according to their activity and contributions. Curious, Jin Wu asked where he ranked. Adam replied that considering his defeat of the giants, he would likely fall in third or fourth place. Jin Wu glanced at the names, thinking to himself that it was tedious to memorize them all. Instead, he considered simply placing shadow soldiers on each one. That way he could track allies, identify enemies, and even reach the rulers through these connections if necessary. While he was deep in thought, he sensed a presence approaching. Hunter Wu urged him to be cautious. Jin Wu reassured him that there was no need to worry. The presence turned out to be Thomas Andre. The massive hunter stopped in front of Jin Wu and explained why he had come. Lifting his arm, Thomas revealed that the magical damage he had suffered during their battle was too severe. Even with the combined efforts of healers and doctors, the injury had only partially recovered, healing slowly but incompletely. Thomas admitted that after their fight, Jin Wu had been in a position to annihilate his entire guild. Yet despite the chaos, no one in the Scavenger Guild had died, aside from Huang Dong-su, the one responsible for starting the incident. Looking directly at Jin Wu, Thomas asked why he had spared them. Jin Wu answered plainly, because they had not committed any crime deserving death. Thomas accepted the reply with a nod. As he began to walk away, he mentioned his intention to give Huang a proper funeral. Though Huang had committed sins deserving death, Thomas still wanted him to have dignity in the end. Raising his hand slightly, Thomas added that once his arm healed, he hoped to share a meal with Jin Wu. He suggested that Jin Wu give his contact information to his secretary so they could reach out later. Soon after, Laura, Thomas's secretary, approached Jin Wu. She explained that her master had just shown gratitude in the only way he knew, roughly but sincerely. She admitted Thomas was actually quite shy. Then on his behalf, she asked for Jin Wu's contact information. She explained that Thomas wanted to send a gift of thanks and asked if there was anything specific Jin Wu might want. Jin Wu considered it briefly before answering. A useful dagger would suffice. After Laura left, Adam White suggested guiding Jin Wu to greet the hunters on the list. But Jin Wu declined, saying there was no need. Instead, his eyes scanned the list carefully. Something was missing. He noticed that rank 6 was not included. When he asked about it, Adam explained that contact with the 6th-ranked hunter had been lost a few days before the conference. Both the Brazilian government and the Bureau's secret agency were still searching for him, but no trace had been found. Hearing this, Jin Wu wondered if the missing hunter had already fallen into enemy hands. That left only 7 names on the list. Back in Korea, Chairman Go Gun-hee sat alone in his office, pressing a hand against his chest. His heart trembled, and he could not ignore the unease coursing through him. For years, his body had carried this burden, but recently the tremors had grown worse. He wondered if he had finally reached his limit. The doctors had warned him long ago that continuing his work would end his life within 6 months. Yet 2 years had already passed, and somehow he had endured. For that, he felt he should be grateful. His phone rang, and it was his wife checking in on him. After assuring her he was fine, he smiled faintly, thinking how she worried too much. He was about to leave for home when a sudden chill filled the office. A presence appeared without warning. Chairman Go turned his head and saw the Monarch of Frost, Scyllid, standing silently in the room. Startled, the chairman realized he had not sensed his arrival at all. Judging by the immense aura surrounding him, it was clear that this was not someone he could handle alone. The monarch calmly informed him that the office had already been isolated from the outside world. The chairman wondered if he was dreaming, but the thought was quickly shattered when a shard of ice tore into him. The sharp pain proved this was all too real. Struggling, he demanded to know the intruder's identity. The monarch scoffed, remarking that he had expected recognition without introductions. To him, Go-Gun-Hee was nothing more than a human host. Releasing a wave of freezing mana, Scyllid called out to what he referred to as the fragment of luminosity. He taunted that the fragment might be hiding out of fear that its vessel would shatter. But if that was the case, he continued, this entire conversation was meaningless. Another ice strike slammed into the chairman. As the dust settled, glowing eyes emerged from within Go-Gun-Hee, and the monarch's next attack was deflected with ease. For the first time, Scyllid smiled, calling him the brightest fragment of luminosity. Go-Gun-Hee rose to his feet, pointing out that the monarch had trapped his office in a dimensional rift. Scyllid admitted it was a clever tactic. He revealed that the monarchs had already tracked down all 7 fragments of luminosity and destroyed 2. What he wanted now was to see the humiliation on the fragment's face before finishing him off. Enraged, the chairman declared that if Scyllid truly wished to destroy him, then he should try. The Monarch of Frost mocked his defiance, comparing him to a parasite borrowing the body of a human, while boasting that he had fully conquered his own vessel. The room filled with ice as the battle began. The monarch launched attacks, but the chairman shattered them with brute force. He lunged forward, landing a headbutt and throwing a punch. Yet Scyllid was too fast, dodging with ease and countering with ice spikes that nearly pierced the chairman's head. The chairman fought back with relentless strength, but each movement drained his failing body. He knew he had to end it quickly before his body gave out completely. Gathering his remaining energy, he launched a devastating punch. The impact sent Scyllid crashing backward, but immediately afterward, Go-Gun-Hee collapsed to one knee, his strength faltering. Seeing him weakened, Scyllid sneered, declaring that his human vessel had reached its limit. With chilling speed, the monarch thrust an ice sword through the chairman's chest. Smirking, he mocked how long it would take to find another host. 1 year, perhaps 2, insisting the world would already be destroyed by then. Despite his injuries, the chairman smiled. He revealed that he had not fought aimlessly. There was something the monarch had overlooked. With the last of his strength, he hurled a fireball. Though it missed its target, it struck the wall, cracking the dimensional barrier that trapped the room. From the breach, one of Jin Woo's shadow soldiers emerged, the ant soldier he had left behind to guard the chairman. Scyllid scoffed, dismissing it as insignificant, but his expression shifted the moment he sensed something dangerous about it. Before he could stop it, the soldier slipped into the real world. Enraged, the monarch prepared to cut it down, but his attack was halted, blocked by Jin Wu, who had suddenly arrived. Jin Wu stood firm, catching the icy blade with his bare hand. He grabbed Scyllid by the throat, demanding to know who he was. Recognizing Jin Wu as the Shadow Monarch, the Monarch of Frost mocked him, sensing the countless soldiers hidden within his shadows. He commented that Jin Wu must be the one he had heard about, the missing piece. Ice began creeping up Jin Wu's arm, but he simply summoned his dagger and shattered it without effort. The monarch smirked and admitted that he had no intention of dying here. Pointing toward the wounded chairman, he offered a cruel choice. Fight him or save the dying man. An ice blade shot toward Go-Gun-Hee. Jin Wu tried to stop it with his ruler's authority, but a system message appeared. The monarch's magic resisted the skill. Desperate, Jin Wu hurled a dagger, but the sword twisted in midair, avoiding it and continuing toward the chairman. With no other option, Jin Wu focused on deflecting the blade away from the chairman. He succeeded, but in that moment, Scyllid had already opened a portal to retreat. Before disappearing, Jin Wu unleashed Dagger Rush, sending countless blades after him. One struck the monarch's shoulder, drawing blood. Furious, Scylla declared that he would retreat for now, but promised to return. Before vanishing, he mocked that the half-dead chairman could serve as a gift for Jinwoo's shadow army. When the monarch was gone, Jinwoo rushed to the chairman's side. The wounds were far too severe. He summoned Baru, ordering him to heal the man at all costs. The ant general tried desperately, but his magic had no effect. Refusing to give up, Jinwoo produced the holy water of life, intending to save him. But the chairman stopped him with a weak hand. He thanked Jinwoo for coming, telling him not to waste such a precious item. He explained that no treatment could reverse wounds inflicted by the monarchs. With calm acceptance, Go Gun-hee expressed his gratitude that Jinwoo possessed such strength. He warned that one day, Jinwoo would have to choose between sides, and he begged him to stand with humanity. The chairman smiled faintly, proud that he had lived long enough to fight alongside young hunters like Jinwoo. He confessed that his only regret was leaving the future unfinished, but he also found relief, knowing it was in capable hands. As his final moments came, he revealed that the reason his heart had never stopped beating until now was so he could meet Jinwoo. With a peaceful smile, his life quietly faded. His last words were filled with gratitude, whispering that it was a relief to have met him. The following day, devastating news shook the world. Brazil's strongest hunter, Jonas, was discovered dead in a nearby river. At the same time, reports confirmed that Korea's Hunter Association chairman, Go Gun-hee, had been brutally murdered, his heart pierced in the attack. The shocking announcement spread like wildfire across global media. Headlines blared the deaths of high-ranking hunters, sending the entire world into panic. News outlets everywhere focused on this unprecedented tragedy. Even the United States Hunter Bureau released a joint statement. They emphasized that hunters were humanity's protectors, but posed a sobering question: who would protect the hunters themselves? The deaths of world-class hunters signaled a threat unlike anything seen before. Amid this turmoil, Jin Wu attended the funeral of Chairman Go Gun-hee. Standing beside him was Hunter Woo Jin-chul, grief-stricken and barely able to contain his sorrow. Jinwoo quietly asked if he was holding up. Woo Jin-chul admitted he had not been himself since the chairman's passing. He then asked about the creature responsible, wondering if it had been so powerful that even Jinwoo's strength could not prevail. Jinwoo solemnly explained that when he arrived, it had already been too late. Still in disbelief, Woo Jin-chul confessed that the loss felt unreal. Only the day before, the chairman had spoken with him, asking about his stay in America and urging him to return quickly. Now that voice was gone forever. Fighting back tears, he thanked Jinwoo for trying to save his leader during his final moments. But Jinwoo's eyes burned with fury. He declared that he would not accept gratitude until he avenged the chairman. He swore on his life that he would hunt down and kill the monster responsible. With resolve hardening inside him, Jinwoo turned to Woo Jin-chul and instructed him to call in the reporters. Soon after, a press conference was held. Standing before the world, Jin Wu addressed the rising threat. He revealed that a colony of monsters with extraordinary intelligence was specifically targeting the world's strongest hunters. These creatures were far beyond the capabilities of ordinary hunters. They cared nothing for weapons or tactics. Instead, they excelled at sealing off spaces with powerful magic, isolating their prey, and striking with terrifying precision. Jinwoo warned that hunters who believed themselves potential targets should never stand alone. They needed comrades willing to protect them, or else they would not survive. He recalled the terrifying enemy who had introduced himself as the Monarch of Frost before vanishing. Facing such a being had felt impossible, even for the strongest among them. Finishing his address, Jinwoo delivered a final message to the world. Any hunter without comrades to stand by their side should reach out directly through the Korean Hunter Association. The scene shifts deep inside a hidden cave, where the monarchs have gathered to discuss their next move. The Monarch of Frost, Quarisha, spoke first. He informed the others that the Shadow Monarch had finally appeared on the surface of the human world. Hearing this, the Monarch of Transfiguration, the king of demonic specters, voiced his doubts. He questioned whether it was even possible for a human vessel to contain the full power of the Shadow Monarch. After all, wasn't that the very reason the Dragon King, Monarch of Destruction, could not freely remain in the human realm. But the Monarch of Frost countered that the Shadow Monarch had become a greater threat than even the fragment of brilliant light. He made it clear that he intended to deal with Jin Wu himself, and he demanded to know if the others would lend him their support. The Monarch of the Iron Body, Tarnak, quickly dismissed the idea. He warned that picking a fight with the Shadow Monarch was nothing short of suicide. Among the 9 monarchs, Jinwoo now stood as one of the strongest, and Tarnak insisted they should instead wait for the Dragon King's return. The Monarch of Frost rejected this suggestion. He reminded them that they were monarchs, beings born of destruction. Even if they were scattered and on the run, their duty was to fight. Their only chance to kill the Shadow Monarch was now, while his power was still tied to a fragile human vessel. He promised that he would take full responsibility and erase Jinwoo from existence. But Tarnak, along with the Monarch of Transfiguration, both refused. They reminded him of what happened to the Monarch of White Flames. At that moment, the Monarch of Beasts, Rakan, stepped forward. Unlike the others, he agreed to side with the Monarch of Frost. Tarnak immediately warned him that if they failed, the Shadow Monarch would enslave them, just as he had enslaved the fallen monarch before. Rakan dismissed the warning, insisting that the Shadow Monarch could not transform them into shadow soldiers in their original forms. But Tarnak then revealed the truth. Jinwoo was not fighting alone. He had joined forces with the Architect, the system's administrator. With their combined power, there was indeed a chance that even monarchs could be forced into servitude. Unmoved, Tarnak and the Monarch of Transfiguration turned their backs and left the cave, declaring that they refused to become tools for the Shadow Monarch's growing dominion. Once they were gone, Rakan demanded proof that Jinwoo was still nothing more than a human vessel. In response, the Monarch of Frost revealed the dagger he had used during battle. He explained that it had been coated in poison, something the true Shadow Monarch would never need to rely on. This revelation caught the attention of Kureisha, the Monarch of Plagues and Queen of Insects. She pointed out that if Jinwoo had full control over his powers, he would never have needed to use poison as a weapon. When asked if she would lend her support, the Queen of Insects agreed. Together, they vowed to hunt down and kill the Shadow Monarch. Meanwhile, Jinwoo stood high above the city, gazing from the rooftop of a tall building. He focused his senses, trying to track down the Monarch of Frost, Kureisha. Yet no trace of her magic power could be felt. He recalled their earlier battle and remembered her words. She had claimed to be in her original form, and during that time, he noticed she left behind no shadow. This reminded Jinwoo of what the Monarch of Giants once told him, that monarchs and rulers, when in their original bodies, could never be turned into shadow soldiers. Back at the Korean Hunter Association, a meeting was underway. Woo Jin-chul, along with the directors, gathered to discuss appointing a new chairman. It had been a week since Go Gun-hee's death, and the seat remained empty. The officials debated how crucial the position was. With Go Gun-hee being an S-rank hunter, his presence had carried immense symbolic weight. Now that the association had lost its figurehead, they feared the 5 great guilds would be difficult to keep under control. While strong hunters carried influence, the directors stressed that leadership required more than power. It required trust and authority. After thorough discussion, the directors reached a unanimous decision. Woo Jin-chul should take the role of chairman. Startled, Woo asked why they were placing their faith in him. The officials explained their reasoning. He had worked closely alongside the former chairman, gaining experience and learning the inner workings of the association. He had shown his ability to lead and, more importantly, the authority to command respect and even fear from hunters across Korea. They reminded him there was no law requiring the president to be S-rank. What the association needed now was stability, and he was the best candidate to provide it. Though they could not force him, they urged him to accept. After a long pause, Woo Jin-chul gave his answer. He would consider their proposal. Meanwhile, in America, Thomas Andre and his secretary Laura descended in an elevator deep into the underground facility of the Scavenger Guild. As the doors opened, Thomas remarked that it had been some time since he last visited this place. As they walked through the restricted area, Laura asked if he truly intended to give the item away as a gift. Thomas responded with a question of his own. Was it not worth more than his life and the lives of his guild members? Laura clarified that wasn't her concern. Thomas then asked if she believed Jinwoo lacked the skill to wield it. Stopping in front of a weapon sealed away in storage, Thomas admired its brilliance, remarking how incredible it still looked after all this time. Laura noted that only two such weapons existed in the entire world, and she was certain no more would ever be created. Thomas agreed, and when asked again if he truly planned to part with it, he confirmed. A weapon of such power deserved to be wielded, not left to collect dust underground. Back in Korea, Jinwoo's younger sister Gina was watching television. The news was reporting on the appointment of Woo Jin-chul as the new chairman of the Hunter Association. Shaking her head, Gina muttered that the previous chairman had been murdered, and now a younger, more handsome man had stepped in to take his place. She sighed at how unstable not just Korea, but the entire world had become. She turned to her mother, who was quietly washing dishes, and hugged her from behind. Her mother, smiling faintly, asked her to take out the trash if she had nothing better to do. Gina groaned, admitting she was too lazy, and instead suggested they move to a new place. But her mother firmly replied that she liked this house. Curious, Gina asked what exactly she liked about their old apartment. Changing the subject, her mother simply asked her to bring in the laundry. With a shrug, Gina went to fetch it. But as she opened the door, her expression froze. A wave of terror washed over her, and without thinking, she sprinted back, shouting for her mother. Outside the Ajin Guild headquarters, crowds of reporters had gathered after hearing that Thomas Andre was inside the building. Inside, Eugene Ho was doing his best to stay calm. With both Thomas Andre and Leonard Neumann, the strongest hunter in Germany, waiting in the office, the pressure was overwhelming. He kept glancing at his phone, frustrated that Sung Jin Woo hadn't answered a single call. Nearly 2 hours had passed, and still no sign of him. Leonard sat quietly, unease etched on his face. He knew why Thomas had come to Korea. He was searching for Sung Jin Woo. Leonard wondered if today might finally be the day he met the man himself. Breaking the silence, Thomas asked a question in English, which Laura translated. He wanted to know whether Sung Jin Woo was currently in a raid. His absence from the office seemed unusual. With a shaky voice, Jin Ho confirmed it, saying Jinwoo often didn't come in regularly because of constant gate activity. Just then, the office doors opened. Sung Jin Woo stepped inside. A wave of relief swept over the room. Jin Ho nearly burst into tears as he asked where Jinwoo had been and why he hadn't answered his phone. Seeing the dust on his clothes, he suspected Jinwoo had been handling gate outbreaks. Jinwoo simply replied that there had been too many to ignore, and he couldn't afford to rest. Thomas rose from his seat and greeted him. Jin Ho's heart pounded, wondering if the two titans were about to clash right there in the office. But Jinwoo calmly asked why Thomas had come all the way to Korea. Thomas reminded him of a promise, that once his arm healed, they would share a meal together. He also mentioned that he had brought a special gift, something far too dangerous to reveal in the guild office. Hearing this, Jinwoo frowned, half joking to himself that Thomas hadn't brought a bomb. Jin Ho remained deeply suspicious, thinking it could easily be a trap. Turning to the second guest, Jinwoo asked about his identity. The man introduced himself as Leonard Neumann from Germany. Jinwoo immediately guessed he was here to request a protection commission, but before he could say more, Thomas interrupted, urging them to leave for another location. Leonard tried to join them, insisting that after waiting more than 2 hours, he had earned the right to be part of the meeting. Thomas shot him down sharply, saying that what they were about to discuss was top secret and not something Leonard could intrude upon. The dismissal stung. Leonard thought bitterly to himself that he had never been treated with such disregard before. The scene shifted to a restaurant where Jinwoo and Thomas sat across from one another. After signaling his men, Thomas leaned forward with a serious look. He said he had been waiting a long time for this moment, then placed a case on the table. Jinwoo's eyes narrowed. He could sense the immense power radiating from within the case. Thomas explained that it was a gift, a token of gratitude for saving his guild members. When the lid opened, Jinwoo was left speechless. Inside rested a pair of daggers, forged from Kamish's fang. Jinwoo immediately recognized them. He asked if they had truly been made from the corpse of Kamish, the legendary dragon whose body was under the control of the Hunter Bureau. Thomas clarified. Back then, the U.S. government had ordered the Scavenger Guild to comply with the Bureau's request. But during the battle, when Kamish had bitten him, Thomas had one of its largest canines extracted as a personal keepsake. The fang had been too short to make a sword, so he had it crafted into twin daggers. And now he was offering them to Jin Wu. Jin Wu inspected the blades and was stunned. Their attack power far surpassed that of the Demon King's dagger, which had once been one of his best weapons. He tested the new daggers in his hand, feeling how they resonated with his magic. The reaction was almost alive, as if the weapons were greeting their new master. The overwhelming mana pouring from the blades caused everyone nearby to break into a sweat. Watching this, Thomas asked his assistant, Laura, if she still thought it had been a mistake to give them away. Then he turned back to Jin Wu, asking whether he liked the gift. Jin Wu, still in disbelief, asked if he was really being given such priceless weapons for free. Thomas answered without hesitation. To him, the exchange was more than fair. Compared to the lives of himself and his guildmates, the daggers were nothing. Their conversation was suddenly cut short. Both men sensed it at the same time. An immense burst of magical energy. They rushed outside, scanning the sky. Jin Wu wondered if this was the same form of magical power that the doctor had mentioned during his earlier presentation. Thomas's eyes widened in disbelief. He muttered that he had never seen a gate this massive before. It dwarfed even the one from which Kamish had appeared. Looking at the terrifying spectacle, he added grimly that perhaps the world was now moving beyond the limits of human understanding. Outside, civilians could only stare at the sky in shock. But instead of running, many pulled out their phones to capture the unbelievable sight on video. News outlets quickly broadcasted the event. A reporter explained that the colossal gate above Seoul was the largest ever seen since the emergence of magical beasts. The scene then shifted to the United States. Inside a meeting room, Dr. Belzer was being questioned by government officials about the sudden appearance of the gate. Calmly, he reminded them that he had been warning for days about the unusual concentration of magical energy building in the skies above Korea. The gate above Seoul, he explained, was only the beginning. More gates of this magnitude were likely to appear in the skies of other nations as well. When pressed for his professional opinion, given his long years of research on gates and magical beasts, Dr. Belzer offered only a grim reply. He said the world should pray that this phenomenon did not end in tragedy. Back in Korea, Sung Jinwoo flew high above the city on Kaisel's back, approaching the massive gate. As he neared it, he realized something unsettling. He could not pass through. It felt as though an invisible barrier was blocking his way. If it were a physical wall, he could have shattered it with ease. But this was different. This was a force even someone like him could not overcome. Jinwoo wondered what kind of existence could be sealed inside such a gate. It was unlike anything he had encountered before. Looking down at the countless people beneath the shadow of the rift, he thought of his friends and family. He steeled himself with a silent vow that whatever lay inside, he would not allow it to reach them. As he pondered his next move, his phone rang. Chairman Woo Jin-chul was on the line. Jinwoo asked whether the Hunter Bureau had investigated the request he had made earlier. The chairman confirmed they had. Jinwoo had asked the Bureau to conduct a satellite scan of the world, searching for any other gates that might have appeared. Woo Jin-chul reported that none had shown up apart from the one above Seoul. He added that the authorities were already preparing to evacuate civilians living near the massive gate. Then in a cautious tone, he asked Jinwoo what he planned to do next. Jinwoo gave a quiet, resolute answer. Even if no one knew what would happen tomorrow, he would continue forward, just as someone plants an apple tree without knowing if they will live to see it bear fruit. The next day, inside the Hunter Association's gymnasium, Sung Jinwoo sparred against Beru. The ant soldier launched a flurry of attacks, his movements fast and precise, but not a single strike could touch Jinwoo. Since their last battle, Jinwoo had grown tremendously stronger. Blocking one of Beru's strikes with just a single hand, he asked whether Beru was truly giving it his all. The loyal ant lowered his head and admitted that he would never dare to fight his king with full force. Jinwoo smiled at the humility of his soldier. He explained that it was fine since all he wanted was to break a sweat, and Beru was the only one capable of helping him do that. At his command, the spar resumed. Beru lunged forward once more, but Jinwoo effortlessly avoided his claws. When Beru attacked again, Jinwoo countered with ease, and noted that his soldier had indeed grown stronger after being promoted to commander rank. Jinwoo then pointed out something important. In an army, there could only be one commander. He warned that once Igris and Greed advanced to general rank, it wouldn't be long before they would also have the right to challenge for the position of commander. If Beru wanted to keep his place, he would need to continue working hard. Motivated by his king's words, Beru pushed himself to the limit, striking with all the strength he could muster. But Jin Wu quietly thought to himself, it was still not enough. Even though Beru was the strongest among his shadow soldiers, he was still not strong enough to face the enemies that were coming. As Beru attempted a heavy strike, Jin Wu suddenly caught his arm and slammed him into the ground. While the ant struggled to rise, Jin Wu followed with a devastating punch to his ribs, sending him crashing into a nearby wall. Beru staggered back to his feet and humbly praised his master, expressing his amazement at Jin Wu's overwhelming strength. Jin Wu, half amused, joked that perhaps he should block the historical drama channels to stop Beru from learning such exaggerated speech. With the sparring session over, Jin Wu decided to clean up the aftermath. He contacted Chairman Wu Jinchul, asking him not to be upset since he had 300 ants who were quite capable of manual labor to handle the mess. The scene then shifted to another place, where Thomas Andre was standing with his assistant Laura. She asked whether they were planning to return to the United States. But Thomas, gazing up at the enormous gate above Korea, said that he couldn't possibly leave behind something so grand and awe-inspiring. Laura muttered that while it was certainly large, she wasn't sure she would call it beautiful. Thomas disagreed. To him, anything that stirred the heart was beautiful. The fire-breathing dragon, the massive gate, and the unmatched strength of Hunter Sung Jin Wu. All of it, he said, was beautiful. Besides, there were no gates currently appearing in the United States, so he felt no reason to return. Laura mentioned that the Hunter Bureau was worried, but Thomas brushed off their concerns. In his eyes, there was no safer place in the world than being near Sung Jin Wu. If the battle could not be won here, then there would be no future anywhere. That was why he wondered aloud whether this event marked the end of humanity or the beginning of something entirely new. The following day, people began evacuating the area around the massive gate. Meanwhile, at Jin Woo's home, his younger sister Jin A asked their mother why they were not leaving like everyone else. Their mother calmly explained that if this place was destined to become a battlefield, then it was better to choose where they would stay rather than flee aimlessly. Besides, their home did not fall within the official evacuation zone. Upset, Jenna protested. She argued that she was about to enter college, that she had looked forward to drinking freely, enjoying campus life, and living independently. Her life was only just beginning, and she did not want it to end so suddenly. Her mother smiled warmly at her frustration. She admitted that Jenna had a fair point, but assured her daughter that there was no need to worry. Sung Jin Woo would protect them, just as their father once had. The scene shifted back to Sung Jin Woo, who sat silently atop a tall building, gazing up at the colossal gate hanging in the sky. His thoughts grew heavy. Could he really close something like this without anyone getting hurt? He pulled out his phone, wondering who he would want to spend his final moments with if this battle truly became his last. Far away inside a quiet dojo, Hae-in was training under the watchful eyes of her master. As she practiced her sword forms, the old instructor observed a slight hesitation in her movements. He voiced his concern, noting that fear seemed to be growing inside her strikes. Just as he was about to continue, her phone began to ring. She quickly went to answer it, and her master smiled, telling her that a hunter should never ignore their calls. After speaking briefly on the line, Cha turned back and explained that something urgent had come up. She bowed respectfully before leaving. Left alone, her master smiled knowingly to himself. Time passed, and the next scene showed Jin Wu and Hae-in walking side by side through an amusement park. The crowd buzzed with excitement at the sight of the two famous hunters together. Jin Wu, looking around at the lively atmosphere, commented that there were more people than he had expected, given the looming threat of the gate. Hae-in asked whether he liked places like this. Jin Wu admitted that he didn't particularly enjoy amusement parks, but he had always wanted to visit at least once. Curious, she asked why he chose to bring her here of all places. His answer was simple, because she was the only friend he had. Hae-in stopped for a moment, taken aback by his words. Jin Wu reminded her of the time inside the double dungeon, when she had called them friends in front of the architect. With a faint smirk, he mentioned that he had excellent hearing and caught every word back then. As she thought about it, Hae-in realized how quickly 2 years had passed since she first awakened as a hunter. For the first time in a long while, she felt lighthearted, enjoying a simple moment outside of battle. When she glanced at Jin Wu, she sensed something different, a presence, a scent, something uniquely his that set him apart from anyone else. Soon after, Jin Wu asked if she wanted to try everything the park had to offer. Smiling, she agreed. Seeing her expression, Jin Wu thought that perhaps he wasn't the only one who had always wanted to visit a place like this. But despite their efforts, the rides weren't as thrilling as they had hoped. Even the fake monsters scattered around the park trembled in fear at their overwhelming auras, ruining the experience. Eventually, they sat down to eat. Jinwoo noticed her quiet demeanor and asked if she was truly having fun. She insisted that she was, but he pressed further, pointing out that she hadn't screamed even once. Realizing that the rides must have felt too tame for an S-rank hunter, Jinwoo teased her, asking if it had all been boring. Hae-in reluctantly agreed. With a grin, Jinwoo suggested they try something truly exciting. Moments later, Kazel soared through the open sky with Jinwoo and Hae-in riding on his back. The wind rushed against them as the dragon cut through the clouds. Jinwoo asked how this compared. Hae-in's face lit up as she admitted it was fast, high, and breathtakingly beautiful. She laughed and wondered aloud why he had even bothered with the amusement park when he had such a magnificent ride at his disposal. Jinwoo's eyes softened as he explained that the park had been built on the very spot where his father had disappeared. He had wanted to visit it at least once, not for the rides, but to properly say goodbye. Hae-in looked at him warmly, touched by the depth of his words. She thanked him, telling him he had done nothing but show her kindness since the day they met. Jinwoo responded quietly that there was still one more thing he wanted to show her. The final scene revealed the two of them sitting beneath the open night sky, side by side as stars glittered above them. A shooting star streaked across the heavens, and in that fleeting moment, the world's chaos faded into silence. For a brief while, they shared peace together, an unspoken bond forming beneath the endless sky. The next day, a hunter walked down the street, lost in thought. He reminded himself that a massive gate was set to open within a few days. As a newly promoted B-rank hunter, he felt he couldn't afford to let his guard down. But as he walked, he bumped into a stranger. Irritated, he demanded the man stop. Not recognizing who stood before him, the hunter began to shout in anger. People nearby, thinking a fight was about to break out, started to gather around. The hunter puffed out his chest, declaring that he was now a B rank, a relatively high rank among hunters, and demanded an apology. But the stranger was no ordinary man. He was Raken. Without a word, Raken suddenly opened his jaws wide and bit the man's head off in a single savage motion. The crowd froze in horror. Gasps filled the street as hunters and civilians alike realized what they had just witnessed. Then Raken released a surge of mana. The sheer force of his aura crushed everything around him, sending hunters flying through the air as debris shattered and scattered. His monstrous presence loomed over all. He declared to the terrified hunters that from this moment on, they would become his prey. His teeth and claws would tear through their fragile skin and flesh. Raising his voice, he announced his true identity. He was the king of beasts, the beast monarch. With arrogance, he dared anyone to try and stop him if they could. Meanwhile, in a quiet forest, Hae-in bent down to drink water from a lake. She looked up as Jin Wu approached her. He casually mentioned that he knew of a hotel nearby that served an excellent breakfast, suggesting they head there to wash up and have a proper meal. With a wave of his hand, he summoned Kaisel, preparing their departure. Back at the Hunter Association headquarters, Chairman Wu Jin-chul was being briefed on the sudden chaos. An agent rushed in, reporting that a monster was outside, viciously attacking every hunter in sight. Jin-chul asked immediately about the casualties. The agent replied that the numbers were still unclear, but the situation was dire. Frustration welled inside the chairman. By his calculations, there should still have been several hours before the dungeon break occurred. He was already overwhelmed managing the massive gate, and now a powerful monster had appeared without warning. He asked where Jin Wu was, but the staff member regretfully informed him that they had been unable to reach the hunter. Moments later, another agent burst into the room with an urgent update. A hunter capable of confronting the monster had appeared on the scene. Jin Chul asked if it was Jin Wu, but the man shook his head. Instead, he explained that it was a world-class hunter who had happened to be nearby. At the scene, Leonard Neumann stood face-to-face with the beast monarch. The German hunter narrowed his eyes, unsure if he could truly stand against such an enemy. Still, he thought perhaps fate had kept him in Seoul for this very reason, to challenge this monster. But before he could act, a massive hand grabbed his head and shoved him backward. It was Thomas Andre. Towering with unmatched presence, the American national-level hunter stepped forward. He told Leonard bluntly to stay out of the way, otherwise he would only become a burden. Back at a quiet restaurant, Sung Jin Wu was sharing a meal with Hae-in when his phone began to ring. It was Chairman Woo Jin-chul, finally able to reach him after repeated attempts. The chairman asked urgently where he had been, explaining that no one had been able to contact him until now. Jinwoo replied calmly that he had been outside the service zone. Without delay, Jin-chul briefed him on the situation unfolding in the city. A powerful monster was rampaging in the middle of Seoul. Jinwoo asked how many enemies there were. The chairman answered, "Only one." That answer unsettled Jinwoo. He thought to himself that nearly every hunter in Korea was currently gathered in Seoul, preparing for the dungeon break of the gigantic gate. Yet all of them were being overwhelmed by a single magical beast that had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Jin-chul added that an entire guild had already been wiped out in an instant when they tried to stop the monster. At that very moment, Thomas Andre was the one facing it head-on. Jin-woo's eyes widened. That didn't make sense. He had stationed shadow soldiers on Thomas Andre and the other top hunters. Those shadows were supposed to immediately report even the smallest disturbance, but when Jinwoo tried to connect to them, the signal was faint, weak, as though something was deliberately suppressing the shadows. The discovery left him both puzzled and concerned. Turning to Hae-in, he explained that there was a serious problem unfolding in Korea. She immediately asked if the dungeon break had already begun. Jinwoo shook his head. This was something else entirely. He quickly asked Chairman Wu for confirmation. They needed to know if the monster had a shadow. He stressed how important it was to confirm, because if it did, it could mean a colossal beast hidden within invisible shadows, something far worse than it appeared. Meanwhile, at the battlefield, Leonard Neumann called out nervously to Thomas Andre. Around them, hunters cheered with relief, shouting that the Goliath had arrived. Thomas, however, was irritated. He snapped at the hunters, ordering them not to waste time watching, but to focus on evacuating civilians. His eyes locked onto the beast before him. To Thomas, it looked like a wild animal that didn't understand its place. Both he and Raken released immense amounts of mana, the clash of their auras shaking the air as the battle began. Raken lunged at Thomas, but his attack had no effect. The American national-level hunter retaliated with a devastating punch, sending the beast monarch flying back. Thomas followed up with another heavy strike, but this time Raken dodged. Just as the monarch prepared to counterattack, Thomas seized him and slammed him brutally into the ground. Elsewhere, Hunter Choi Jong-in arrived on the scene. He quickly asked for a status update, and another hunter explained that evacuation efforts were still underway. Both the Fiend Guild and the White Tiger Guild had already been dispatched to assist. As Choi sensed the battle raging nearby, his expression grew tense. Thomas Andre was holding back a mysterious magic beast, yet the aura radiating from the creature, it was even heavier, even more suffocating than the mana he had once felt during the Jeju Island raid. He couldn't help but wonder, what kind of monster could even the Goliath be fighting against? Back in the fight, Raken was sent flying through the air, crashing violently into a nearby building after receiving a heavy blow from Thomas Andre. But that strike wasn't enough to put him down. The beast leapt back toward Thomas with frightening speed and landed a solid hit to his chest. The impact was powerful, yet Thomas managed to block it. Without hesitation, Thomas grabbed Raken and slammed him into the ground. For a moment, it seemed the battle was over, until Raken twisted his body and kicked Thomas in the face, launching him into the air. Thomas quickly regained his footing and began reinforcing his body with mana. The scene then shifted to the White Tiger Guild, who had just arrived at the battlefield. Guildmaster Baek Yoon-ho commanded his members to stay sharp and be ready for anything. But before he could finish, something massive flew past him and crashed into a building with thunderous force. As the dust cleared, Beck finally laid eyes on the magic beast that had been terrorizing the city. At the same time, Thomas had completely transformed into his reinforced state. He shouted to the White Tiger Guild, urging them to retreat and take cover. Beck studied the creature carefully. It was unlike any monster he had ever seen, clearly no ordinary beast. He considered transforming himself, but before he could act, Riken suddenly appeared right in front of him. The pressure was suffocating. Instinct warned Bach not to move, not to draw attention, as if even being noticed would make him prey. Riken ignored him and continued forward. With a flick of his power, he lifted dozens of cars into the air and hurled them at Thomas. But then something strange happened. Instead of being overwhelmed, Riken felt himself being pulled closer. It was Thomas, dragging the beast toward him with sheer force. As Riken closed in, Thomas slammed him into the ground and unleashed a relentless flurry of punches. Yet even as he struck, a disturbing thought ran through his mind. Something was wrong. A deep uneasiness filled him, the kind that whispered he might not win this fight. Riken suddenly caught Thomas's fist mid-strike. Rising to his feet, the beast sneered, mocking the Goliath for being nothing more than a puppet of a fragment. He claimed he had seen enough of Thomas's petty tricks and demanded to know if the hunter was afraid. With that, Riken launched a furious counterattack, forcing the hunters nearby to watch in horror. During the clash, Riken noticed something unusual. Reaching into Thomas's shadow, he felt a presence, the mark of Jin Wu's soldier. With a cruel grin, he dragged out a shadow ant and crushed it in his hand, declaring that it was in his way. Then, gripping Thomas by the neck, Riken taunted him. Since the hunter seemed so confident in his strength, he suggested they test it in a contest of raw power. With a surge of force, Riken shattered Thomas's reinforced armor. But when the armor broke, he was stunned to see nothing inside. Thomas had slipped behind him. Grabbing the beast, the Goliath growled in fury and snapped Riken's neck. For a moment, silence hung in the air. But then, before Thomas's eyes, Riken's body regenerated completely, as if nothing had happened. The beast seized Thomas by the face and slammed him to the ground, mocking him further. He said he was beginning to feel hungry again. But before Riken could act, a blast of mana struck him from behind. As the smoke cleared, Leonard Neumann stood there, trembling yet defiant. He declared that he wouldn't allow Riken to do as he pleased. Just standing in front of Riken sent shivers down Leonard's spine, but he refused to back down. Behind him, Thomas warned Leonard to run, insisting he would be killed if he stayed. But Leonard answered firmly. He knew the danger, yet he was still a hunter. In his heart, he accepted his fate. He told himself he would rather die with pride than live a meaningless life. Over and over again, he reassured himself that his choice was right. But as Riken advanced, Leonard's confidence faltered. His expression twisted in despair as he muttered that perhaps this was the wrong choice after all. Just as death closed in, a shadow descended from the sky. Kaisel, Jin Wu's wyvern, swooped down and struck Riken. The beast turned, catching sight of something in the air. It was Jin Wu. With blinding speed, he descended, landing a devastating kick to Riken's head and slamming him deep into the ground. Jin Wu ordered Leonard to take Thomas to safety. Riken slowly rose from the rubble, his eyes locking onto Jin Wu. With a grin, he remarked that the scent of the Shadow Monarch lingered on this human. Jin Wu studied him carefully. The killing intent rolling off Riken was immense, but he wasn't alone. Behind Jin Wu, another presence materialized. It was Queresha, the monarch of plagues, who licked her lips and spoke eagerly. She wondered aloud what it would taste like to devour the body of another monarch. And then Psychos, the monarch of frost, emerged as well. The monarchs closed in, surrounding Jin Wu on all sides. Their combined mana could be felt from miles away, but Jin Wu did not back down. With a command, he summoned his entire army of shadow soldiers to charge. Psychos released a freezing breath, instantly trapping the soldiers in ice. He mocked Jin Wu, saying that his army couldn't even take a single step within this prison. Queresha sneered, accusing him of overstepping by daring to use such forces against monarchs. Psychos added that Jin Wu had yet to fully absorb Ashbourne's power. He admitted the original Shadow Monarch had been the greatest of them all, but reminded him not to underestimate the other monarchs. But in the next moment, Jinwoo shattered the ice, imprisoning his soldiers. The Frost Monarch's expression twisted in rage. Jinwoo pointed at him with burning determination and declared that no matter what happened, he would kill at least him. The battle escalated as the Frost Monarch, Silid, summoned towering ice golems to the field. Beside him, Quretia, the Monarch of Plagues, unleashed her own twisted powers, raising fallen hunters and forcing their corpses to march against Jinwoo. They swarmed him all at once, but Jinwoo moved too quickly for them to keep up. With effortless precision, he weaved through the attacks and leapt directly towards Silid. The Frost Monarch's eyes widened at Jinwoo's speed. But before the Shadow Monarch could land his strike, Hae-in, the Beast Monarch, intercepted him mid-air. The two clashed with devastating force, exchanging blow after blow. Hae-in sneered as his gaze fell on the blade in Jinwoo's hand. He mocked the hunter, scoffing at the idea that such a simple piece of metal could ever harm him. His confidence shattered instantly when Jinwoo swung and sliced clean through his hand. Jinwoo coldly remarked that he would have been right if it were just any ordinary piece of metal. Before Jinwoo could finish the fight, Quretia intervened, pulling Rakan to safety. In the distraction, the Beast Monarch calmly reattached his severed hand, his grin returning. Now Jinwoo found himself surrounded, not only by the three monarchs but also by their countless minions. At that moment, a sudden crack echoed through the frozen battlefield. One of Jinwoo's shadow soldiers had broken free from Psychos' prison of ice. It was Baru. The ant commander let out a piercing cry of rage as his eyes locked on Quretia. Furious that she had dared to lay a hand on his master, Baru charged straight for her. Both Silid and Rakan faltered in shock. They could hardly believe that a commander-class being like Baru was under the control of a mere human. Quretia smirked at first, raising her hand to strike. She mocked him, saying a child who refused to acknowledge his mother deserved to be punished. But when her powers collided with Baru's claws, she was overwhelmed. His strikes tore through her abilities, leaving her momentarily stunned. Baru dropped to one knee before Jinwoo, declaring that his master had fought evenly even against beings of a superior species. As always, Jinwoo's strength surpassed his expectations. The Plague Monarch's minions swarmed forward, but Jinwoo and Baru fought side by side, cutting them down with unmatched ferocity. Just as the tide began to shift, Quretia struck from behind. Her ambush sent Baru crashing aside and landed a crushing blow on Jinwoo, blasting him into the ruins of a building. Before he could recover, Silid rained down a barrage of ice projectiles. Buried in the rubble, Jinwoo rose to his feet, blocking the onslaught. The Frost Monarch mocked him, demanding to know how much longer he could endure under their relentless attacks. But Jinwoo's response was decisive. In a blur of motion, he drove his blade straight into Psychos' chest, piercing his heart. Cold determination filled his voice as he declared that the Frost Monarch would not leave this battlefield alive. Furious, Silid ripped the weapon from his body, bellowing in outrage that a mere human dared speak such words to a monarch. Jinwoo noted grimly to himself that even a strike to the heart wasn't enough to kill them. Without hesitation, he moved to strike again. But this time, Rakan appeared behind him. With brutal speed, the Beast Monarch slashed across Jinwoo's back, drawing blood. Seeing their liege wounded, Baru's rage spiraled out of control. He prepared to charge again, but before he could, Quretia appeared behind him. With a sickly smile, she introduced herself as the Monarch of Plagues, the mother of every insect in existence. Wrapping her twisted energy around Baru, she whispered that even if he was an ungrateful child who no longer recognized his mother, she would still embrace him. Meanwhile, Sung Jinwoo was on his knees, battered from Queretia's brutal assault. The monarch sneered at his weakened state, declaring that this was the end. At that moment, Baru cried out to the Shadow Army, demanding why they were standing idle and urging them to rush forward to protect their master. Answering his call, Greed shattered the ice that bound him. With his claws gleaming, he declared that he would be the one to claim the enemy's final breath. Silid, the Monarch of Frost, took note of Greed's emergence, remarking that he must have been an extraordinary warrior in life to possess such power, even as a shadow. Silid warned the others that Jinwoo's strongest soldiers were beginning to break free. Soon after, Tusk, Igris, and Iron tore through their icy prisons, their dark forms emerging one after another. Witnessing this, Scylla turned his focus back to Jinwoo, preparing to strike. He declared that Jinwoo's wounds were fatal and that playtime was over. Yet Jinwoo smirked as he slowly rose to his feet. Both monarchs froze in shock as they realized his injuries had vanished, erased completely by his status recovery skill. Across the world, the battle was being broadcast live, leaving humanity in awe. The city had become a war zone as monarchs and shadows clashed with earth-shaking force, their battle erasing everything in their path. From a distance, Leonard Neerman could only watch in horror, overwhelmed by the sight before him. Meanwhile, Thomas Andre, barely regaining consciousness after being healed, asked Leonard about the situation. Leonard's voice trembled as he explained that it felt as though he was witnessing the end of the world. Among the observers was Hunter Bak Yunho. His eyes were locked on the battlefield, struggling to comprehend what he was seeing. He wondered aloud if the Sung Jinwoo before him was the same man he once knew. Though he had always understood Jinwoo's potential for growth, the scale of power Jinwoo had achieved in such a short time left him stunned. Back on the battlefield, Jinwoo pressed forward with his shadow army at his side. Together they overwhelmed the monarchs, their relentless assault outpacing even the monarchs' formidable regeneration abilities. Enraged, Koresha found herself pushed back as Baru relentlessly tore into her, forcing her into a corner. Furious, she resolved to put an end to him. But before she could strike, Jinwoo appeared at her side. He recalled the prophecy the architect once revealed, that he would meet his end beneath the pillar of flames that supported the world. Yet as he stood before Koresha, he reflected that the prophecy never stated whether that pillar would truly fall. His words carried a weight that unsettled the monarch. Elsewhere, Lim Tegyu, guildmaster of the Fiend Guild, observed the battle from atop a nearby building. He had been waiting, his sniper rifle prepared, yet hesitation lingered. He admitted to himself that this was not a battle he could intervene in. For 30 long minutes, his assassins had been stationed across the city, ready to provide covering fire the moment he gave the signal. But the grim truth gnawed at him. Even if they joined the fray, how many of them would survive? If Thomas Andre himself had failed against these monsters, what hope did they truly have? As Lim wrestled with the decision, a hand suddenly reached out from behind, placing itself firmly on his shoulder. A voice told him to simply sit back and watch. Startled, Lim spun around, demanding the stranger's identity, only to be left speechless by the sight of the person standing before him. All the while, countless hunters who had gathered with hopes of subjugating the beasts could only stand by helplessly. None dared to approach the battleground. All they could do was wait for the dust to settle, knowing that their strength meant nothing in the face of the clash unfolding before them. Back on the battlefield, Jinwoo managed to land a decisive strike on Koresha, but the Monarch of Plagues was far from defeated. Her body quickly began to regenerate, restoring itself with horrifying speed. She retaliated, unleashing a wave of poison that spread across the field. A system notification confirmed what Jinwoo already sensed. Venom still lingered thick in the air. Yet he remained calm, for poison held no effect on him. This realization enraged Koresha. With fury in her voice, she charged toward him, determined to tear him apart. Before she could finish her attack, however, she felt her body being dragged against her will. Jinwoo was pulling her closer with overwhelming authority. Struggling against the force, she realized that she could not undo it. Her body was pinned down, helpless beneath his control. In that moment, Jinwoo unleashed his skill, mutilation. His power ripped through her, and her form began to break apart, dissolving into the air itself. As her existence faded, Koresha accepted the inevitable. She reflected that even beings born from darkness were humbled before a greater, deeper darkness. With that final thought, her body scattered into nothingness. A notification appeared before Jinwoo, declaring that the Monarch of Plagues had been defeated. The other monarchs looked on in disbelief. Silid, the Frost Monarch, muttered that such a feat should have been impossible. Jinwoo was not supposed to be capable of wielding the Shadow Monarch's power to its fullest. Raken, the Beast Monarch, agreed but remained unfazed. He assured his ally that Jinwoo was still incomplete, his strength not yet perfected. To prove his point, Raken seized Baru by the throat. With cruel amusement, he explained that Jinwoo's reliance on such small creatures showed how incomplete he truly was. An unfinished monarch, Reckon said, could never stand in the way of true monarchs. Baru's body began to break apart, his existence crumbling under the beast monarch's grasp. Jinwoo realized in horror that Reckon was severing the connection between him and his shadow, the same way he had once removed the shadow binding Thomas Andre. Desperate, Jinwoo attempted to cancel the summon, commanding Baru to return. But a chilling notification appeared before him. The subject could not be retracted. Acting instantly, Jinwoo struck at Reckon, forcing him to release Baru. He quickly recalled his soldier, relieved to have prevented Baru's complete erasure. But his relief was short-lived. The Frost Monarch stepped forward, his body shifting as he transformed into his true form. Scylla declared that Jinwoo's ability to control shadows meant nothing if the connection could be cut. His plan was to trap Jinwoo's soldiers beneath layers of ice, forcing them into a cycle of destruction and regeneration. By doing so, they would become nothing more than parasites, draining Jinwoo's mana until he was powerless. He unleashed his authority, encasing the battlefield in ice and preparing his assault. Jinwoo braced himself, but Scylla was merciless. He slashed at Jinwoo, wounding his arm, then lifted him and slammed him into the ground with crushing force. Yet Jinwoo endured. He burst from the rubble and retaliated, striking at the monarch. Scylla dodged and countered with terrifying speed, launching Jinwoo backward. Jinwoo steadied himself, but he quickly realized how fast his opponent was. The Frost Monarch studied him carefully, noting that his stealth ability must burn through enormous amounts of mana. With cold certainty, he lunged forward, vowing to end the battle quickly. Their clash shook the air. Jinwoo analyzed every movement, thinking that he could read Yogamun's attacks but lacked just enough speed to close the gap. Determined, he pushed harder. The monarch scoffed, dismissing Jinwoo's efforts, and summoned waves of ice magic. But by then, Jinwoo had already slipped behind him. For a moment, Jinwoo believed he had finally gained the upper hand, but Scylla only smirked. Something was wrong. Observers all around the battlefield froze in shock, their eyes widening in horror. Even Leonard Neerman could hardly believe what he was witnessing. Behind Jinwoo, the beast monarch had appeared. Reckon struck with ruthless precision, driving his massive claws through Jinwoo's chest. Mocking him, Reckon declared that Jinwoo was nothing without the speed he so relied on. Jinwoo looked down at the claws piercing his body as his daggers slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Yet even in this dire state, his thoughts remained defiant. His level had risen again, he reminded himself. Compared to that growth, such wounds were nothing. The Frost Monarch picked up one of Jinwoo's fallen daggers. With icy cruelty, he plunged it back into Jinwoo, mocking him as he asked whether Jinwoo could heal as he had before. He reminded him that he was still incomplete, not yet a true monarch, and demanded to know if this was as far as he could go. With the entire world watching the broadcast, Scylla proclaimed what awaited humanity. Once the monarch army set foot in this world, human corpses would rise in mountains, and rivers of blood would flow endlessly. Yet he had a different fate planned for Korea, the land Jinwoo called home. He vowed to personally freeze every man, woman, and child. They would endure eternal agony, trapped in bodies that could neither die nor truly live. Their suffering, he declared, would become his joy. As his icy power consumed Jinwoo, the hunter's body froze, and his vision dimmed. He told himself he only needed to endure a little longer. Then a chilling notification appeared. His HP had dropped to 0. The player had died. But in that very instant, another message appeared. The system declared that the player possessed the Black Heart and had fulfilled the conditions for a passive skill. The skill activated. The battlefield was suddenly engulfed in radiant light. Jinwoo's eyes slowly opened. He found himself lying in a hospital bed, his mind clouded by confusion. Sitting up, he began to panic. Memories of the brutal battle with the Monarchs came flooding back. The beast Monarch's claws, the Frost Monarch's dagger piercing his chest. He thought to himself, had all of that been just a dream? He clearly remembered the sensation of his heart being pierced. Yet somehow he was still alive. The door opened, and Woo Jin-chul entered the room alongside another man. They asked if Jinwoo had regained consciousness. Startled, Jinwoo looked at them and immediately asked what had happened to the Monarchs. He even called him Chairman Wu, demanding to know how he had survived. Wu Jinchul froze at the words. He calmly corrected Jin Wu, explaining three things. First, he was not the chairman, but the chief inspector of the surveillance team. Second, he needed to ask Jinwoo about the strange moving statues. And third, he wanted to know how Jinwoo already knew his name. Jinwoo was stunned. None of this made sense. Wu Jinchul continued, saying that when they had arrived at the scene alongside the White Tiger Guild, everything was already over. But Jinwoo shook his head. This wasn't what he was talking about. The more he listened, the more Jinwoo realized something impossible had happened. Somehow he had traveled back in time. Wu Jinchul, sensing his confusion, asked if he was all right. Jinwoo told him he simply needed time to process everything. Checking his status window, Jinwoo was shocked to see that nothing had changed. His stats and inventory remained exactly as they were before. Even Kamish's wrath was still in his possession. Just then, a familiar voice called out. His sister, Jin-ah, entered the room, scolding him for not resting. She asked if he had hit his head in the dungeon too. Looking him over, she frowned in confusion. She even questioned if she had entered the wrong room, asking who he was. Jinwoo realized she didn't recognize him because his appearance had gradually changed in the future. Jinna hesitated, staring at him. Was this really her brother? He looked so different, taller and far more mature. Jinwoo brushed it off, telling her it was probably her imagination. He stood and told her he was busy. He needed to head to the Hunters Association. When Jinna asked why, he replied that he planned to give up being a hunter. Before leaving, he told her to go back to school, knowing she had skipped class to check on him. He then turned to another girl nearby, Han Song-yi, and firmly told her not to even think about giving up her studies to become a hunter. Han Song-yi was stunned. How did he know her name? Jinwoo pulled his hood over his head as he left. His thoughts raced. He no longer had his shadow army. He would need to rebuild it from scratch. None of this made sense. Arriving at the association, Jinwoo requested a re-evaluation of his rank. The staff whispered in awe. He was the first S rank to appear in 2 years, but even with their device, they couldn't measure his magical power. Jinwoo interrupted, saying that before the test was repeated, he wanted to meet the chairman. Though the staff offered to guide him, he walked away, stating that he already knew where the office was. The employees were left whispering among themselves. How could an outsider possibly know the location of the chairman's room? While riding the elevator, another man stood beside Jinwoo. His name was Kang Tae-sik, and he was deep in thought. He wondered what kind of excuse he should prepare this time. It wasn't his first time lying to the association, but if he ever got caught by Chief Inspector Wu, he would be in serious trouble. Then, without warning, Jinwoo spoke to him. He revealed that Tae-sik possessed a stealth ability, yet had failed to report it. Startled, Tae-sik reached for his weapon, demanding to know how Jinwoo could possibly know that. Jinwoo calmly warned him. In the near future, someone would ask Tae-sik to avenge their daughter. Jinwoo didn't care how he handled criminals, but if Tae-sik ever harmed innocent hunters in the process, Jinwoo himself would kill him. "This is my first and final warning," Jinwoo said. Shaken to his core, Kang Tae-sik nervously asked who Jinwoo truly was, but Jinwoo only walked away, leaving him speechless. "He's like a ghost," Tae-sik muttered. Jinwoo finally entered the office of Go Gun-hee, the association's chairman. His eyes softened. It had been so long since he had last seen him alive. Jinwoo greeted the chairman, who remarked that coming straight to him after a test result suggested Jinwoo was already familiar with the procedure. He sensed Jinwoo's heavy emotions and gently asked if he was all right. Jinwoo brushed it aside, insisting it was nothing. Interrupting the formalities, Jinwoo made a bold request. He proposed that the regulations be changed so that summoned creatures could be officially counted as raid members. In exchange, Jinwoo promised something incredible. He would go to Jeju Island and personally exterminate the ants. Go Gun-hee was shocked. He reminded Jinwoo of the countless failed raids and the hunters who had died there. He warned him not to speak so recklessly, but as he looked at Jinwoo more closely, he was overwhelmed by the vast mana radiating from him. Jinwoo stated with calm certainty that this was something only he could accomplish. He would take care of the ants. The chairman was left speechless, realizing that Jinwoo's power already far exceeded even that of a national-level hunter. A sequence of Sung Jinwoo's past adventures began to flash before his eyes. He saw himself saving Li Juhi during the early days, surviving the deadly Red Gate incident, and defeating the High Orcs. He remembered turning Tusk into a shadow soldier, freeing his mother from her eternal slumber, and finally the Jeju Island raid, where he defeated Baran and transformed the insect monsters into shadows. But then, Jinwoo frowned. Something wasn't right. He clenched his fists and shouted into the void. "Enough! Stop this! I know this is nothing but an illusion. Show yourself." At that moment, the fabricated world shattered like glass. Above him, the illusion collapsed, and Jinwoo suddenly found himself surrounded by countless system notifications, each asking the same chilling question. Do you wish to restart the world? Confused yet determined, Jinwoo demanded to know who was behind all of this. Finally, an entity revealed itself before him. Jinwoo's eyes widened in recognition. It was the King of the Dead. The sovereign spoke with calm authority, offering Jinwoo a tempting proposition. He could remain here forever, living inside this world as though it were an endless dream. Jinwoo narrowed his eyes. So, what you're suggesting is that I allow myself to be trapped inside this false reality you've created. The King of the Dead shook his head. No, I didn't create this. You did. This world was born from your own desire to correct the mistakes of your past, fueled by my power. In other words, this domain is mine. This is eternal rest. This is death. His voice echoed like a funeral bell as he continued. I have been watching you longer than you could ever imagine. You who always walked closest to death, yet resisted it with everything you had. I am the record of your struggles, the proof of your defiance, and the reward for your suffering. I am you. The King of the Dead explained that within this territory, Jinwoo held limitless power. He could turn the monarch's own servants into shadows, absorb their strength, and even alter reality itself, though only inside this domain. Jinwoo raised his voice again. So you're saying you and I share the same power? The figure nodded slowly. I have waited an eternity for this moment. I am the Shadow Monarch, the administrator of the deepest darkness. Jinwoo's next question carried both suspicion and curiosity. Then why was I chosen? The Shadow Monarch's answer was chilling. I shall show you our beginning, our end, and your true beginning. The perspective shifted back to the battlefield in the real world. Sung Jinwoo's body was frozen by the power of the Monarch of Frost. Observing him, the Monarch of Beastly Fangs muttered coldly, he's dead for sure. Meanwhile, Thomas Andre informed Leonard Newman that Jinwoo's presence had vanished. Upon hearing this, Hunter Baek Yunho refused to believe it. That's impossible. If he's truly gone, then there's no one left who can stop those beasts. From atop a building, Lim Tig-yu clenched his teeth in regret. I shouldn't have listened to that person earlier, he thought. Looking down at the horde of magical beasts, he wondered if bombardment could still stop them. Finally, he decided, prepare to fire. We'll unleash everything we have on my signal. Our target is that beast that resembles a White Walker. But just as the hunters prepared their attack, something changed. Within the prison of ice, Jinwoo's body began to radiate a massive surge of mana. The Monarch of Frost's expression hardened in shock as he noticed Jinwoo's heart, black as night, burning with dark flames. Both the Monarch of Frost and the Monarch of Beastly Fangs realized what was happening. Their voices rose in alarm. We must stop him. We cannot allow the true king to descend now that the false king is gone. They charged straight toward Jinwoo, determined to strike him down before it was too late. But in that moment, before their attacks could land, an overwhelming force intervened. The beastly monarch was suddenly struck in the face, sent crashing into the Frost Monarch. Both were hurled across the battlefield, smashing into a nearby building. As the dust settled, a towering figure appeared before Jinwoo's frozen body. His presence radiated a power that dwarfed even the monarchs. Looking down at the fallen sovereigns, he declared in a thunderous voice, "None shall lay a hand on this child." A new vision unfolded, reaching back into the deepest memory of the world. In ancient times, an absolute being tore reality into two halves, light and darkness, and shaped from them emissaries and sovereigns. From those shards were born 8 great monarchs, emissaries meant to preserve the world, and sovereigns destined to unmake it. Those two forces clashed without mercy. Whole armies bled away as emissaries and sovereigns slaughtered each other in an unrelenting war. Exhaustion and despair settled over the battlefield, and at last the brightest of the light fragments could no longer remain silent. It stepped forward to the Absolute and demanded an answer. Why did the Absolute ignore the screams of the countless soldiers who died for its purpose? It begged the Absolute to lend its strength so they might fight on in the Absolute's name. The Absolute did not answer. That silence revealed the truth. To the Absolute, the war was merely sport, something to watch, not to stop. The fragments finally understood that so long as the Absolute existed, their suffering and the conflict itself would never end. If they continued to obey, only death waited for them. Faced with that futility, the brightest fragment and those who followed drew their swords. Thus the rebellion began. The vision tightened, and the monarch who stood before Jinwoo pointed into the past. "That is me," he said. He explained that he had stood alone against the uprising of his fellow emissaries. His forces were small and outmatched. Defeat seemed certain. Then in the blackness between moments, he discovered something the Absolute had buried within him, a hidden power that answered his desperate will. From that day, the Shadow Monarch was born. With this new gift, he returned to the field. He raised the fallen, restoring his soldiers from death itself, and led them back into the fray. But by the time he returned, events had already taken a darker turn. The remaining brilliant fragments had slain the Absolute and assumed its authority, calling themselves the rulers. Wielding tools and artifacts infused with the Absolute's power, the rulers turned on the monarchs. They hunted the sovereigns down. The king of giants, Legia, was captured, and the balance of power collapsed. Seeing the magnitude of the threat, the monarchs had no choice but to unite. The Shadow Monarch reached out to them, and old enemies formed a fragile alliance to face the new common enemy, the rulers. From that moment on, he fought not as a simple emissary or a fragment, but as the Shadow Monarch, gathering the remnants of armies left on the battlefield into a single shadow host. When he linked his forces with the army of destruction, led by the warring Dragon King, the ruler of berserk dragons, even the rulers began to fear him. Fear, however, bred treachery. 2 monarchs who came to dread his growing power betrayed him. Their betrayal tore his ranks apart and nearly annihilated the Shadow Army. In the chaos, the Beast Monarch abandoned his soldiers and fled, while the White Flame Monarch, Baron, paid with his life. Then the rulers descended from the sky. They surrounded the Shadow Monarch and, to his astonishment, dropped to their knees and begged for forgiveness. They claimed there was no longer reason to fight. Though they possessed the power to erase him on the spot, they chose to spare him, an act that, if nothing else, carried the weight of respect. He had stood at their side on the front lines, fighting while commanding the army of brilliant light. But the Shadow Monarch could not forget what had happened. Turning to those who now begged him, he asked in a voice that hardly concealed his pain, had they not once raised their blades against his liege? Their answer was blunt. The slain had been their master as well. Anger flared in the Shadow Monarch. If their former lord had been master to them too, then their betrayal was all the more unforgivable. One of the fragments tried to explain. They had rebelled because they wanted to end the war, to stop the endless slaughter. They pleaded that they had acted for a higher purpose. The Shadow Monarch did not soften. He challenged them with one final terrible proposal. If they truly desired the end they had sought, then finish it. Pierce his heart with their spears and claim the conclusion they begged for. Let him be the end that would make them victors at last. But the fragments recoiled from such a fate. Instead of driving their spears home, they dropped their weapons and fell before him, begging for mercy and surrounding him in a show of contrition. They bowed and offered their respect, asking him to forgive what they had done. The Shadow Monarch told Jinwoo that he had been overwhelmed and found no way to break the cycle, so he chose to withdraw and bide his time for vengeance. While hiding, he carried within himself the Monarch of White Flames, a sealed power he intended to unleash once he had recovered enough strength to strike back at the Beast Monarch's forces. But things had not gone as he planned. The other monarchs, already weakened from endless war, were crushed by the rulers while he lay in hiding. When he finally reappeared before those who had fled into the gaps between dimensions, conflict did not reign. The Dragon Monarch forbade any fight. He understood that the monarchs needed time to rebuild, and so he welcomed the Shadow Monarch into their ranks. Together they began searching for a new world where they could rebuild their armies. When Jin Wu asked if the monarch meant Earth, the Shadow Monarch confirmed it and revealed images of ruined cities. Jin Wu recognized one scene immediately, the Demon Castle, and wondered whether the vision showed what would happen in the future. The Shadow Monarch corrected him. It was not the future, but a recording of the past. He explained that the rulers had once been slow to detect the monarch's movements. By the time the rulers arrived, the monarch's destruction was already complete. Furious, the rulers resorted to a forbidden artifact, the Cup of Reincarnation, an instrument empowered by the Absolute that could rewind time by 10 years. In desperation, the rulers sacrificed everything to undo their mistake. Even so, the current Earth was far too fragile to endure a full-scale clash between monarchs and rulers. Regardless of which side won, the planet itself would have been devastated. Faced with that cost, the rulers made a grim choice. If they could not save everyone, they would at least preserve a remnant so life could continue. To that end, they set out to create humans capable of surviving such cataclysms. Hunters designed to stand between the world and annihilation. Jinwoo, piecing things together, realized that the Demon King's apparition was a shard of the Shadow Monarch's memories and asked if the world had already suffered endless cycles of destruction. The Shadow Monarch confirmed it. While supreme beings could not rewrite the flow of time, they could perceive the changes made by the Cup of Reincarnation. Now the Cup's power was exhausted and unusable. Jinwoo asked how that could be. The Shadow Monarch answered that the Cup, like all power, had limits. Even the Absolute could be destroyed by its creations. The monarchs had been made to fight and were strong enough to overthrow their creator. The fragments had turned on the Absolute, just as humans can be undone by the tools they forge. The monarchs soon realized they could not face the rulers head-on, so they adopted a strategy similar to their enemies. Just as the rulers had bestowed fragments of their strength upon humans to fight against magical beasts, the monarchs devised their own plan. They would descend into the human world by borrowing mortal bodies as vessels. Through this method, they could appear much earlier than the rulers had anticipated, bringing their armies with them. Their ultimate goal was to transform Earth itself, now overflowing with magical energy spread by the rulers, into a colossal battlefield and trap. But there was one major problem. To become vessels for monarchs, human bodies needed to withstand enormous power. And among all mankind at that time, there were none capable of containing the might of the Shadow Monarch or the Monarch of Destruction. The strength of these two beings far surpassed that of their counterparts, and no vessel yet existed that could endure them. That was when a brilliant mage in the Dragon Monarch's service, the architect, stepped forward with a solution. He offered to find a suitable host, but in return demanded a perfect, imperishable vessel. Because no natural body could hold death, the architect designed a system to search the human race for an individual with a rare combination of traits: a keen sense for magic, exceptional physical potential, indomitable spirit, and iron mental resilience. He built games and simulations to probe human limits and discover the one person who could match a monarch's power. The system eventually identified someone who shattered expectations: Jinwoo himself. Though he had always seemed weak and repeatedly skirted death, he survived where many would have perished. The architect's algorithm was outmatched. Even he could not predict what Jinwoo would become. The Shadow Monarch told Jinwoo plainly he had watched him, even against the architect's intent, and had chosen him. The Shadow Monarch described himself as the record of Jinwoo's struggles, the living proof of his defiance, and the reward for his pain. Jinwoo asked whether, even so, he had been insufficient to contain the Shadow Monarch's power. The Shadow Monarch explained that the architect tailored the system to Jinwoo's human skills and preferences, games and trials that would both entertain and strengthen him. The system, powered in part by the Shadow Monarch's own energy, slowly leveled Jinwoo up until his body could approach the needed threshold. Why had the Shadow Monarch betrayed the architect and the rulers? Jinwoo pressed. The monarch admitted he had debated loyalties and finally made a choice. He refused to stand with the rulers. He had hidden instead because he could not bear to lose what he had found in Jinwoo. Over time, their identities had fused. The Shadow Monarch became Jinwoo, and Jinwoo became the Shadow Monarch. Ownership of the body, the monarch said, had become irrelevant. They had become one. He then gave Jinwoo a choice. He could remain inside the domain of death, an eternal dreamscape crafted from Jinwoo's desires, and live forever in that endless reverie. Or he could return to reality, to a world where enemies still waited and battles were not yet finished. Jinwoo answered without hesitation. This place was not where he belonged. The Shadow Monarch smiled and began to walk away. When Jinwoo asked if this would be their last meeting, the monarch replied that he would return to his rest. Jinwoo, now the new Shadow Monarch in truth, would live on in an imperishable state. The chances of their paths crossing again were slim. The monarch added that, with Jinwoo's death, his power had become absolute. And then Jinwoo cut him off, saying simply he already understood. The Shadow Monarch gave a final, knowing smile and told him the truth plainly. Because I am you. Meanwhile, the Frost Monarch Salad and the Beast Monarch Raken stood frozen as they witnessed Sung Jinwoo's rebirth. Before them appeared a glowing entity, one of the fragments of brilliant light, protecting the human vessel at the center of this catastrophe. The monarchs demanded answers. Was the fragment truly willing to bring disaster upon this world with his own hands? Was he risking everything to help the Shadow Monarch return? But with no time left, Raken urged Scylla to act. They moved to strike, while the fragment readied himself to buy Jinwoo just enough time to awaken. In a flash, battle erupted. Scylla lunged forward with his trident, but the fragment slipped aside with ease. Raken dove down from above, claws outstretched, yet his target vanished again, reappearing behind Scylla to drive a blade into his shoulder. Shocked, Scylla realized their opponent was reading his movements, adapting to his attacks in real time. Raken noticed it too. The fragment fought like a veteran of countless wars, avoiding every frost technique while parrying each of his assaults. As Raken pressed forward, Scylla attempted to freeze their enemy in place, but once again the fragment proved faster. With a brutal kick to the chin, he sent the Frost Monarch crashing into a nearby building. Raken seized the opening, charging with jaws wide to rip the fragment apart, but instead pain exploded through him as the light pierced his face. An elbow followed, slamming into his ribs and hurling him backward. Roaring in fury, Raken ripped the weapon free, vowing to tear the fragment apart. But even as he spoke, his body trembled. The reason became clear. From behind them surged an overwhelming tide of mana, terrifying in its weight. Raken instinctively leapt back, putting distance between himself and that unfathomable power. Recovering, Scylla declared the fragment's tricks would not work again, then ordered Raken to continue attacking. But Raken refused. The air itself was crying, he said. The Shadow Monarch was coming. Opening a portal, he announced he would go no further. Scylla shouted in disbelief, accusing him of cowardice and betrayal. But Raken answered coldly. His promise was only valid while Jinwoo remained human. With the true monarch awakening, he had no reason to stay. As he vanished through the portal, he left Scylla with one final remark, that he could never understand the terror of facing the Shadow Monarch's real power. Enraged and abandoned, Scylla chose to fight alone. Slamming his trident into the ground, he unleashed his full strength. A monstrous storm of frost tore across the battlefield, forcing even the human hunters to retreat under Lim Tigu's command. Spears of ice rained down, driving the fragment into desperate dodges while Scylla conjured an attack of apocalyptic scale. High above, an enormous glacier formed, swelling larger and larger until it blotted out the sky. With a roar, Scylla vowed to bury both the fragment and the monarch inside an eternal void of ice. The fragment's eyes widened in horror as one of the frozen lances pierced him, severing his arm. He braced himself for the mountain of ice that was about to fall. But before it could strike, a shadow soldier leapt into the sky and shattered it in midair. Baru had returned, stronger than ever. From the ground, the Shadow Monarch emerged in his true form, shielding the fragment from harm. He looked upon Scylla with scorn, declaring that one so weak had no right to assume the position of a king. Scylla froze. His spell had broken. The commander-ranked shadow soldiers had regained their strength, kneeling one by one before their master. Jin Wu stepped forth from his armor, muttering that this was why prophecies could not be trusted. His gaze swept the field. "Did the beast monarch flee?" he asked. Silid's expression betrayed the answer. Jin Wu's tone hardened. "Who dares to leave without my permission?" Terrified, Silid could only tremble. Before his eyes, a vast dome of darkness swelled outward from Jin Wu, engulfing the battlefield. It expanded so massively that it was visible from space, swallowing nearly half the earth beneath its shadow. When the field finally stabilized, Jin Wu whispered that he had found his quarry. Silid thought him distracted and seized what he believed was his only chance. Gathering every ounce of mana, he hurled his trident in a desperate strike meant to end everything in one blow. But Jin Wu caught the weapon with a single hand and crushed it into shards. Silid stood in disbelief, unable to comprehend the gulf between their powers. This was the true might of the Shadow Monarch. Yet instead of finishing him then and there, Jin Wu simply told him to wait. He would deal with him later, after he was finished with the beast. Deep inside the forest, a portal opened, and the beast monarch Rakan stepped through. He felt an oppressive aura of death closing in, and chastised himself for wasting time arguing with the frost monarch Silid. That delay had forced his retreat too late. Rakan resolved to hide until the Dragon King returned. As he plotted his next move, a shadow fell behind him. He spun around alarmed. The sensation confirmed his worst fear. The aura was unmistakable. Frozen by terror, he sank to his knees. From his battle instincts came another realization. The scent of death was suffocating. He could neither stand and fight nor flee. He bowed his head, admitting the truth to himself. The gap in strength was hopeless. Humbling himself, the King of Beasts pleaded to Sung Jin Wu, asking forgiveness for his past sins and begging to be accepted as an ally. He promised that when the Dragon King descended with his army, he and his beast legions would aid Jin Wu. Jin Wu agreed to spare him. Privately, Rakan allowed himself a smug thought. He believed Jin Wu had fallen for the ruse. Rakan convinced himself the monarch before him was not the true force. If Jin Wu truly were the Shadow Monarch, there was no way he would forgive a betrayer, especially one who had tried to kill his vessel. Confident that the human's mercy had bought him time, Rakan planned to wait for the Dragon King and vowed that when that day came, he would tear Jin Wu's corpse apart. Outwardly, however, Rakan declared loyalty and pledged to serve. Jin Wu accepted the pledge but set a condition. He still bore 5 scars from Rakan's claws, and if Rakan could survive 5 of Jin Wu's attacks, then Jin Wu would grant forgiveness. Rakan's composed mask shattered. Enraged, he unleashed his full form and roared, refusing to be mocked. Even if he died, he vowed, Jin Wu would not walk away unscathed. Towering in monstrous form, Rakan charged. Jin Wu drew a dagger and moved like a streak of light, flashing past Rakan in an instant. Rakan barely registered the movement until warm blood began to drip, and he realized a limb had been severed. Calmly, Jin Wu informed him that 4 strikes remained. Back in Korea, Baruch carefully tended to the wounded hunters, channeling his healing energy to stabilize them. Watching from above, the frost monarch Silid sneered. He cared nothing for the insect's compassion toward humans, but the presence of another shadow soldier troubled him deeply. From the darkness emerged a knight clad in black armor. Silid's eyes narrowed in recognition. It was Igris, the Knight of Death, one of the 2 wings of the Shadow Army. Silid knew the danger. With their master restored, these soldiers could now unleash their full strength, regenerating endlessly so long as the Shadow Monarch's mana remained. Unlike them, Silid had already exhausted much of his own mana and could not recover what he had used in his transformation. Landing before Igris, he issued a cold warning. "Don't waste your time with something meaningless. Do you really think you can stand against me?" Igris did not answer. Instead, he silently drove his sword into the ground. From the depths of his cloak, a familiar figure began to emerge. Sung Jin Wu stepped forward, tossing 2 bloody beast fangs onto the battlefield. His words cut through the frozen air. The beast monarch was dead. Silid's eyes widened. To think that Jin Wu had slain the beast monarch in the short span he had been absent. Jin Wu's voice was resolute as he declared, The Plague Monarch, the Beast Monarch, and the Frost Monarch. Your deaths will serve as a warning to all the others. Enraged, Scyld summoned shards of ice, preparing to strike. But before his attack could be released, two daggers pierced him, one driving deep into his chest, the other into his shoulder. Desperate, he tried to conjure what little mana he still possessed. Yet Jin Wu closed the distance instantly, seizing the Frost Monarch by the mouth and slashing him apart. His voice was like ice. The Beast Monarch died on the fourth strike. I wonder, how many will it take for you? Scyld screamed as his form collapsed. His monstrous body shattered, reverting to human shape before breaking apart into icy fragments that scattered on the wind. With the battlefield now silent, Jin Wu turned toward Baru. Where is the man who was protecting me earlier? Baru lowered his head. He disappeared all of a sudden, my king. Elsewhere, that same man staggered away from the battlefield. His body was failing, his hand breaking apart into fragments of light. He understood the truth. This was the cost of wielding such power within a human vessel. Yet he accepted it calmly. This, he thought, was how it should end. A dagger suddenly landed in the ground beside him. He froze as a familiar voice reached his ears. Did you really think I wouldn't notice if you slipped away? Jinwoo stood before him. His words softened as he asked, why did you leave without saying a word? Then, in a tone both heavy and tender, Jinwoo addressed him with a single word. Father. The story shifted back to the dimensional prison where Sung Il-hwan had been trapped, and Il-hwan began to tell Jinwoo what had happened on that fateful day. He explained that after a party clears a dungeon boss, hunters must escape the gate within an hour. In his case, however, Il-hwan had been forced to remain inside the dimensional rift with no ordinary way out. At that moment, the rulers intervened. They lent him a portion of their strength and tasked him with stopping the monarchs, including the Shadow Monarch, whose birth was imminent. With no other choice, Il-hwan accepted the ruler's offer and returned to Earth as their emissary. The responsibility weighed heavily on him, and he confessed that he had ultimately failed. Although he realized that the gravest threat to humanity lay inside Jinwoo's body, he could only watch from afar and could not fully prevent the calamity. Over time, the ruler's priorities shifted. Their original aim had been to prevent the Shadow Monarch's full awakening, but they concluded that to halt the Monarch's plan, they might need the Shadow Monarch's own power. The brightest fragment of brilliant light eventually gave Il-hwan a new order: protect the Shadow Monarch. The rulers reasoned that only the Shadow Monarch's army could stand a chance against the Dragon Monarch, who would arrive before the ruler's forces. It was a desperate gamble, uncertain whether the Shadow Monarch would side with humans or monsters. In the end, the rulers received their answer, and that was why Il-hwan had aided Jin Wu. He had chosen the path the rulers set before him. Il-hwan admitted he had never wanted to reveal this side of himself. Hearing the confession, Jin Wu's eyes filled with tears. Il-hwan tentatively asked if Jin Wu had hated him. Jin Wu answered that he had at times and apologized. Jin Wu recalled his early days as a hunter. When death had been near and his only thought was getting back to his mother, resentment toward his father had been strongest. But so had longing. He asked his father if he had missed them. Overcome with emotion, Il-hwan replied that he had missed them constantly. Il-hwan told Jin Wu that even when he could not be seen, he took comfort simply in watching them from afar. He rose, embraced his son, and said that Jin Wu had grown well. Jin Wu then asked whether the rulers had controlled Il-hwan and planned to discard him afterward. Il-hwan explained that the rulers had given him a choice, and he had chosen to protect Jin Wu. He did not regret that choice. He said he wished only to speak a little longer and to stay, apologizing for not being a better father. After those words, Sung Il-hwan dissolved into the air, vanishing and leaving Jin Wu alone. Jin Wu let out a raw, anguished scream. The scene cut to his mother and sister. His mother, staring out the window, called to Jana and urged her that it was time to move, repeating through tears that they could leave now. Fueled by rage and loss, Jin Wu shouted at the remaining monarchs that they would surely pay for what had transpired. The Shadow Monarch's cry had echoed across the world. The day it shook the planet marked the true beginning of war. We then see a drone flying over the ruined city. A report comes in confirming that Hunter Thomas Andre is no longer in life-threatening condition. Emergency crews are on site, and ambulances rush the injured to nearby hospitals. For the moment, the chaos had finally begun to settle. Chairman Wu Jin-cheol stood silently, gazing at the devastation left behind by the battle between monarchs. These were no ordinary monsters. He recalled what Jin Wu had once told him at the funeral of Chairman Go Gun-hee, that he would personally bring down those responsible. Remembering those words, tears welled up in Wu Jin-cheol's eyes. To him, this was proof that the Frost Monarch had paid the price, and with quiet gratitude, he thanked Jin Wu for avenging the late chairman. Meanwhile, the Hunters Association released a statement, declaring the monsters unidentifiable. The destruction they had caused was staggering, leaving both citizens and hunters shaken. Yet this was only a brief calm. In just a few days, another disaster would shake the world. Time passed, and soon hunters from every corner of the globe gathered beneath the gigantic gate still suspended in the skies. Among them was China's strongest hunter, the seven-star Liu Zhigang. Looking up, he remarked on the overwhelming size of the gate. It was even more massive than he had heard. In his eyes, it was large enough to swallow every hunter on Earth without a trace. Thomas Andre, now fully recovered, stood among the elite hunters. He declared that everything would soon begin. His voice carried a mix of resolve and anticipation. Chairman Wu Jin-cheol looked across the gathering and thought deeply. Never before had so many hunters from across the world been brought together in one place. But as he watched their faces, a grim thought lingered in his heart. How many of them would actually survive? Meanwhile, Jinwoo stood silently, his gaze fixed on the enormous gate, waiting for the inevitable moment when it would break open. Hae-in walked to his side and quietly admitted she had never seen him this nervous before. The tension on the battlefield was overwhelming as the gate began to crack. With a thunderous rumble, it finally split open, and the hunters prepared for the horde of monsters that would surely follow. But what stepped out stunned them all, most of all Jinwoo. From the gate did not emerge monsters, but shadow soldiers. The dark army poured into the world in waves, their ranks endless. The hunters instinctively raised their weapons, ready to fight, but before they could strike, a commanding voice rang out across the field, ordering them to stop. Confused murmurs spread. Why were they being told to halt? Chairman Wu Jin-cheol turned toward Jinwoo, demanding an explanation. Jinwoo, calm and steady, reassured him that everything was fine. The hunters froze, watching as the vast army descended and gathered before Jinwoo. Shadows filled the earth and sky, stretching farther than anyone could see. Then from within the formation, a massive figure emerged. With a ground-shaking thud, the enormous soldier dropped to one knee before Jinwoo. He introduced himself as the Grand Marshal of the Shadow Army, Bellion. One by one, every soldier followed. Dragons, beasts, and warriors alike lowered themselves in reverence. Bellion bowed deeply and addressed Jinwoo as their rightful liege. Behind Jinwoo, the hunters could only stare in disbelief. Thomas Andre leaned toward Leonard Newman, asking if he could see the creatures clearly. His gaze settled on the dragons, and he muttered that even a single one of them could pose a grave threat to humanity. Yet here, 3 dragons stood gathered at once. Jinwoo understood then. This was the true Shadow Army, the force Ashbourne had left behind for him. And as he took in the sight of his endless soldiers kneeling before him, he thought to himself, now the real war begins. Days later, inside the Korean Hunters Association headquarters, Chairman Wu Jin-cheol sat with officials in a conference room. The foreign press was demanding an explanation, while the American Hunter Bureau pressed for Sung Jin-woo's location. Wu Jin-cheol considered the situation. Hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts had poured from the colossal gate, yet all of them had been absorbed into Jinwoo's army. Who could have imagined such an outcome? He addressed the room firmly, acknowledging everyone's confusion about Jinwoo's disappearance. But this wasn't the first time Jinwoo had vanished. They would have to get used to it. If even the association couldn't understand the burdens Jinwoo carried, then who could? Elsewhere, signs of battle stretched across a vast field. Jinwoo stood atop Tusk's massive hand, overseeing his soldiers as they clashed in mock combat. Grand Marshal Bellion stood nearby, observing. He remarked that dividing the army and holding practice battles was something he had never imagined as military training. Jinwoo replied with a faint smile. After all, his soldiers couldn't die. At that moment, Baru approached. Kneeling before Jin Wu, he requested permission to test his qualifications for the role of Grand Marshal. Rising, he turned toward Bellion and declared his challenge. Excited to see the outcome, Jin Wu granted permission. The soldiers quickly gathered to watch. As the duel began, Beru let out a piercing shriek, charging forward with ferocity. Bellion remained calm, unsheathing his greatsword. Jin Wu observed closely. Bellion's weapon resembled Igris's sword, though on a far greater scale. Bellion clearly leaned on raw strength rather than speed. That meant Beru might still have a chance. But as Beru closed the gap, Bellion's blade suddenly unraveled into a whip, striking in multiple directions at once. Beru dodged nimbly and tried to leap in, but the whip coiled around him, trapping him midair. Jinwoo's eyes narrowed. Is it already over? To neutralize Beru so quickly, Bellion's reflexes were beyond what Jinwoo had expected. Each strike carried enough force to shatter the earth itself. There was no question why this warrior held the title of Grand Marshal. Yet Jinwoo also knew one thing. Beru's greatest weapon was not strength, but his relentless tenacity. The scene shifted to China. At Beijing International Airport, Liu Zhigang and a small group of Chinese hunters, men and women who had rushed to help during the colossal gate crisis, stepped off the plane. The press swarmed them, praising them as brave representatives of China for coming to South Korea's aid. As Liu moved through the crowd, a reporter pressed him about critics at home who said China had no reason to intervene and asked for his view. Liu bristled at the suggestion. He told the reporter that anyone who thought China should have stayed out was ignoring geography and the threat on their doorstep. Liu explains his reasoning. He admitted that he was not confident enough that he alone could stop the disaster if Sung Jinwoo failed. That uncertainty is why he chose to go and assist. In his mind, if anyone had a problem with his decision, they could test their courage by facing the demonic beast themselves. But before the media could press him further, the returning hunters entered the city. What awaited them there froze them in shock. Rising above the skyline, a horrifying sight loomed over Beijing. Liu Zhigang looked up in disbelief, his voice tight with shock as he muttered that such a thing was impossible. Overhead, a gigantic gate hung ominously in the skies of China. The story then cut to the monarchs. Yogamont, the monarch of Transfiguration, was briefing one of the other monarchs on the recent catastrophe. 3 of their number had been cut down by the Shadow Monarch. Listening coldly, the other monarch declared he would deal with the Shadow Monarch personally and ordered the rest not to interfere. From the edge of the chamber, a massive dragon's claw loomed into view, Antares revealing himself. He made it clear that further losses among their forces would not be tolerated, and Antares commanded his armies to prepare for battle, calling his soldiers to arms. Meanwhile, back on Earth, the sparring match between Beru and Grand Marshal Bellion was drawing to a close. Beru was driven into the ground. Bellion's great sword slammed down and landed inches from his face. The field fell silent as dust settled and the echoes of the clash faded. Beru struggled to his feet and insisted he could still continue. Jinwoo asked why Beru was so intent on becoming Grand Marshal. Beru answered that he wanted the rank so he could remain at Jinwoo's side forever as a loyal commander. Touched, Jinwoo smiled and told him that Grand Marshal could stand to his right, and Beru could stand to his left. When Beru grew emotional at being favored, Jinwoo cut him off playfully, telling him not to make a scene. Igris then stepped forward, asking for permission to challenge Bellion next, but Jinwoo waved him off and told Igris to take a position behind him. The tone was relaxed, camaraderie undercutting the raw power that had just been on display. Attention shifted as the dragons and Tusk readied a show of strength. The dragons combined their breath into a colossal blaze aimed at the sky. A demonstration meant to overwhelm the field. Tusk, however, only smirked. Wielding the orb of avarice, he answered with a single, enormous wave of fire that dwarfed the dragon's combined assault. The eruption of flame lit the island and could be seen from far across the sea, prompting cheers from Jinwoo's soldiers. Watching the spectacle, Jinwoo thought it felt a little like cheating to let Tusk use the orb during a contest. Noting soldiers carrying supplies nearby, he asked Bellion what they were doing. Bellion explained they were preparing a modest resting area so Jinwoo could stay comfortably while they remained on the island. Bellion then asked why Jinwoo had not recalled his shadow soldiers back into his own shadow. Jin Wu replied that he wanted to give them time to relax after being trapped in the dimensional rift for so long. Jin Wu turned the conversation toward a more personal question. Didn't Bellion miss Ashbourne, the former Shadow Monarch? Bellion answered solemnly that he had stood beside Ashbourne when the old monarch battled the rulers who opposed the absolute being. He said he had proclaimed himself Ashbourne's first soldier when Ashbourne gained the power of the Shadow Monarch, and that he had remained loyal for what felt like an eternity, never once doubting his master's decisions. Moved by Bellion's account, Jin Wu asked him to tell the story of his time with Ashbourne. Bellion warned that it might be a long tale, then began at the beginning, when he was born as a fruit of the World Tree. He explained that many of the soldiers of the heavens originated from the World Tree's branches, first manifesting as fruits that later became the mighty warriors who filled the sky. The World Tree, Bellion said, was so vast its limbs spread across the heavens themselves. Meanwhile, Sung Jin Wu stood at his kitchen counter, quietly preparing a meal for his family, while a heavy thought pressed at the back of his mind. He told himself the world had to know about the 8 armies, that those forces could appear at any moment. A war was coming, and he could not promise everyone's safety. The memory of the Dragon King's power had shown him how catastrophic the threat truly was. At the table, Gina praised Jin Wu's cooking to their mother, surprised that her brother could cook so well. Jin Wu smiled thinly, but could not shake the image of the Dragon King, entire lands reduced to ash by a single breath. Everyone needed to prepare for what was coming. His mother sensed the change in him and asked if something was wrong. She mentioned warmly that his father had always cooked before doing something dangerous, a habit Jin Wu apparently inherited. Jin Wu brushed it off and rose to answer the door, telling them there might be a visitor. No doorbell had sounded, but when he opened the door, he found Yu Myung-han, Jin Ho's father, standing on the doorstep. Yu apologized for arriving unannounced and asked if he could speak with Jin Wu. As they walked, Yu explained that after waking from an eternal sleep, he had at first felt special, but then realized miracles like that were rare. Because only Jin Wu's mother and Yu himself had awakened before, Yu had suspected Jin Wu might be involved. Yu asked why Jin Wu had helped him. Jin Wu said he had acted because he judged Yu to be trustworthy. If Yu had been someone who chased power at all costs, Jin Wu would not have risked himself to save him. Deeply grateful, Yu offered to repay the favor and asked if Jin Wu needed anything. Jin Wu declined, but quietly requested one thing. Should anything happen to him, would Yu look after his mother and sister? Later, Chairman Wu Jinchou brought Jin Wu footage of a colossal gate hovering over Shanghai. He told Jin Wu it wasn't isolated. 8 other colossal gates had appeared across the globe. Wu asked whether those forces were Jin Wu's soldiers, but Jin Wu shook his head. These were enemies. Jin Wu then asked the chairman for one simple thing: trust. Without hesitation, Wu said he did. Jin Wu placed a finger on Wu Jinchou's temple and poured a flood of memory into him. Visions of the Dragon Monarch, the ruler's armies, ancient wars and dungeons, and the sheer terrifying scale of power Jin Wu had faced. The images overwhelmed Wu. When Jin Wu withdrew his finger, the chairman gasped, shaken and pale. Confronted with those memories, Wu confessed how wrong his old assumptions felt. He had believed hunters were humanity's shield, simple protectors against monsters. Now he understood the truth. The awakened were not just guardians. They were the ones capable of surviving the real war. The conflict was not merely humans versus beasts, but monarchs against rulers, forces beyond ordinary comprehension. Sweat on his brow, Wu asked if Jin Wu truly intended to face such enemies alone. Jin Wu answered calmly that he would. Desperate to help, Wu asked how the association could assist. The scene shifted to a large hall filled with representatives and hunters from around the world. Wu asked whether any additional contingents were en route. He was told no. Only the delegates from the 152 countries he had notified that morning. A man in the room remarked on how pale Wu looked and asked what Jin Wu had told him to produce such a reaction. Wu's mind replayed the image. An army of dragons emerging from darkness. A single colossal dragon flying behind them, its presence so overpowering that even the combined hunters of the world could not scratch it. Its breath alone could scorch entire continents. How, Wu wondered, did Jin Wu plan to fight that? He called Jin Wu and told him, "I've gathered the representatives from every country, as you asked. Where are you right now?" Before Wu could finish his sentence, Jin Wu materialized behind him and replied, "I've just arrived," making the chairman's question about location instantly meaningless. Wu warned that revealing the truth would trigger chaos. Some nations would not cope. Jin Wu acknowledged the risk. Wu, still wrestling with the revelation, warned that if Jin Wu acted on what he believed, the truth would inevitably come to light. Meanwhile, director David Brennan sat in the conference room, quietly observing the gathering. Presidents, prime ministers, guild masters, and association chairmen had all assembled. So many powerful figures in one place. Brennan thought they all must be feeling the weight of whatever Hunter Sung Jin Wu was about to reveal. He wished Jin Wu would say the gates would not cause much harm, just like the previous time. But deep down, he feared the opposite. If Jin Wu declared the worst, then everyone in that room would be facing grim times ahead. After a long pause, Jin Wu finally began to speak. He told the gathered leaders that no one would be able to avoid the coming battle. The enemy would reveal themselves before the eyes of the world and bring destruction everywhere. Some officials shook their heads, unable to believe his words. They asked whether he was claiming that even national-level hunters would not be enough. Jin Wu replied firmly. At least a few hundred demonic beasts would appear, and each one would be on par with Kamish, the greatest disaster in human history. Against such a force, not even national-level hunters would be able to stop them. The crowd grew restless and demanded proof. Without proof, they said, they could not believe him. In response, Jin Wu raised his hand. Gasps of terror erupted across the room as multiple gates suddenly appeared behind him. Panic broke out. Officials assumed Jin Wu had gained the terrifying ability to create gates at will, but he calmly explained that it was not his own power. Their true enemy could create gates whenever and wherever they desired, just as he had demonstrated. The only reason they had not yet acted was because their army was too large to mobilize all at once. A man sitting beside Director Brennan suddenly shouted in fear. He accused Jin Wu of being one of the enemy. He asked if the soldiers Jin Wu had brought from the last gate were meant to kill them. But as the words left his lips, he trembled, realizing what he had just said. Shaking, he corrected himself immediately, declaring that of course he trusted Hunter Sung Jin Wu. Director Brennan, gathering his composure, asked Jin Wu the crucial question. "Now that we know what will emerge from the gates, what must we do?" Jin Wu's answer was clear. He told them, "Stay away from the gates. Get as far away as you can." The scene fast forwards. Cities around the world stood nearly empty. Jin Wu's speech had created a ripple effect across nations. His warning spread quickly. Humanity could not withstand the flood of demonic beasts that would come through the gates. People did everything they could to put distance between themselves and those portals. The narrative cuts back to Sung Jin Wu, who orders his shadow lieutenant Beru to land. Beru obeys instantly and sits down beside him, calm and attentive. As Jin Wu surveys the colossal fortress around them, he wonders aloud whether a place so vast and imposing could truly be meant for him to live in. The scale and atmosphere make the idea feel surreal. Beru answers with a simple confidence. Anything less would not suit Jin Wu, his liege. Jin Wu notices a flag aloft and questions why it had been raised. In that moment, Belian collapses to the ground nearby, drawing Jin Wu's attention. Jin Wu asks whether Belian had engineered the display, then turns the conversation to a more troubling question. What would happen to the Shadow Army if the Shadow Monarch himself were to die? Would Belian assume command? Belian explains plainly that the Shadow's existence is bound to the Shadow Monarch. The instant Jin Wu dies, their lives would be extinguished as well. They are not independent beings, but extensions of the Monarch's life force. Jin Wu discussed the upcoming war with Igris. The knight spoke with brutal honesty, telling his master that they did not stand a chance in an all-out war. On the ground nearby stood Beru and Belian. Jin Wu turned to Belian and asked how much larger he believed the enemy's army would be compared to their own. Belian answered without hesitation. Their numbers would be at least 100 times greater. The realization hit Jin Wu hard. If Belian was correct, then they would be facing an enemy force of at least 10 million soldiers. The scene opens in Canada, S-rank hunter Jay Mills stands for an on-camera interview and dismisses the warnings that had been raised by Jin Wu at the recent gathering of world leaders. The interviewer points out that Jin Wu is widely regarded as one of the greatest hunters alive, and asks whether it wouldn't be prudent to take his warnings seriously. Jay Mills shrugs off the suggestion, insisting that even the greatest hunters do not always speak the truth, and that caution should be applied to every claim. Later, Woo Jin-chul shows Jin Wu a television interview with Jay Mills. On screen, Mills dismisses Jin Wu's warning and vows that Canadian hunters will stand and fight whatever emerges from the gates. Wu explains that hunters have been convening in Canada under Jay Mills's leadership, and that elite forces from other countries are also positioning themselves for a major raid. Wu asks Jin Wu what his plan will be. Jin Wu replies that he will first travel to China to assist with a dungeon break there. Inwardly, Jin Wu acknowledges the harsh reality. He cannot possibly confront all 8 monarch armies at once. He must prioritize. His first duty is to protect Korea and his family, so he will eliminate the nearest threat before turning to the others. Jin Wu reasons that prolonging the conflict on favorable terms will increase humanity's odds. The longer the battle can be fought with careful strategy, the better the chance for Jin Wu and humankind to prevail. Time jumps forward. Jin Wu arrives in China and is greeted on the tarmac by hunter Lu Zhigang. Jin Wu asks why Lu, rather than government officials, is meeting him. Lu admits the officials had been occupied with pomp and ceremony, the trivial placards and formalities. So Lu came personally to escort Jin Wu. As they move toward the staging area, Jin Wu notices the gate looming on the horizon. So enormous it can be seen even from the airport. At the gate, Lu shows Jin Wu the assembled force gathered for the raid. He proudly describes the contingent as China's army of 100,000 hunters. Jin Wu takes in the vast numbers and allows himself a rare flicker of hope. With this many fighters, perhaps humanity has a fighting chance in the war to come. Lu stresses that the strength isn't only in numbers. These are China's elites, the most skilled hunters drawn from every province and division, gathered for a single decisive operation. When preparations finish, Lu tells Jin Wu the raid will begin soon. Jin Wu nods and begins summoning his shadow army. The sheer volume of shadows that answer Jin Wu's call leaves Lu speechless. It becomes clear that Jin Wu operates on an entirely different level. Baru steps forward among the summoned shadows and makes his presence known, asserting aloud that the king's left flank belongs to him. Jin Wu quickly quiets the tension. The gate begins to crack and fissure as everyone braces for monsters to pour forth from the sky. Jin Wu steels himself, ready for the storm. For a moment, nothing erupts. Belian approaches Jin Wu and reports that he senses no life or presence within the gate. The emptiness is not limited to this site. Jin Wu asks Belian about the other colossal gates that had appeared worldwide. Belian replies that from the reports gathered by the shadow soldiers, every gate around the globe appears the same, silent and empty. Jin Wu's mind works quickly. He deduces the enemy's strategy. The multiple gates were a diversion, designed to split humanity's forces. The true threat, Jin Wu realizes, is concentrated in a single gate, the one farthest from his current position, where the enemy has amassed the bulk of its army, while the world's hunters were pulled thin by false alarms. The scene shifts back to Canada, where countless hunters have gathered, preparing to defend against the looming monster outbreak. At the very front stands Jay Mills. He scoffs at the thought that everyone seems to be placing their hopes solely on Jin Wu. Nearby, a crowd of citizens rallies with passion, shouting that they would never surrender their homeland, that Canadian hunters would protect their people and land no matter what. But suddenly, the colossal gate begins to crack open. Everyone braces for monsters to pour out, yet nothing emerges. Hunters stand frozen in confusion. Whispers ripple through the ranks. Some begin to doubt, wondering if Jin Wu had been exaggerating the threat. Then, a humanoid figure slowly emerges, hovering in the air before descending. At first, the hunters think it might be just an ordinary human. The figure lands directly in front of Jay Mills and asks whether he is the king of this place. Mills, caught off guard, hesitates. Another hunter quickly explains that demonic beasts are capable of crafting their own weapons, using rune-like symbols, and organizing themselves into strict hierarchies. Their intelligence rivals that of humans. They had merely chosen not to communicate until now. Hearing this, J. Mills smirks. In his mind, this must have been Jinwoo's secret all along, subjugating monsters through communication rather than pure force. Feeling bold, Mills declares that he could be their king. But the entity ignores him. It mutters instead that the one it seeks is not present. Just 10 minutes earlier, far away in China, Jin Wu was questioning officials, asking if there was any way to confirm what was happening at Canada's Colossal Gate. One official promised to attempt something. Meanwhile, Jin Wu reached out to Adam White of the Hunter Bureau to ask directly about the Canadian Gate. Through the call, Jin Wu could hear the noise of a crowd behind Adam. He realized instantly that Adam wasn't in a safe office. He was on site in Canada. Jin Wu demanded to know why he was there. Adam explained that the Bureau could not simply sit back and watch the crisis unfold. Many of their agents, including himself, had been dispatched to the site. Jin Wu frowned, realizing they still didn't grasp the true scale of the enemy army. He asked about the gate's condition. Adam reported that so far the gate was empty, silent like the other colossal gates that had appeared before. Relieved, Jin Wu exhaled, but almost immediately Adam's voice changed. He reported that something was emerging, not a beast, but a person. Jin Wu's eyes widened in shock. He shouted through the call, ordering Adam to run, to flee as far as possible. But the warning came too late. In a blinding flash of light, every hunter standing at the front was reduced to ash. Jin Wu urgently told Adam that he still had time, that he must run while he still could. But Adam, frozen in disbelief, lifted his gaze. From above, endless dragons began descending from the sky. An army of dragons, followed by all manner of demonic beasts, poured from the colossal gate. Adam stammered in horror, unable to comprehend how every type of creature could gather in one place. Jin Wu clenched his fists. It had finally begun, but he still had to save Adam White. Thankfully, he had already planted a shadow on Adam in the past, a safeguard for just such a moment. He prepared to use it to teleport Adam away from the battlefield. Just then, a massive high orc appeared before Adam. Jin Wu quickly told Adam that he would pull him out at once. But before he could act, a powerful entity approached Adam and demanded to know where he thought he was going. Adam's body locked in fear. With trembling lips, he called out Jin Wu's name. Desperate. In his final moment, he saw a blazing fireball surging straight toward him. Back in China, after hearing the loud blast from Canada, Jin Wu realized he was too late to prevent the initial devastation. He reflected grimly that this outcome should have been expected. His enemies knew they were facing his shadow army, an army that only grew stronger the longer a battle continued. Jin Wu thought strategically. His opponent's goal was to minimize prolonged battles by concentrating all their forces in a single location. Though 8 colossal gates had been opened as a diversion, the enemy funneled their full army through the gate farthest from his position. Even if Jin Wu rushed to the site immediately, he knew it would erupt into an all-out war. His plan to buy time had completely collapsed. Meanwhile, in Canada, Antares, the king of dragons and the monarch of destruction, observed the chaos with a cruel smirk. He savored the destruction around him, thinking of the sound of human heartbeats, the screams of the dying, and the obliteration of creatures as if it were music in his ears. Addressing the other monarchs, Antares confirmed that preparations were complete. With absolute authority, he ordered the army to annihilate everything, declaring that destruction was the sole purpose of their existence. Fast forward to a man in his office, watching live footage of the carnage unfold. He muttered to himself that everyone on the scene, hunters, agents, and reporters alike, must have perished. This man was Director David Brennan. As he watched, dread filled his mind. Hundreds of dragons surged forward, accompanied by endless waves of giants, beasts, and insect-like monsters. Brennan realized that no human force could contain this disaster. It's over, he thought grimly. There's no way to stop such an army. He understood it was only a matter of time before the monsters reached the United States. Brennan finally grasped why Jin Wu had warned everyone to stay as far away from the gates as possible. As he processed the grim reality, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Jin Wu. Jin Wu, moving with urgency, explained that he had come seeking something specific. He asked Brennan for the runestone extracted from Kamish, the greatest dragon humanity had ever slain. The director, initially shocked, quickly composed himself. He explained that the runestone was under the Hunter Bureau's management. However, considering the dire circumstances, he awkwardly apologized, noting that he was still slightly disoriented. Internally, he reflected that the Bureau and runestones meant little if the entire U.S. was about to be destroyed. Brennan told Jinwoo that he could hand over the runestone, but asked why it was needed. Jinwoo explained that he planned to launch a counterattack using the immense power stored within it. As they moved toward the vault containing Kamish's runestone, Brennan asked a question weighing on his mind. If the beings called rulers had sent the demonic beasts, what exactly were the runestones found inside the beasts' bodies? Jinwoo explained that runestones were gifts from the rulers, designed to help humanity fight demonic beasts more efficiently. When a beast died, part of its abilities would be sealed within a runestone. The rulers created runestones as tools to strengthen humans, giving them a chance to survive the ultimate battle against the Monarchs' armies. Hearing this, Brennan asked with doubt whether it was really possible to stop such overwhelming forces with just the runestone. Jinwoo, calm and resolute, replied simply that he would have to try. After obtaining the runestone, Jinwoo turned to the director and asked for one more favor. The scene shifts to Lady Selner, who speaks with quiet astonishment. She admits that she never imagined anyone would come seeking her at a time like this. She studies Jinwoo carefully and questions his identity. She remarks that he is no longer the person she once knew, that in the past, darkness existed only deep within him, but now he has become darkness itself. Jinwoo responds calmly, telling her that he is still the same person she knew, only that he has fully embraced the darkness she had once glimpsed. He then asks her if she can truly see the future and requests that she look into what lies ahead for him. Lady Selner nods, acknowledging his request, and gently takes his hand. Moments pass in silence. Tears begin to flow from her eyes as she asks, with a mixture of sorrow and disbelief, whether Jinwoo truly intends to shoulder everything alone. She wonders how a single human could possibly bear such a burden, questioning whether he plans to protect the world by sacrificing himself entirely. Hearing her words, Jinwoo rises and remarks with quiet relief that her concern shows he can still reach his goal, that there is still hope for him to succeed. Lady Selner warns him that no one will remember his deeds. The fight ahead will be lonely, one he must face entirely on his own. Despite this, Jinwoo begins to teleport away, determined to continue his mission. The scene shifts to Jinwoo standing atop a tall skyscraper. He pulls out his phone and places a call. On the other end, a familiar voice hesitantly asks if it is really him. Jinwoo apologizes for his absence, explaining that he has been busy. The voice belongs to Hunter Cha Hae-in, who reassures him that it is fine, admitting she has been busy as well. Jinwoo comments that it has been a long time since they last met and promises that they will see each other soon. Cha Hae-in requests a promise that Jinwoo will indeed come to see her. He replies firmly that he will. Upon hearing this, she smiles, comforted by his assurance. Their moment is interrupted when Hunter Choi Jong-in approaches and tells them that it is time to move forward. The camera pans out to reveal hunters from across the globe gathering for the impending battle. The Asian Hunter Alliance, the European Hunter Alliance, the African Temporary Guild Union, and the Chinese Emergency Response Alliance have all mobilized. Hundreds of thousands of hunters prepare to march to the battlefield, each one aware of the stakes ahead. The story shifts back to Canada. Antares, the monarch of destruction, stands atop countless corpses of fallen hunters. He channels a massive wave of mana, deliberately sending it across the world for Jinwoo to sense. With his power resonating through the skies, he declares that he is right there. The magnitude of Antares' mana wave is so immense that it reverberates across the entire world, reaching Jinwoo wherever he is. Antares speaks with deadly confidence, proclaiming that he has already claimed the lives of tens of millions of humans. He taunts Jinwoo, asking how much longer he plans to hide. Jinwoo, calm yet resolute, replies that he will come to face him soon. The season finale ends here. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. If you haven't subscribed yet, please consider subscribing. Thanks again for your support, and I'll see you next time.